Very good morning and welcome to York for Yorkshire versus Somerset in Metrobank One Day Cup Group B action. Yorkshire with 3 wins from 3 so far and an excellent net run rate sees them top of the group. Somerset meanwhile 4th behind Durham and Warwickshire, the West Country side with 2 wins from 3 so far. Let's take a look at the pitch, which is the same pitch that was used for the Roses game on Tuesday. And Yorkshire chased down 295 to win. There's 7 millimetres of very dry grass on this, which should make it, on the whole, a pretty decent batting surface. It's a hybrid wicket, and having played host to that high-scoring Roses game, it's notable that the slightly greener tinges are on the wider parts of the strip. It's a track that did take a little bit of turn for spinners such as Moriarty, Bess and Shetty, but overall will present opportunities for batters to score runs. The new ball will nibble about though. The ground staff themselves told me that batting will be tricky for that first 6 overs in particular, and we saw that at times in the Roses clash. So that is the pitch for you. A crowd expected of around 3,000 here in Yorkshire, where Metrobank fever, much like in Somerset, has taken hold. We look forward to a great day here. The stats often have historically said bat first at York, but of course, Yorkshire comfortably completed that Roses chase by 7 wickets with more than 3 overs to spare. So it will be intriguing to see what both captains make of things at the toss.
Players Yorkshire and Somerset take on each other in this heralded competition for the first time since 2021. So before we get the news from the middle, we have had the toss here at Clifton Park. Let's take you through the team news, starting with the home side Yorkshire. Now, 3 changes to this, and I imagine that there could be some talking points to be had in a few moments' time. So opening the batting will be Adam Lyth and Finn Bean. In at number 3, off the back of a wonderful Roses match, is Will Luxton. At 4 is James Wharton. At 5 is Matt Revis. 6 is the wicketkeeper Harry Duke. At 7 is all-rounder George Hill. In at 8 is the captain Dom Bess. Number 9 is the left-arm finger spinner Dan Moriarty. Coming in at number 10, he's had a great start to the competition, is Ben Cliff. And in at 11 is Matt Milne. So 3 changes from that Roses victory right here in York on Tuesday, the 12th of August. Ben Code, Jack White, and Yorkshire's leading run scorer Imam Al-Haq taken out of the side for today. Before we get into our discussion about Somerset and the toss result, Michael, what are your immediate thoughts about that and the changes made to the team today?
Well, the big news is that Yorkshire's Pakistani Metrobank king has been struck down by Metrobank fever, which has been affectionately, colloquially described as one way for people who have got particularly excited about this competition. I can reassure all of you that Imam Al-Haq is not, in fact, injured. He's having a very restful and happy Pakistani Independence Day. He's been out there 12thing and mitting, and it gives Finley Bean the opportunity to play his first white ball game this season for Yorkshire. He does have a double century in white rose colours this season with the Kookaburra ball in the Championship against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and more to be expected changes with those bowlers because Ben Cliff and Matt Milne are fresh and ready to go. Cliff, of course, has 7 wickets in 2 games so far. In terms of Somerset winning the toss and choosing to bowl, well, it's the same pitch that Yorkshire chased successfully on Tuesday. It's a decent batting wicket. There is some cloud cover early doors, so they might think the little bit of swing with the new ball pickup couple of wickets early, or Somerset looking for a third win from 4. This is the only game today, so it's a good chance for both of these sides to put some points on the board. Yorkshire can extend their advantage to 8 points clear at the top. Somerset can join them and 12 points up there. And speaking of Somerset, let's get to the Somerset team news because, well, we thought Yorkshire had shuffled the pack with 3 changes. Somerset have made 5. They've been rotating the bowling attack throughout this competition, and there's been plenty of that today. It's still the same top 6 that has been used in all of their 4 Metrobank games so far. Tom Lammonby, Archie Vaughan, Lewis Goldsworthy, the Roos, James Rue, the skipper, and Tom Rue as well. And then Josh Thomas. But Alfie Ogborn, who'd played every game thus far, is out, as are Josh Davey, Kean Roberts and JT Langridge, who are all not even in the matchday squad. And Finn Hill also drops out from the side that suffered their first defeat, a loss against Lancashire. Last time out by 2 wickets with 8 balls to spare. So in come in no particular order: Ben Green, James Theedham, who makes his professional debut, Jack Leach for a relatively rare appearance in white ball cricket, albeit he did play 10 games in this competition last season, Jake Ball and Casey Aldridge. What do you make of that? Big reshuffle.
Very big reshuffle, but at the same time, I'm ever so happy for James Theedham, and I know that his dad Matt, he'll be watching along, so too will the rest of the Theedham family. This is what this competition is all about. It's a great way to blood the youth and bring in the young guns, so it is a raft of changes. 5 is a lot between matches, especially considering that Somerset have had a pretty decent start to the tournament, but you just look at that side and I think it's very nicely balanced on paper, good seam options, and also of course the spin of Jack Leach. So yeah, I think this one should be an absolute corker. And on Tuesday we had the pleasure and the privilege of being here at Clifton Park to watch Yorkshire defeat historic rivals Lancashire in the Roses match. We've got some highlights coming for you now, along with Michael's chat with Will Luxton.
out of it, and then you serve, and then you now learn team serve. We've managed to two staff to two out of it, and then you serve, and then you now learn team serve. We've managed to two staff to two out of it, and then you serve, and then you now learn team serve.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, perfect start. I mean, last 2 weeks we spoke about really attacking this month and this competition, and you couldn't have asked for a better start. We've had an emphatic win against Northants the other day, and that's as big today against a decent team, and obviously a big game here at York with big crowding. I mean, that's the benefit of all. Like, this team we've got now is full of young lads who have all come through together, and whatever the game is, even today, whatever the game is, it just means a bit more because we've all come through together and we all just play for each other. And yeah, today obviously massive game. We know how important it was to get a win today. So yeah, very very important. Yeah, I mean like I said earlier, we spoke about it, and it's nice to be in a position where you're not chasing the group. Where like in the last few years we've not started our best, or we've won a game, lost a game, but it's nice now to be in control, and we know that only maybe 2 more games we need to win to hopefully get through. So we're in a nice position. We just need to keep going on it. You learn so much. I mean, 170 at Northants is a massive score, and he never even looked like he was trying to get it. So speaking to him, just being out there with him is just massive learning for us all. Even someone like Lythy, I mean, everyone can learn so much from him because the way he goes about it, how easy it is for him. So easy. It was just about proving to myself that I could do it. It was more that confidence that you get from one knock and just carrying that on through now 2 months. So yeah, it's been really good. The coaches have been class, just backing you, and then obviously once you do it once, you then believe in yourself, just keep going. And that's what I think a lot of the lads are doing now. Rev's just realised what he can do. Wart's obviously done it for 2 years now. So yeah, we're all just starting to realise what we can do as a team and as individuals. Oh, they're massive. We've not, considering the group and the players we've had in white ball cricket, we've not had the greatest, like you said, not had the greatest success. And Mag's brought his medal in from 2002 and just showed everyone that this is what we're playing for. And yeah, everyone after these last 3 games is slowly realising that we can do it, because there is some good teams out there, but we're not far off them. And obviously we've not had.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
Here at York, and great to hear from Will Luxton there, who's certainly going to be one of the key protagonists for Yorkshire in this game, and particularly in the first innings with Somerset winning the toss and choosing to bowl. He's having quite the breakthrough campaign, that 90 not out of 46 balls against Lancashire in a T20 win at Old Trafford, and then got his maiden List A ton last season, 105 not out against Warwickshire. And Johnny Bairstow, of course, was at the wicket with Luxton for that epic partnership in the Roses game, saying he's a special talent. The way he strikes the ball so clean is an absolute gift. He was raving about Luxton's ability and potential for the future. If he keeps learning, keeps progressing, keeps developing his game, he can take that next step, because the way he strikes the ball, there's a difference to some other players. And next to me, someone who's always a gift to have alongside in the commentary box. Back from a well-earned siesta on Tuesday, a very good morning to Yorkshire President, Dr. Jane Powell.
Good morning, and good morning to all of you listening in. Hopefully we're in for another good day here at Clifton in York.
Yeah, and I know you were watching on the stream on Tuesday where Will Luxton was at it against Lancashire once again with 77. He's one of a number of players who've been so exciting to watch.
Yeah, in fact, I saw that 105 not out at Warwickshire last year at rugby school. So I feel very privileged that I've actually been around and seen most of Luxton's runs, and it's just wonderful to see. And it'll be good to see how the boys step up today with resting Imam. So it'll be nice to see the guys leading from the front with Adam Lyth about to take strike.
First ball of the game from the City end, and Lyth is cutting away for 4 through point. The perfect start for Yorkshire after Somerset won the toss and chose to bowl. Jake Ball with a bit of a loosener, and Lyth all too happy to capitalise.
Yeah, just look at that technique though. Head over the ball, getting on top of it and just carving it through the offside. That was a great shot for 4 runs.
Yeah, Lyth has not actually been in the best of form in this competition so far this season. But he's going to get more runs here, just one down to deep fine leg, which is 1 of 2 out. There's a deep third. Lyth so far with scores of 6, 3 and 5 against Warwickshire, Northampton, Lancashire respectively. And alongside him, the man who has the unenviable job of trying to replace Imam Ul-Haq, who has scored 331 runs in this competition off 337 balls at an average comfortably in excess of 100. And that man, as you see Lyth in shot there, is Finlay Bean, who's facing up now. He's getting one down the leg side. Bean, who is in what some call his pyjamas, some others would call his non-whites for the first time this season. He didn't play a match in the Blast. And I know as well, there's been some jokes about Imam being struck down with Metrobank fever. I know from having chatted to Finn Bean, he's a big fan of this competition, and he's delighted to have got his chance today.
Yeah, and it'll be good to see how he settles in with his normal opening partner.
As Bean is just guiding this down to deep third for 1, so he's off the mark. Of course, these two open in the county championship very regularly and have shared some huge partnerships together in white ball cricket. And Bean has a best this season of 224 against Nottinghamshire with the Kookaburra ball at Trent Bridge, which ironically, funny how the game can go, came after a start to the season that he'd have been a little disappointed by in terms of returns. Lyth is blocking that one back. Jake Ball starting to find his rhythm. Ball part of a much changed Somerset side today. 5 alterations from the side that lost against Lancashire. Mainly a freshening up of the bowling lineup, as has been the West Country side's plan throughout the competition. Finn Hill, Alfie Ogborn, Josh Davey, Kieran Robertson, JT Langridge out. Ben Green, James Feedham on professional debut. Jake Ball, Casey Aldridge and Jack Leach in. 2 of those 5, of course, England internationals, and one of them is charging in now. Lyth is driving nicely through the covers for no run. End of the first over, 6 without loss. Yeah,
great start by this. Well, it's not a new opening pair. I think if you ask most Yorkshire members out there who will be batting for a Yorkshire team, it would be Lyth and Bean, because that's what they do so regularly for the county championship, and very successfully as well. So this will look very familiar to most Yorkshire people watching this game today. But it's nice to see Finn Bean getting his first chance of the season with Imam Ul Haq not playing today. And as you quite rightly say, Lythe has not had the best start, or not the usual start we'd expect from him. So he's going to come good one day. So let's hope it's today.
Ben Green ready to charge him from the rugby stand end. Do let us know in the live chat where you're watching from. Great to have your company on the Vertu live stream. Green has been just pushing down to mid-on. I'm Michael McCann. Dr. Jane Powell alongside me in at number 3 in our commentary box batting lineup after Aaron Vars had joined me for the pre-show. And we should, in half an hour's time or so, have David Bumble-Lloyd along for a bit, as well as Yorkshire's rising star Noah Kelly around later on in the piece. Green this time inducing the first true play and miss of the day from Bean.
Yeah, I think, you're caught a little bit in one-day cricket from county championship and Vitality Blast. How hard do you go? But I think, what these players have to do is come out and play their normal game. And if the ball's in the zone where you like to drive it, then you've got to try and make contact. And that's what Finlay Bean was trying to do there.
Goes back this time, Bean, and is guiding straight to point. Both these sides in very good form and have been getting decent crowds for their home games, so both have in their own ways caught a bit of Metro Bank fever. Yorkshire with 3 wins from 3, Somerset with 2 wins from 3, and had a crowd of 6,500 or so for a family fun day at Taunton in the game against Lancashire that they lost by 2 wickets with 8 balls to spare, breaking the club's one-day cup sales record pre-COVID-19. The club tweeting in their own direct words, 50 over cricket is alive and well in Somerset. Somerset losing that day at Taunton. They won by 4 wickets against Durham and beat Middlesex by 6 wickets at Radlett before that defeat to Lancs. Yorkshire the only team in Group B who were unbeaten to extend their advantage at the top today. Driven down the ground, beautiful shot, a classy traditional cricket shot from Finn Bean. Didn't try and hit it too hard. That's the kind of shot that will settle your nerves when you come in to replace a player of Imam Ul Haq's quality.
Yeah, a little bit uppish, but he was well away from any of the fielders and literally straight back down the ground. Stood up tall, played it slightly on the up, through the onside, straight down the ground for 4 runs.
Just adjusts his length nicely, Green, who completes his over having gone for just that straight driven boundary. 10 without loss after 2. Green, who took 2 for 39, including a couple of maidens in the win against Durham in this competition. But he's part of what is going to be a much changing Somerset side. It gets to that time of the season where eyes are on next season. Ben Green widely expected to join Leicestershire. Casey Aldridge, it's been confirmed, will join Durham. And Josh Davey won't be at Somerset next season. All 3 players were offered contract extensions, said Director of Cricket Andy Hurry. However, they've taken their decision to seek enhanced playing opportunities elsewhere, and we must respect those decisions. Live gets it down to fine leg. I'm not certain that was quite where he wanted it to go.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an inside edge and just safely down to fine leg, but he didn't middle that one at all. I think it just rushed him a little bit for speed, as a little bit more bounce than he was expecting there.
A few people in the YouTube live chat still catching up with the news that Imam Ul Haq has been rested, not injured, rested. So not in the Yorkshire playing 11 today, if you're just joining us. Being that time is blocking back. The man himself was all smiles and all too happy to be on mitting duty for the bowlers, giving the likes of Luxton and Revis some underarm throwdowns and passing on his wealth of knowledge about particularly 50 over cricket and pacing an innings. It was a joy to watch that 100 against Lancashire on Tuesday.
Yeah, I was watching the live stream on Tuesday and I could see that a lot of people were frustrated at the run rate or the strike rate, and I was like, it's 50 overs, and fortunately Imam showed everybody that there was no rush, because Yorkshire just coasted to victory really with only 3 wickets down with 19 balls to spare, so there was no great rush that was necessary, but a real good temperament shown there.
Ball continuing, and it's got been in just a little bit of trouble there. Kind of one that sometimes can come off the pad and maybe roll back onto the stumps. Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire's general manager, had an interesting quote about that. He said he's an old school modern day player, if that makes sense. He very much speeds up as he goes along. We saw that in the Daddy 100 that he got in the win against Northants and in that Lancashire ton as well. Been with a nice looking drive, but for no run.
Yeah, it'll be good for Bean just to feel that he's middling that ball in the middle of the bat, and whilst there was no run there, that's how you start to build up your confidence and also start to get a measure of the pace of the bowling, so that you can then begin to attack it much further into your innings.
Down the ground, he was briefly interested in a single, but definitely not one there. End of the third over, nice tight over that concedes just 1 from ball, 11 without loss of the 3. Should also mention on the subject of team news, Lancashire were missing far more players due to 100 commitments than Yorkshire on Tuesday, but it's a bit more even in terms of that today. Yorkshire missing 7 and Somerset missing 8. Yorkshire missing Johnny Bairstow, Harry Brook, Jaffa Chauhan, Darwin Milan, Adil Rashid, Joe Root and Jordan Thompson. Somerset missing Lewis Gregory, Will Smead, Tom Abel, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Sean Dixon, Tom Banton, Craig Overton and Riley Meredith. Also worth mentioning that Somerset are without Shoaib Bashir, who's broken his finger, of course, when playing for England against India, and is widely expected to leave Somerset at the end of the season. Oh, that's a slightly dicey looking single, and he really had to scurry there live to get through. A direct hit, and he still would have been just about okay, but Tom Lammonby fancied his chances for a second, and you can see why.
But you can see here the experience of Lyth, knowing that he's played it and he's set off before almost the field has reacted to the fact the ball's coming to him. So he's halfway down the track there before the fielder gets to the ball, and very well in, as that one is played and missed by Finlay Bean.
Yeah, I think a good gauge of if a single is okay is if, even with a direct hit, you would have made it. And Lyth would have made it there, but he certainly did have to get those skates on. He had to lose the caravan, to use a phrase people say sometimes. He had to get right up into 5th gear. Had to get the sprints out for the first time today. Nicely bowled by Green.
Yeah, these 2 opening bowlers are bowling tightly. You know, they're asking a few questions, and that's all you could ask for at the start of an innings, especially when you've won the toss and you've elected to bowl first. You need to be posing questions. You can't just come out there and just let things happen. You have to try and make things happen.
Down the ground again, and has beaten mid-on again, but Lammonby will just about get back and keep it in play for a couple more to the score.
And what's nice with Lyth and Bean is that they do react to each other's calls very quickly, and on that quick single, Lyth called it and went, but Bean had to motor as well, because there is always that potential that the fielder will recognise they've just picked it up a bit late, and the person who reacts the latest would be the non-striker.
Back this time and can only guide that straight to point. Bean's still settling into his work early doors here. It's on 7 off 18. It's been largely pinned down by some decent opening bowling from Somerset. We're celebrating their 150th anniversary with one heck of a party in a few days' time. It's an event not to be missed on the 18th of August. The men and women of Sidmouth and Devon will play the men and women of Somerset in an 150 years celebration game. There's a free raffle, there's an 150th cake cutting, there's a rock choir, there's 300 free drinks, which I'm assured are collectively rather than on a per person basis. Because
I think anyone would struggle with 300 drinks. I'd probably struggle with 3, let alone 300.
And much more. The likes of Andy Caddick, James Hildreth, Jamie Cox, Somerset women's captain Sophie Luff, who's very unlucky in my opinion, many others to have never played for England. They're all set to be at Sidmouth Cricket Club and many more. So that's a date for your diaries in just a few days' time, 4 days' time to be precise. All this time square driven, lovely looking shot by Live, but straight to Lammonby, who's really been a bit of a ball magnet in the early stages here.
Yeah, it seems to be following him around, doesn't it? Wherever they place him, that's where the ball goes next, as that was a very well met shot by Adam Lyth off the middle of the bat with good punch, but straight to the fielder.
Live this time respecting what is a good ball from Jake Ball, the 34-year-old who once upon a time, of course, did play 4 test appearances for England, including being on ill-fated Ashes tour, the 2017-18 one that England lost 4-0. They'll be hoping to not suffer a similar fate this time. Has played on loan for Durham this season in April 2025 as well, out of contract at the end of this campaign. Live is whipping that straight to short mid-wicket. There's definitely chatter about whether Ball will stay at Somerset, and if he does, will he be a county championship starter for next season? Intriguing to see. We're in and around that point of the season, aren't we? Comings and goings for Yorkshire, the likes of Jordan Thompson, Johnny Tattersall and Matthew Milnes all confirmed as not being at Headingley next time around. Live is just nudging that away for one.
Yeah, it's a part of the season that is not easy for many county sides, mainly because they're never sure who's having those conversations and who's going to be announced next that they're going to be departing, and that can have quite a negative effect on the team at times. So it's one of those things that coaches have to manage very, very well to keep the team morale going as Ball comes in once more, and that's slashed through backward point. Fielder got a hand on it and Lammonby fields it for a single.
Yeah, another nice looking square drive from Bean, who opening batters on 8 now. Relatively sedate start here from Yorkshire, as it was on Tuesday. They were 39 for 1 off 10 before Luxton and Al-Haq went through the gears in that successful chase, 295 to win. As this time Live does open his shoulders, and that is walloped out into the onside. It almost went for 6. It's a 1 bounce 4. First shot of real aggression we've seen all day.
Yeah, dropped a little bit more into the slot for Adam Lyth, who just picked it up and just saw it dispatched out to the, out towards the rugby stand end. Is that what you call it, the rugby stand?
No, that's the temporary stand. The rugby ground end is that end.
Got you.
Although, so this is a bit.
There is a rugby ground over there.
Well, this is the thing. They've got 4 rugby pitches here, so you'd be forgiven.
I saw the rugby posts.
Any part of the ground is technically a rugby ground, but it's the
and the
the
caravans go over there as well, don't they?
Nice straight drive for 1. 17 for 1. Scoreboard, beg your pardon, that's not quite right. Scoreboard's just a little slow, catching up. 20 without loss was, in fact, at the end of the 5th. 21 now.
Yeah, nice straight drive by Finlay Bean once more.
Live doesn't quite get hold of that one.
Yeah, we're sort of in hitting zone if the ball's in the right area for Adam Lyth, because this is the area from the other end that he's just hit with a one bounce four. So we need to make sure that we keep our wits about us, I think, here. We're quite close here at York to the playing surface.
Yeah, we almost got hit by 6 here earlier this season. It's live again. He's just left prodding a little uncertainly. York's hosting more senior Yorkshire cricket this season than in any other previous campaign. 8 days of cricket. There was 4 there against Essex. The men won by 10 wickets. A T20 defeat here against Durham. Ironically, former Yorkie Alex Lees inflicted a lot of the damage with the bat after a brilliant spell from Mackie Potts. And of course, there's been the 2 Metrobank One Day Cup games this week, and there was a women's Metrobank One Day Cup game in May, and that was where we nearly got hit because Amy Campbell, Yorkshire's middle order destroyer, hit 3 or 4 sixes as a lefty, exactly where Live is now. Wheelhouse of smacking it out towards pretty much exactly where we are is what you describe as cow corner. And one of them was almost a catching opportunity for yours truly. I say catching opportunity, that's if I were a professional sportsman. As it was, I was diving and ducking for cover. And all was well that ended well. Tricky little period here. The ground staff did tell me that the first 6-7 overs, particularly with the cloud cover, this pitch will offer something for the new ball bowlers, and there's no doubt it has for Somerset. Peen and Live have been watchful in adapting to those conditions. Just worked away for one.
And that's what Lyth will do. He'll just work it round into the areas for a single. If he can't launch it, then he's got the experience and the knowledge just to turn it round the corner, turn it into space and take a single.
Yorkshire looking to make it 4 wins from 4. Will Luxton said to me in that interview that you can always go back and watch as part of the Vertu preview show just before the start of this stream. He said it's great to feel like we're not chasing a group, talking about the number of times in white ball cricket in recent times Yorkshire have started slowly and then you're having to pull off X number of wins in a row to claw it back. And to that end, and this is quite an extraordinary statistic I think in some ways, it's the first time Yorkshire have run 3 consecutive List A games since 2018, in 7 years. Oh, fantastically bowled. That's the end of Live. An absolute corker from Ball, sends the stumps cartwheeling. 22 for 1. Live has to go. And there's an ooh and an ah almost of respect from Live for what he knows was a bit of a crackerjack.
Yeah, that was a very good ball from Jake Ball, and it'll be one that I'm sure Adam will feel he should have covered, but the truth of it is that he played inside it, I think, slightly. We'll see the replay now as Jake Ball comes in. And it just takes that off stump and it goes cartwheeling away. Just a very good ball, and every once in a while you're going to see those very good balls, and that was one of them. And I think Adam looked a little bit surprised by the nature of that.
I just wonder whether it's shaped away a little bit. That look back is always something that gives a bowler great delight. That look back from Live, almost as if to say, how has that done that? Now we are out at a deep cover point for this over for a left-hander. Keeping wicket at the other end, so we haven't quite got the perfect real-time view of that, but front on, I'm sure that would show that that ball did a little bit. Now out comes someone who was picked as one of our Vertu ones to watch pre-match, Will Luxton, who made 90 not out, of course, in that Roses win at Old Trafford, and then 77 against Lancashire in another Roses victory in this competition on Tuesday. And in very good form at the moment, having a bit of a coming-of-age season. And now look to build on that 77 on Tuesday here. It's definitely a feeling from the man himself as well. There was a great opportunity there to make a ton, but it didn't quite happen. He's facing up to Ball. He's making things happen early. Nice confident drive to mid-off, slight misfield. They will run on it, and a direct hit, and Luxton is gone. Will Luxton is run out from the first ball he's faced. That is an absolutely outstanding bit of fielding in there from Josh Thomas. 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Yorkshire's in-form batter has to depart. Will Luxton can't believe what he's done there. Just a slight misfield, decided that was his chance to get off the mark, and Yorkshire are 22 for 2.
Yeah, you can't help but feel, there's an old adage that says never run on a misfield, and unfortunately Will decided to run on a misfield, and whilst it was close, it wasn't close enough.
All credit to the fielding though, that is absolutely magnificent work. Now you might say that you would expect a professional cricketer from that close to manage a direct hit with pretty much all 3 stumps to aim at, but still on the move, and throws it while being on the move, and it's that which gives the opportunity for it to be run out. Had he taken longer to stop, take a second and set himself, Luxton would have made it in, no doubt about it. And instead, he's gone for a golden duck. So Yorkshire have got rebuilding to do here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those that the fielder had to hit the stumps there. If he would have been in had he not sort of released it quickly, picked it up and released it quickly. It would be good to see the sort of slow motion replays, absolutely, angles,
But remember as well that that's awkward for Thomas because he's a left-hander coming around. That would be so much easier as a natural movement to grab it in your right hand and throw it as you're almost trying to just stay upright. This ball comes in now to Bean, who just works that away for 1, brings new batter James Wharton on to strike. Hopefully, in a quiet moment, we can catch another couple of replays of what was some outstanding work from Thomas in there, because he has to come around to his right-hand side. It makes things more uncomfortable and more awkward as a lefty, and yet picks it up cleanly and quickly releases it. It really is a lesson for youngsters about the difference that fielding can make.
But also, there's a lot of head things going on there. You're confident, you've been playing well, and you think anything is possible, where the experience would say, hang around there. You don't need that single at that stage, so you don't need to take any risks whatsoever. But unfortunately, we are where we are. He did take that risk. It didn't pay off, and James Wharton now at the crease, batting with Finlay Bean.
There's been a few people in the YouTube live chat slightly sarcastically saying words along the lines of, can Imam ul-Haq be put back into the team sheet now with Yorkshire 22 for 2? I don't think that's quite how this works at this level of cricket, folks. But I think they were being a little sarcastic as Wharton leaves that one alone. And remember that whilst Luxton was run out, the only reason Luxton ended up at the crease was Ball bowling that brilliant delivery to get rid of Live. This ball is still swinging, and it will do for a little while yet, so it's going to be a tricky period for Yorkshire to try and ride out here.
And this is where you hope that the experience that Imam has shown, these two start to rebuild. And you can take your time. You don't need to rush at this stage. What you can't afford to do is lose any more wickets. We're still in the power play. There's still another 3 overs of power play to go. So, just play. Just keep playing each ball on its merits, but making sure that you defend your wicket and you don't take any risks when it comes to running between wickets. As we see the Adam Lyth dismissal with that ball by Jake Ball. It seems a bit funny to say the ball by Jake Ball, but that's exactly what it was there.
And you have to feel for Lyth because he's having a tough run of form, and it's Murphy's law that in situations where your form isn't going well, that perfect delivery comes to you. Maybe when you're in form, just misses that off stump or the edge just falls short. Such is the way that things go. Instead, Lyth out cheaply and continues what's been a tough Metrobank One Day Cup for him. This was the run out of Luxton, who does swerve to move slightly away from the ball as well, and you wonder whether that's a factor in getting out. Just watch Luxton's line of running just there. doesn't actually run quite in a straight line. Maybe if he had, he would have made it in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if he'd gone straight, he would have probably made it, because it was touch and go, whether it was in or out. And if he'd run in a straight line, that would have been probably a yard less, because he veers out quite strongly towards the end of the run and taking a longer route to the crease line.
He's turned around into the onside by Bean for 1. It's on to 11 off 24, just trying to provide a steadying hand at the top of the innings. What is first versus fourth here. David Bumble Lloyd watching on. Looking forward to having him up in the box a little later on.
Looks like he's enjoying his bacon sandwich there.
Good way to settle into a day. He's here on Tuesday as well for that Roses clash. Flipped around the corner by Wharton.
Yeah, nice easy turn off his hips there by James Wharton into that vacant space down to fine leg. And that's what I mean by rebuilding and just working the ball around. Just, you know, it's a simple thing, but if you were to get a single every single ball, that's 6 and over, that would be well received by everybody. And yet sometimes we do try to go for the expansive shots, and that's where you take a bit more of a risk.
Bean is just guiding this one away. Wharton had got off the mark from his fourth ball faced. Watching the Vertu live stream wherever you are across the world. I know we've had plenty of viewers saying they're watching from in and around Devon, Taunton, Somerset, as you'd expect, plenty scattered across Yorkshire and then globally as well. Fantastic to have you all alongside. It's virtually in one way or another. Dr. Jane Powell, the Yorkshire president, physically alongside me in the box. It's Wharton is just pushing a little awkwardly at that one. Squirms out to point. Excellent spells from these two Somerset openers. 26 for 2 off 8. Ball's gone for 14 off 4 and picked up a wicket. Green has gone for 12 off 4 and picked up a wicket. You're starting to get towards that point where the question is, how long do you keep them going?
Yeah, certainly as the bowlers, then Somerset will need to think about giving them a breather, potentially after another over, and I can already see Lammonby is working his arms around as if he's trying to say, I'll have a go. The nice thing is now, and the advantage Yorkshire needs to do is left hand, right hand, make full use of that to try and upset the bowler's line and length, because at the moment the bowlers are on top, and what Yorkshire need to do is try and disrupt that consistency of line that they've got. And when you've got a right-handed bat and a left-handed bat, the line does have to change, and that's why it's even more important to try and just rotate the strike and make the bowler have to think a little bit more and execute a different line.
He was not sure where that had gone. Bean. Oohs and ahs, rightly so, from Somerset fielders and ball, who's really making the ball talk early on here.
Yeah, his confidence is up, and as a result, his performance is really excellent at the moment, and he's just finding that awkward length that Bean had to chop down on, and he literally chopped down on it, and I think it was very close to the stumps as it bounced over them.
Bean just blocking that one back. The voice alongside me, Dr. Jane Powell. Once upon a time, and I know you're ever so modest about it, captain of England in a World Cup final against Australia at the MCG, scorer of a Test match ton against India at Blackpool.
That's a long time ago. That's ancient history now for majority of people listening in. Yeah.
Great to have your expertise up alongside as Bean is just guiding that one back, and of course so magnificent to see how much women's cricket has come on since then. To say it's night and day doesn't even really do it justice. Yorkshire now, as of this season, for the first time with a fully professional women's team, who next season will be playing up in Tier 1. And remember, you can get interviews, reaction and highlights, as well as live streams from all of the women's games on this very YouTube channel, as well as all of the men too. Bean again is having to respect what is really nice spell this from ball.
Yeah, and Bean shows a good line of defence there. I think what he's got to try and do now is, in that defence, show a little bit more intent. So defend it, but is there a gap you can defend it into to take an easy single? And that's the next stage of development, really.
Oh, that's a swipe and a miss from Bean. Little tempter outside the off stump. Very good over from ball. A maiden, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 for 1 for him. And Bean just still trying to work his way. I think got his chance for Yorkshire in white ball cricket into his innings. He has 12 off 31. A couple of people asking, and I'm sure you can give more details, but from what I understand, it was an outstanding contribution to British sport. What are you a doctor in? Is that broadly correct?
Yeah, Doctor of Science.
Doctor of Science. It was an honorary doctorate?
Yes.
I think for the reasons I've just stated, yeah. From the University of Worcester. Have I got that right? Yeah. It's Green continuing, so he's going to get a 6th, and Wharton is...
Yeah, there's at least 2 here, if not 4. Just a 2.
Captained by Jack Leach, who I know plenty of people right across the ground, including Yorkshire supporters, are really excited to see on the team sheet. In the view of many, the best spinner in England. I think it's safe to say in a different world, he might have even more England caps to his name than he already does. We'll see him with the ball later on. This pitch was doing a bit for the spinners. Moriarty and Best really helped slow Lancashire down in the middle overs on Tuesday, so Leach will be a real threat when he comes into things later on, as well as Archie Vaughan too, and Lewis Goldsworthy. All beautifully bowled by Wharton, and what a catch! What a catch from James Root. Like Superman himself, flying away to his right-hand side, sticks the mitt out and produces a great grab. So Wharton has to go for 3. Yorkshire are in all sorts of a pickle, 28 for 3.
Yeah, not the start that Yorkshire would want, nor Lythe, Luxton or Wharton, but that was a great ball and very well taken by a wicket-keeper, James Rue.
Hopefully we get another look at the catch. Here we go. Slowed down. Green gets deserved reward for what's been an excellent spell. It's one of those that can awkwardly go between keeper and slip, but James Root quickly took responsibility. That is a fine bit of glove work. Just watch the spring as well. Going down low to his right-hand side and managing to catch it one-handed. That's a magnificent take.
Yeah, the good piece of wicket keeping there. Anyway, youngsters watching, kept his head still and just went down, kept down as the ball was released so that he could go down to it. If you stand up too early, that's almost impossible to get down to. But if you keep your head still, keep low till the ball has hit the deck, then you just raise with the ball.
So, Revis facing up, and it's been in excellent form, of course. 4 tons in 4 consecutive championship games, but has got to walk out in a very awkward situation here. Did get his first career T20 50 against Leicestershire, and he's driving back to green on this occasion. Revis also has a 50 in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. Came in with a platform very well laid against Northants and hit 69 off 33, but he comes out in a completely different game state here with Yorkshire in early trouble.
Yeah, he's almost got to take it like he's opening the batting, because we're still in that situation of the game as he drives that imperiously through the covers for 4 runs. What a great shot that is, just to show the capabilities that he has.
Well, that is the shot of a man in form. Matthew Revis putting away what was one that was just a little too pitched up from Green, but Green rightly trying to induce that edge early doors.
He's quite tall, so it's quite difficult for the bowler to get the right length to the different batters that keep coming in. So he just only had to take one step and he was through that one.
Time that's guided straight to point.
I think he's 6'6", 6'7", so he's quite a commanding figure at the crease, and the bowler will have to bowl it just backward of a length to cause him trouble, whereas the one that he hit through the covers was just in the nice half volley length almost. That's a much better length from the bowler, which just lifts almost into the ribs.
End of the over. Thank you very much to Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell. He'll take a well-deserved break. Just settling into the seat alongside me. Will be a voice that so many of you, of course, will know very well. Very good sunny York afternoon to David Bumble-Lloyd, who we saw earlier on hitting a nice sarnie to get his day going, and now is alongside us. How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I'm a lot better now after that bacon sandwich from one of the outlets down there. Very, very nice. I'm sat with some friends and they said don't, and they've all gone round for one.
Lovely start from Somerset, who are chasing a 4th wicket already hit. As Bean is just knocking into the onside and will get one with well-judged single. 33 for 3 in the 11th. What have you made of what you've seen so far? Some really lovely bowling from Ball and Green.
Well, I think they've been disciplined, bowling a line and a length. It's a good pitch, and Yorkshire just haven't got going. It's always, a bit of a negative when you lose one to a run out, lose the number 3 without scoring. Alan Lyth, who was quiet on Tuesday and now quiet in this game, big run scorer, big player. Very quiet in the ground, and lots of Yorkshire spectators. I've just been stood next to some Somerset spectators as well, and they're great fun. They've come all the way up, which is a brilliant effort.
It's a fair old trip across most of the map to get here.
Yeah, isn't it just?
I know the team were up here by midday yesterday, as you'd expect in this modern era, to have a nice rest. Didn't train. No need to, with so many games on at the moment, keeping things quite light. As Revis wants one this time, and they will get one despite the shy at the stumps. It's something Anthony McGrath has talked about, making Yorkshire more aggressive in their running between the wickets across this season. He feels like it's been something that's gained Yorkshire a lot, but of course that Luxton single was maybe just an example of that being a little too risky.
Well, I watched David Warner on Monday in the 100. He was absolutely brilliant at his age at doing exactly that, just rotate the strike, put fielders under pressure. Jake Ball, I saw the name, I thought, Jake Ball, that's Nottingham. And of course, he moved down to Somerset, so I thought, how old is he? Anyway, he's 34.
Yeah.
Twilight of his career, but he played white ball cricket for England, so bags of experience.
Red ball as well.
He did.
That 2017-18.
He did, and wasn't he one of them lads that had a bit of pace, and now he just round about line and length.
Bean just knocks that into the offside. He wants 2, and they'll decide against him. It's probably a wise decision. Nice smart work from the sweeper out there. Yeah, he was one of those players who, as has so often been the case, disastrous away Ashes tour, and that often near enough ends your long-term England prospects because of being on a sinking ship.
I know it very well. I know that ship.
England will hope that ship isn't just about to make another voyage. This time, that's a beautiful shot, one of the shots of the day. Revis on the square drive through point, imperious, his second boundary.
Drive ball. It is a lovely shot from Matt Revis. just opened the face. This is a high-scoring ground. I watched the game on Tuesday and I saw that length's got, 293. I thought, nah, it's not nearly enough. It should be 340. Got to go some now from 39 for 3.
Old school lead from Revis to finish the 11th over, 39 for 3. Yeah, you think back as well, at one point when 135 for 1, going at a run of ball, we were saying up here in the Vertu commentary box, should have been looking at 330 plus. Bess and Moriarty managed to drag things back, and actually in the end they were quite pleased to get up near 300 thanks to Balderson.
Yeah, Balderson got 70 and Michael Jones got to 102, and that was the catalyst that once he got out and he was playing beautifully. And it just stuttered the innings. 293 wasn't enough, but it was a great chase by Yorkshire. Yorkshire are a terrific team. It's not just happened in this game so far, so it needs a big partnership.
This time just blocking that one back. These two openers still on, and you can see why Captain James Rew reluctant to change them. Ball's got 1 for 21 off 6, and Green is in his 6th and has figures of 1 for 18.
Be interesting what he does now. So Jake bowled 6, and so he'd be thinking, do I save him for 2 2s?
Bean's just going to get 1 then, knocking it wide of mid-on. Bean just looking to, you sense he'll be the player that Yorkshire can bat around. He's got 15 off 36. He's had to see off what's been some very good bowling at the top.
I like that you've got a batter who will play the occasion. Right, with 3 down, if I play for 50 overs, we'll get a decent score. People can play around me. But it is all about partnerships. And of course, when you're a fielding side, you're looking to break that partnership, get a new batter in, put a batting side under pressure. I think they've been well organised, Somerset, so far.
Somerset chasing a 3rd win from 4 this season. Take them up to 2nd in the table. Having started today in a three-way tie in terms of points for 2nd behind Yorkshire, behind Warwickshire and Durham on net run rate, albeit it should be said that Durham have played an extra game, having won 2 and lost 2.
That was a chase up at Durham by Middlesex. It was a good chase.
Extraordinary.
Really good. Yeah.
Sam Robson with the heroics and records tumbling like books out of a case that's been knocked over.
But 169, was it, Robson?
Yeah, sounds about right. Beautifully bowled, almost finding that outside edge.
Going back to that game on Tuesday, and Marcus Harris as captain, Australian, the captain of Lancs, they thought that they'd got a good score. He mentioned that it was nibbling around, and I just thought that from 135 for 1, it was a 340. I didn't see the nibble.
Oh, that's a loose stroke from Bean. It's interesting, what a few people have said is that the first 10 overs or so will move a little for the new ball. The big difference, of course, with Lancashire is that Jones's innings was so impressive. He also somewhat smashed that new ball out of shape. If you've got that new ball pinging around the ground, it's not going to do as much for as long.
Well, I agree with that entirely. I think it's a batter's prerogative to knock the ball out of shape, and why do you want to change it? You see that so often in test matches. We want to change the ball because it's out of shape. Yeah, he's knocked it out of shape.
It's the old one about, you think of a ground like Glamorgan, the River Taff, a bit of an old tale was get a 6 in the river nice and early. In the era before ball changes being a thing, get a 6 in the river nice and early, and then it won't do anywhere near as much as it did. 41 for 3 off 12 then. On the note of that Middlesex game, Durham posted 387 for 4. Alex Lees and David Beddingham both got tons. And as Bumble said, Sam Robson with 169 not out. And they chased it with 2 overs to spare.
Yeah.
390 for 5. No problem. Didn't even get to the penultimate over.
Well, I mean, just think about the entertainment there. They were fabulous. Not great fun if you're a bowler. Must have been a wonderful pitch. So we have got a change here. And so Jake bowled has kicked off with 6 overs. So now he's got an option that he can bowl 4 at the end, or he can bowl 2 twos, and he can split it up for his remaining 4 overs. 41 for 3.
Yeah, 1 for 21 off his 6 with a maiden as well. It's been a really good spell from that City end. Now, Casey Aldridge, of course, won't be at Somerset next season, moving permanently to Durham. Coming on, looking to continue Ball's good work. Starts with being straight driven. Good tumbling stop away at mid-off.
He's a tall guy, Aldridge. To be about 6'4", medium pace.
Yeah, no, Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, very well, and he's absolutely delighted to have got Aldridge for next season. He had 8 matches on loan at Durham at the start of the blast this season. Oh, that's nice areas from Aldridge. Definitely getting a bit of shape.
It is that time of year when you're looking almost every day as to who's moving where. And players that have come out of contract, and then there's a date which triggers in that you can speak to other counties. And gone are the days where you had to have 6 months off if you wanted to move a county.
Yeah, so it's funny you say that. I remember hearing you say on a Vertu live stream earlier this season that, for example, in the case of Jordan Thompson, Yorkshire should get a fee for him. Having developed him since he was a nipper.
I mean, my idea would be that if Yorkshire, just say it's Jordan Thompson, just for an example, and Yorkshire have offered him a 2 or a 3-year contract at a certain amount of money, if you want him, you buy that contract.
Revis just guiding to deep third for 1. Would you have that for players like a Thompson who've been at the club since they were little, or is that for any player, or is it particularly focused on those that have been, the team has developed right through their age?
No, I just look at the contract. If you as a county, we've offered you this in a 2 or 3 year contract, say a 3-year maximum contract at this money, that's fine, that's on the table. And so if a county club wanted that player, you buy that contract.
That's again nicely bowled by Aldridge.
So just if it's a 3-year contract and the player's on 80 grand a year, you're going to play 240 grand and you can have him.
So let me be a cynic, Bumble. So how would you as the county who's losing the player prove that you could honour that? Because in theory I could then say, well, I'm going to offer him 120 grand, knowing he's going to turn that down to get more money back in my pocket.
I mean, there's always an anomaly to it. And there'd have to be a cut-off date that you have to offer the contract.
You see what I mean? You could inflate that fee to suit you. 44 for 3 off 13. Revis and Bean just in that rebuilding phase.
You could also have an independent panel who would assess the price of the player. Independent panel. He is worth that much. They used to have that in football, didn't they?
I was just about to say, this is where I was waiting for us to get into football, Jean-Marc Bosman, and everything that happened around that. And now, of course, we're seeing in football, it's very common for players to quite consciously run down their contract and leave on a free transfer, because a lot of what would have been that transfer fee they can take as a signing on bonus with their new club, saying, hey, you haven't had to pay anything for me, so I'll have a nice Brucey bonus.
I should have been a footballer. Shouldn't we all?
Another change in the bowling. It's a double change. Aldridge's first over went for 3. This is James Feedham's first ball as a professional cricketer. And he's straight driven back past mid-on beautifully by Revis. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It's a perfect punch down the ground for the first boundary in a little while.
He's a powerful player, Matt Revis, a genuine all-rounder. It's a lovely shot, and you just get bat on ball there. We're in a great position, just the sound. This is one of those intimate grounds where you hear the sound of ball on bat.
Feedham this time just worked out to deep square leg for 1. It's also one of those grounds, as a few players have been telling me, where when you field on the boundary, the spectators are just 3 metres behind you on their painted white line. and they are, well, to say they're in earshot doesn't even do it justice. They can pretty much have a chat with you, and they often will.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And Scarborough as well, which Scarborough Club has fallen on hard times, but it's very much my favourite ground in the world, Scarborough, mainly because of the abuse that I used to get.
Short and thumped away on the cut shot. Not a good delivery, but my goodness me, been all too happy to deposit it for 4. He's had to be very respectful, some very good bowling this morning, and now he can take advantage of one that's short and wide.
How old is this lad, the bowler?
Feed him. 18.
Yeah.
Wouldn't blame him for being a little nervous. His dad, Matt, played for Somerset back in 1999. He's the CEO of Devon Cricket. Cricket very much running in the Feedham family. So that one's back of a length, just blocked back. His uncles Ian and Andy both played for Sandford. His granddad Chris has been a player and a groundsman at Sandford as well.
Andy Needham?
Feedham.
I remember Andy Needham. There was an Andy Needham played, a great lad for Surrey. But this lad, 18-year-old, has got a lovely action. Okay, he's gone for a couple of 4s, but going to put some weight on as well and build himself up. This is a good action.
Bouncer, intentional bouncer, but it's really well played by Bean, who was on it very early. It's always a good sign for a pull shot if you hit it through mid-wicket. 3rd boundary in the over.
He'll feel a little bit isolated now. He's on his first game. I always look at the positives. He's gone for 3-4s, but so what? It's his first game. I'm looking at the action. The action's fine. Length's wrong. Just bowl the wrong length.
This time getting into a better area, Feedham. You wouldn't blame him for being a little nervous. His first over goes for 13. Yorkshire getting a bit of a release over, which they needed to just kick that run rate back up above 4. 57 for 3 or 14. David Bumble-Lloyd alongside yours truly, Michael McCann. With all of your coaching expertise, for those at home who are learning the game, we're all always learning. When you talk about him having a good action there, what do you see?
Well, the aggression of his run-up for a start, and he's got good rhythm there. Then he's bound into his action and his follow-through. You watch his follow-through, he drives straight down at the batter. I always like that, drive at the batter.
Aldridge continuing. His first over went
Shot.
for 3 and Revis pulls out another straight drive. My goodness me, Matthew Revis looks in some touch, not for the first time today. Makes it look so easy going down the ground.
And again, for viewers, he's a big unit, is Revis. He's just leaned on that. We talk about in the game timing. All you need to do is just push forward and it races away. Oh, you get value here. It's like an upturned saucer, isn't it, the ground?
An upturned saucer. It's a good way of describing it. It is one of those where when you beat the infield at York, it's very almost unheard of that it's not going for 4. And Revis is injecting a bit of energy into this innings for Yorkshire. He's now got 20 off 16, including 4 boundaries. He's having an unforgettable season, catalysed by that 93 not out against Notts in the Championship at Trent Bridge. It's flicked away. He's going to get one more there. I know his club is Burley and Wharfdale, also Harry Brooks' club, and I was speaking to a few people when I was down there for a Lashings game, and it was just after that knock, and obviously, publicly Revis had said all the right things, but his teammates were saying, he came back to us at the weekend just watching our ones game, and he was fuming to be stuck on 93 not out, running out of partners, and since then he's gone on to get plenty of hundreds. As this time Bean is just guiding away to square leg for 1, just playing second fiddle, rightly so here to Revis. He sees his role in things, Finn Bean.
I think Revis is an international cricketer. He's strong, he's powerful, he bowls. Yorkshire a fair bit. I think they've got a good side, or a nucleus of an outstanding team. in the Championship, they've struggled a bit, and I thought, well, that's a bit of a puzzle.
That's down leg and will be wided. Yeah, they've just started to put together that puzzle across the season. Had that draw against Surrey, that win against Sussex at Scarborough, and then of course starting this competition with 3 wins from 3. It's actually 2 of the most informed sides of the country, because Somerset had an excellent blast campaign, finished second to set up a home quarter-final against the Bears on the 6th of September. So Revis this time will get one more to his tally.
It's interesting how Anthony McGrath would see this, having played here on Tuesday, when you go 3 down for nothing. He'd still have it in his mind, we need 300. We've got to get 300. How do you get 300? Well, you build partnerships. You will score. If you stay in on this ground and on this pitch, you'll just score. And there'll be a time, maybe at 30 overs, and you'll keep your wickets intact. Right, now we change gear.
This time Bean will get one more, and they're going to come back for pretty comfortable 2. There'll be a few watching this stream from a Yorkshire point of view who will think not just Revis is a potential future international cricketer, but potentially the likes of a Will Luxton, a James Wharton in time as well. 67 for 3 off 15.
Bean, Hill, they've got some good players, really good players. Stick them together, keep together. Together is a big word. Sort of build your own culture as a team, and that'll be a winning culture and winning a good way. Have good people behind you. I like what I see with the Yorkshire players.
Yeah, it's a version of what Will Luxton was talking about in his pre-match interview on the stream, about a sense of these young lads who come through the pathways together, know each other's games really well, and as time goes on in first team cricket, believing they can do it even more. Feedham is back for his second over. 18-year-old on his professional debut. Went for 13 from his first. Well,
it's good from his captain, isn't he?
Yeah,
he could have just said,
totally
look, just take a blow. No, give him another. You got to. He's just bought the wrong leg. That's it. Against an accomplished player, an accomplished player will think, yeah, you drop it short and I'll clatter you, which is what happened.
And the last thing you want is for him to then go off and stew at deep square leg and have an hour,
have a go.
2 hours to think about that one over. James Rew keeping faith in his young pace. He is finding a nicer spot there, left alone.
I just wish in these matches, that the domestic cricket, that we used to have round the boundary a speed gun and tell you how quick they are.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned this.
Yeah, I used to love that. You get somebody like Darren Gough, who he not bothered about finding the edge. He'd look straight to the speed gun and shout up at it, 90 mile an hour.
It's Revis this time down the ground. It's funny you mentioned Darren Gough. It's such a long time since Yorkshire beat Somerset in a list day game that Darren Gough was very much still charging in for Yorkshire. 2007. There's 5 games since these sides have met in this day. Yorkshire have lost. It was at Scarborough in July 2007. Yorkshire won by 9 runs. Gough took 3 wickets. Jason Gillespie took 3 wickets. Jack Rudolph hit a ton. Ian Blackwell hit 97 in the losing cause for Somerset. Feedham this time is driven. Didn't quite time it, Revis.
I wonder if Andy Caddick would play in that game for Somerset. I mean, they were terrific mates, but great rivals.
He wasn't on the team sheet that day, but I tell you what, there was some serious names on both team sheets. Yorkshire had the likes of Eunice Khan, Tim Bresnan, Anthony McGrath, now head coach, Craig White. For Somerset, Marcus Trescothick played, Justin Langer, Cam White, a young Cam White, as well as Craig Kieswetter. Revis this time very stylishly working it off his hip. He's going to get pretty comfortable too. He's not far off overtaking Bean here, who's quite happy to play more of the anchor role. Revis going at more than a runner ball. Yeah, it was that long ago. Of course, they have only played 5 times since, because often due to regional groupings, don't end up facing each other in this day. We'll play each other in the Championship in September at Taunton. short ball. Revis has hit that hard but straight at deep square for one.
They got in a bit of bother, didn't they, Somerset, for the pitch that they produced against Durham. And we're waiting to hear what's going to happen about that pitch. You know, they always take such a long time to, if there's a penalty or get the wrist slapped, I don't know what happens.
Hopefully we end up finding out before the end of the season itself.
I don't know why it takes so long.
We're still chasing that elusive championship title, of course. Third in the county championship this season, Somerset, having so many times been so close in recent times. Of course, Surrey very much the favourites when it comes to that right now. Yorkshire a little further down the table. It's Revis just guiding that away for one for the first ball from Mudridge's new over.
I wonder when spin will be brought into the attack.
Particularly because they've got plenty of spin options.
This is the same pitch as we played on Tuesday.
Certainly it is,
I didn't see any spin really. Whether it's kept its pace. That's one thing that has happened. It's kept its pace.
Straight to cover. The one thing you would say is it did have enough turn on it for Moriarty and Best to get some control. Moriarty's first 6 overs went for only 22, albeit he was a bit more expensive in his last 4, it's fair to say. And Best's 10 overs went for 41 and he picked up a wicket. So it was the 2 spinners that pulled things back for Yorkshire.
I thought against Bess in particular, they should have clattered him, and they didn't.
Simple as that.
Get after him. He would, if I were sort of that coaching setup, I would have said, look, when he comes on, you know, it's not a big ground, and put him under pressure. 6s. For these lads now, a 6 on this ground is no problem at all. And I'm looking across, so he bowled from that scoreboard end, and there's a beautiful wall. Get him over that wall into that garden. And in fact, there's a greenhouse, you can get it through that. I wouldn't want, from a Lancashire viewpoint, the opposition off spinner to bowl 10 overs for 40. I want a minimum 60. He's got to go for 60.
Yeah, the only person who hit a 6 over that wall was Matthew Revis in the run chase, just by where you were sitting on Tuesday, Paul.
I was standing over there by the bins.
Oh, nicely bowled. But you got tired standing all day. So
we went back to the car.
to get a better view, because we were looking at how people, you're all packed in like sardines trying to fight for the...
You've got to bring your own chair, and we didn't. That was an error, and so we brought sandwiches and went and sat in the car. I don't go in for all this, like, go in hospitality and all that. Nah. You watch the cricket.
Yeah, they got 800 in the marquee today, just like they did on Tuesday, and they start serving lunch for about 5 overs to go.
There's 800 in the marquee and 700 don't know there's a cricket match going on. I'm telling you.
71 for 3 off 17.
I've got mates in there. There's no way I'm going in. There will be casualties.
Do they know who's playing?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they'd be able to get that Yorkshire's one of them.
I know some people that won't have a clue.
Voice of David Bumble-Lloyd. Great to have his company on the Vertu live stream. Yorkshire just steadily starting to rebuild here from the wreckage of 28 for 3. This partnership beginning to get some momentum as well. Just as I say that, that's the kind of delivery on his professional debut why many people are very excited about James Feedham. It almost gets through Revis.
It's just his first over, and you mentioned the nerves there. He just bowled the wrong length. He bowled it into the pitch short, and good players will wait and knock it around. So captain or a senior player would say, look, you've got to bowl a fuller length if you can.
His second over was definitely better. His second over only went for 3. Revis this time driving more confidently out into the covers for 1. This pair came together in the 10th over, and in near enough going at a run a ball, actually. They've added 43 since. So Yorkshire will be very happy with that. Scoring dominated by Revis.
Yeah, see where you are at 20, 25, 30. It's all about just keeping your wickets. A poor start, losing 3 for not very many.
All cut straight to point. He can't believe it, Finn Bean. A first wicket on his professional debut for James Feedham. A simple catch. Bean has to go for 26. Somerset have broken that 4th wicket partnership that was starting to build promisingly for Yorkshire. 71 for 4, and a moment to remember for the 18-year-old debutant, James Feedham.
And he's got a massive smile on his face, just at backward point. As Yorkshire were going fine, Finlay Bean has done all the hard work there. He just leant back and slapped it straight to backward point. And it's when you're walking off that you think, a metre either side and I've got 4. He's found him. So it's a good wicket for Somerset. Just break that partnership, get a new batter in.
Just gets caught Bean here in two minds as to maybe whether he's trying to hit it hard and down or up and over. And it comes slightly off the top of the bat. Maybe there is some extra bounce from Feedham. I wonder. Might be able to see that front on replay again. Regulation catch.
And I think it's off a top edge, a thick top edge, and so it's not hit the sweet spot. He's laced into it, but you can see it, we're seeing it again in a little bit of slow motion, and the ball's dropping to the fielder, so he's not middled it. It's not a screamer.
Yeah, it's almost a top spinner, almost a bit of a slice shot in a way.
Is that a slow ball? Was that a slow ball, like an off cutter?
Ooh, I wonder. Hopefully we can just have one more look at that front on from Feedham.
I just had a suspicion there. He might have just rolled his fingers down the side of the ball. So if he has done, that's a quality piece of bowling. Who's the new batter?
George Hill.
Now then, George.
Hill's had a little period where he was out of injury. He's come back into the team and has been a regular in this format. 20 against Warwickshire, 16 not out against Northants in this competition. And gets a good one first up from Feedham, but both of those innings were not batting under this kind of pressure. The Warwickshire game was a low-scoring game, but he came in with the hard work of the chase completed, and at Northants he came in with quite incredible platform laid by the top order. Very different scenario here for Hill.
Well, the young ball is now finding a length.
Let's have a ton in this competition. 130 against Worcestershire at Scarborough, George Hill. Feedham will have to re-bowl that one. But there's already, in terms of what we've seen today, a lot of promising skills that any coach would be very excited to be working with James Feedham on.
I think I think it's a good competition, this, because it gives young players an opportunity. Just get young players in and show what they can do with one or two elder statesmen.
Just guided out to point. Yeah, it's something that you notice with Somerset and their team selections, because the batting lineup is quite stable. It's been the same top 6 all 4 games, but the bowlers have been rotating a lot. But you'll always see the likes of a Jake Ball or a Josh Davey in that lineup to be the experienced hand, pass on that advice and knowledge. And Ball has set the tone really nicely with that spell from the City end. Had Hill a bit uncertain there, and in the end it's a good leave. End of the over. Thank you very much to David Bumble-Lloyd for his company. 73 for 4 off 18. He's going to take well-earned rest, although as he said, won't be across to the marquee. Very much one he prefers more to be in the bleachers. And settling into the seat alongside me is someone who I know, the man whose voice you've just heard, has got a lot of belief in a she'll start for the future. Very good afternoon to Noah Kelly. Well, that's a great take to stop that going for 5 wides from James Root.
Good afternoon, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone watching the live stream. It's been a intriguing start to the innings, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, as a top order batter yourself, what have you made of this so far? For those unfamiliar, this is someone very much a regular in Yorkshire's twos and who's played a lot of cricket with a lot of the players in this Yorkshire lineup today. So Revis is driving straight at point.
Yeah, it's obviously done a bit this morning. The thing that struck out to me was the way that Green and Ball went about it together. The partnerships were very relentless. Obviously, seen movement from a relatively fresh pitch. I know they played on it on Tuesday, but tend to have a little bit in it early doors here at York, and I felt they used the new ball very well, and they grabbed the momentum with the run out, and just as we thought we were getting it back, we've just lost Beanie.
Revis this time, not certain that's quite where he wanted it to go, but it heads down to deep third for 1. You do sense Matthew Revis could be key here for Yorkshire. He's got 28 off 29, and he's looked as, if not more comfortable than anybody else out there.
Oh, massively. Rev's in the absolute form of his life at the moment. You just have to look at the County Championship records. He's scoring hundreds, taking wickets, and he's really kicked on this last part of the season. And he's come in and showed really great intent today. It'd have been easy for him to shut up shop and just sort of navigate, but he's looked to be good intent.
Left alone by Hill, who is still yet to get off the mark.
And I heard you were saying earlier about these lads all playing together. You know, Rev and Hilly had played together, you know, from a very early age, going to Sedbergh School, so they'll know the game inside out. You know, Harry Duke still to come in at number 7. We've got a very long batting lineup. You know, Bess, Milnes. So it's just about wickets in hand. I think that's something we've seen in the last few games. We can always kick on at the end.
Hill just working that away, but straight at mid-wicket. So still yet to get off the mark. As Rumble and I were discussing it, ultimately, Yorkshire probably wants something in the region of not close to 300 here.
Yeah, he'd like to think so. But again, it's just this partnership. We find this partnership is very key with Rev and Hill. Can we leave wickets in the tent to have a big last 10 overs?
Again, just content to have a look at one from Aldridge. Yeah, you referenced Sedbergh, of course. Harry Brook went there as well. It's a school that's produced many a great athlete, never mind many a great cricketer. Crowd in here today as well. I know they were hoping for in excess of 3,000 here at York, and just looking around, I'm pretty confident we've gone past that. Full toss, horrible delivery, and Hill just works it round the corner for his first boundary. Just what you want when just settling into an innings. It's a loosener, and a player of George Hill's quality just won't miss out on that. It's a boundary to end the over. 79 for 4 off 19.
That is a very nice one to get off the mark. Just must have slipped out his hand, and Hilly, as you say, very capable enough to split the gap between fine leg and deep square and gets full value.
I think he's trying a change up there, Aldridge, just from the grip in his hand. I think he's trying a little offie, looks like.
I've also been very impressed with how the debutant's come back after his first over, a few nerves kicking around, but he's found a lovely length and just challenging that forward defence of the lads. And he's following suit of Ball and Green, which is always good footsteps to follow.
Always handy, particularly to have a bowler like Jake Ball in your side who's played for England at that top level. And as I heard some of the Somerset players just saying when they were in their huddle playing football, he's almost old enough to be James Feedham's dad. Being gently reminded of his seniority, as Feedham again is finding a good area. It's been a competition that has so often in recent seasons, in particular with the way cricket has changed in the 100, been a way for new players to emerge through. And to be perfectly honest, the man alongside me, Noah Kelly, is, you think as well, likes Javed Akhtar, Yash Vagadia and Will Benison. There's every chance some of those quartet would have played by now, but for the fact that Yorkshire have ended up pretty strong. Again, that's well bowled.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of, Rev, Hill, Luxie, Dukey, Beanie, all these guys in that middle order, it's such a tight-knit group. Didn't lose a few to the 100. We thought Luxie might have had a chance to get into the draft, but, great for Yorkshire's sake that we get to see him playing here, and he's had a marvellous career so far, and yeah, as you say, it's just about biding your time and being prepared. So if you do get the call up, you're ready to go.
That is meat and drink to Revis. It's not quick enough as a bouncer to really trouble him. And that has gone through mid-wicket. He's so quick on that pull shot. It's one of his signature shots, you'd have to say.
Just keeps his head down, barely moves his feet, just latches onto anything back of a length, as you say. It's one of his massive strengths, his height and power. And I don't even think he's timed that, and it's raced away, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, to get a bouncer to trouble Matthew Revis, it's got to be quick, and it's got to be in and around that armpit height. And because he's a tall man, it's not an easy skill to execute. That was up around sort of the belly button area, pretty comfortable for him. Revis this time will get 1 out to deep cover. He moves on to a runnable 33, and you sense is very key in this Yorkshire operation. It's funny in relation to what you mentioned about the batting, because James Wharton actually said in the build-up to this competition, he said, we've got a very strong team, we've got a really strong batting lineup. There's going to be some very unhappy people, I reckon, which is obviously a good thing. There's going to be, and he was talking specifically about batters, because that quartet, of which Noah Kelly alongside is one I've named, are predominantly known for their batting, albeit Denison handy with his leggies too. Just guided away by Hill. You'd think primarily he's just going to try and give Revis as much of the strike as possible.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, settled into a nice length to the new batter, Theed, and that one just hitting that fullish mark. And yeah, Hill just getting off strike, giving Rev the strike, getting into his innings. Get a sense of you want to get used to the pitch at the other end as well. But it's massive in this middle 20 overs until the last 10 of getting off strike, rotating, and as Rev's just shown, putting away anything slightly wayward.
Nicely guided down the ground, wants the quick single, Revis. Such a tall, imposing figure. When he takes those quick singles, 86 for 4 of 20, it looks like it, particularly by the time he's come down the wicket and punched that drive, batting out of his crease, it looks like it is a matter of 3 or 4 steps to get to the other end. It's not obviously literally 3 or 4 steps, but...
Oh, he's a bowler's nightmare. He's so tall, you can't bump him unless you properly dig it in. And you have to be that touch fuller to him that touch shorter to him, because he latches onto anything that might just be a good ball for someone else. A bit like Crawley, I guess, the way he sort of climbs into the drives and pulls anything back of a length. It's a very imposing figure. As we see a change of pace with Jack Leach coming into the attack now.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. Leach on from the City end. He was not involved in the game against Lancashire. It's partially because there's a sense from Somerset about wanting to blood their young spinners of Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworthy. But I wonder whether just seeing that Moriarty and Bess had a bit of joy in terms of slowing that Yorkshire run rate, that Lancashire run rate on Tuesday, that's influenced Leach coming back into the side here. Horse is a name that will be well known to many of you watching at home, predominantly for his work with the Whites on. This is only his 29th List A career game. The majority of those have come in this competition in the last few seasons. Left arm twirler, believed by many to be the best spinner in England. Revis gets 1 down to long on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a used pitch, having played on it on Tuesday, so you'd expect a hint of turn here. He's also probably got a bit of a holding role as well. If we're looking to rotate seamers from the other end, then he'll probably bowl tight to the stumps, keep all dismissals in play. And I mean, if they want wickets, obviously, but if he can just contain this run rate and force them to take risk against the other bowlers, then he'll be doing a good job for Somerset. And as you say, there's a lot of spinners in this side.
It's a little wider of the crease that time, and Hill's just working it away for 1. For those somehow unfamiliar with Jack Leach, who's a bit of a cult figure in English cricket, I think it's fair to say, but it's always people new to the game on a live stream. Played 39 tests for his country, and he's a Somerset legend, no doubt about that. So this time he's cut away by Revis. Run of singles here to start the over.
Yeah, he's a terrific operator, Jack Leach, and as I say, he'll just be looking to start these on the stumps. If it spins, you've got your slip in play, and if it doesn't, you're keeping an LBW in bold. But nice rotate strike so far.
Hill just guides that straight to extra cover. Leach is worth mentioning as well, has done all of this while being diagnosed with Crohn's when he was 14. It's a really debilitating illness as Hill comes down the track and gets it to long off for one. To go and have the career that he's had is simply remarkable from Jack Leach. I know he's done a huge amount of fundraising and working with charities on that as well, as raising awareness of it. Only adds to what has been a remarkable story and almost a test match centurion once upon a time against Ireland. Starting this over with a period of both sides feeling each other out almost. A series of singles, 91 for 4 off 21, 6 singles.
Correct, and I think that is probably the way that these two will go about it. He's obviously going to be one of their stronger bowlers. He's going to be the tightest. So you can just knock him around, pick off a few bad balls if they do present themselves. Obviously, Hilly used his feet there, trying to get him off his length early. Ball after, he slightly back of a length of Rev to allow him to go on the back foot and rock a single. So, these two are very, very competent against spin. So, as you say, just feeling each other out, see if there's any spin, see if it's spinning from quick, see it's spinning from slow, changing his pace as the Eden continues from the rugby end.
1 for 25 off 4. 13 off his first over, but he's been very good since then, James Feedham. Short whipped away for at least 1 for Revis, and 1 is all it will be. We mentioned his dad, Matt, who played for Somerset in 1999. And it's not far off then since Yorkshire last won a limited overs trophy, 2002, Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy. Anthony McGrath this week brought his medal into the group, just to give them a sense of that history, what they're playing for, what's at stake. Back then, it's so long ago that it wasn't a white ball trophy because it was still played with a red ball. It gives you a sense of how long ago it was. It's pulled away by Hill for 1. Oh, well, it should have been 1, maybe 2. It will be 4. And some jeers of delight from the home fans. A moment to forget for Archie Vaughan.
I'm going to say he's lucky to have misfielded that there as opposed to in front of the hospitality tent, because I'm not sure he'd have got as warm a reception down there. I think that was the intent of the running as well. They set off looking for 2, and it's caused a misfield, and we got 4 from it, so it's good intent from these two lads.
Yeah, it's a good point. They were already turning and scampering and intent on the second, and that can induce a fielder to make an error they might otherwise not. This time it will be 2, as it's stopped cleanly on that occasion by Jack Leach coming around to his right. Form was almost in line to meet him. Of course, that a name that has plenty of resemblance around Yorkshire, what with being the son of England and Yorkshire batter Michael Vaughan, who was part of that side in 2002, the last Yorkshire side to win a limited overs trophy, beating Somerset in the final. A ball shot this time straight at mid-wicket. Yorkshire winners by 6 wickets with 2 overs to spare. Under captain Richard Blakey, Matthew Hoggard took a 5 Matthew Elliott hit 128, and Anthony McGrath, now head coach, at 46 not out. Yorkshire in a bit of trouble at 19 for 2. But Elliott dug them out of it. The likes of Craig White, Chris Silverwood and Ryan Sidebottom in that team. Somerset legends Andy Caddick and Ian Blackwell part of their 11. Peter Bowler made 67 and Richard Johnson picked up 3 wickets.
What a team that is. What a Yorkshire team that is. Absolute golden era.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was around that time, just before that 2002 triumph where they picked up the championship for the first time in a little while. I think it's fair to say since then, though, that it's been Somerset when it's come to white ball competitions. You've had a bit more to shout about, be it still chasing that elusive championship title. I think Comes so close so often. Feed him this time.
Nice
Gaines
length.
finding a really good area here. Being admired by Yorkshire 2's batter Noah Kelly alongside. A few more thoughts from Noah on what he's seen so far. 98 for 4 off 22, and then he'll be joined by the excellent Aaron Vance.
Jack Leach is continuing again. Since he's going to settle into a bit of a longer spell here, as I say, a bit more of a containing role for him today. As I think Theda might be changing and they might rotate some seams from this rugby stand end, but Green just having a chat with Leach here about what to do with the field. First over 5 from it, and he's brought out a slip, it looks like. And they're going to go into 2 covers yet. So just sort of affirming that what Leach's role today is just going to be a bit more of a holding role. We know how quickly this ground can race away from you if you don't keep the run rate down. So I think he's just going to look to try and bowl slightly wider and put a little bit more pressure and make that single a little bit harder to get.
Well, let's see, Noah. Let's see. Here is Leach then from the city end, bowling up first to Matt Revis.
Slightly slower that first one, a little bit of spin, be encouraging Jack. And I'm sure the rest of the spinners on the team, as well as Mozza and Bessie, are waiting to go in the second half.
Revis just steps into that one. Yeah, talking of those spin options for Somerset, Josh Thomas being one of them. Left arm finger spin. Imagine we'll see him in these middle overs as well. Always nice to see Jack Leach, though, in a Somerset shirt. Bowling here to Revis. Just slashes that one out towards deep point. Will they turn 1 into 2? Well,
That looked tight to me.
it did look a little bit close, didn't it? Already seen 1 run out today. Will Luxton, the man to depart on that occasion, but the 100 does come up for Yorkshire here in the 23rd over. The home side 100 for 4 as we just see the replay there.
Might have been in a bit of trouble there, I think, Rev, if the catch was taken cleanly. But again, it's good intent. Getting 2 runs out of something that maybe wouldn't have been in the first place. He lives to fight another day, which is all you can ask.
Certainly is. We'll talk about that intent as well in due course. Because that is something which myself and Michael, we've spoken a lot about on the broadcasts. The running between the wickets. It does apply pressure, doesn't it, onto the opposition. It's an easy win for a batting side. As Revis again just steps into that one and works it away towards deep point. Is that something which is spoken a lot about as a unit in terms of applying that pressure with the running between the wickets?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was very key early on when we were 3 down for nothing, and you want to get off strike, you want to apply some pressure, as you say. Unfortunately, we did lose a wicket because of it, but that intent was very clear. Especially if you've got the left-hand, right-hand likes of Beanie when he's batting with the middle order, Lythy, even Imam when he was playing. Just gets the fielders having to move positions, going from cover to cover, and again, it just throws the ball off the lines.
Certainly does. Just disrupts the rhythm a little bit, doesn't it? As we see the end of the 23rd over. Yorkshire 101 for 4. Revis on 41. George Hill out there on 13 from 18 deliveries. And we'll have a change of bowling from the rugby ground end. We'll see Casey Aldridge come on to bowl here for his 5th over. None for 20 from his first 4, including a couple of wides. A couple of wickets, that is, not a couple of wides. 2 wickets to Casey's name. 1 to James Theedham. Bowling here first to Matt Revis, who confidently punches that through the covers for 1 run, fielded by the aforementioned Josh Thomas.
I mean, even there, there probably was never going to be a 2 unless it was a misfield, but the way that Rev set off straight away and shouted, like, looking 2-2-2, and obviously turns him back, but it's just that intent, puts the fielders on edge. Thomas, I'm sure, to be taking a few yards in, making sure no one takes 2 to him. And if you do hit it well, it could go past him for 4.
Here is Aldridge again. Well, this one strays down the leg side. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Just needs to tighten up the line slightly there. There's Aldridge trying to bring those stumps into play.
There's a bit of a cost breeze coming across. Must be hard to hold your action. Obviously, saying that as a top order batter, I'm sure it is difficult. you got to be steady at the crease, haven't you, to keep the ball in a straight line.
Well, there again, just hasn't got the radar so far as Casey Aldridge. Spoke there about the wides. That's now 4 already bowled by him today. Just looking at the rest of the Somerset bowlers. Needham's bowled the 1. None for Leach, none for Green, none for Ball, but wickets being shared around. Ball 1 for 21, Green 1 for 20, Needham 1 for 32, and of course the run out of Will Luxton early doors as that's better, just tightens up the radar.
That's the spot on this wicket. About 4 to 6 metre length, sort of hitting top of the bails, making it hard for the batter to use any width or any waywardness to get it past the infield. Just how many times can you hammer that spot, build a bit of pressure and maybe force a shot out of one of these two? But, you know, as a Yorkshire fan, you just want to see these two sort of, you know, negotiate this, get through to the last 10 and see if we can fire some runs home.
Oh, that one attempted swing of the bat from George Hill.
Possibly a slower ball, that one. Just rolled his fingers over it. Hilly slightly early on the shot.
Yeah, just a little bit of conversation being had between the two Yorkshire players. It is so important, isn't it, to build that foundation. Of course, we're not even halfway through the innings at this stage. 50 overs is a long time. It's that one uppish, out of catch it. Aldridge put out the left mitt. And in the end, the stumps well wide of the mark.
It's great running again. Great running again. There's a shies of catch. I guess he's not a small bloke, is he? No. He's got some wingspan to be able to get to that. Just defeats him and just caught mid-off slightly on the ring. And Hilly gets down the other end and again just transfers that pressure. You know, playing a miss, gets off strike next ball and forces Casey to change.
That one, an assertive slap out towards deep cover point. Single out towards Josh Thomas. So Aldridge just gets back to his mark.
Saying earlier, so powerful, Revis set up. Doesn't really move his feet massively. Obviously he's a big lad. Plays on top of the bounce so well. And just dismisses anything slightly wayward of length.
That one down the leg side, just helped along its way down towards deep fine leg, and that will be a single to round out the 24th over. So we will have a change in the comms box. We'll say a very fond farewell to Noah Kelly. We thank him for his time and his insight as well into the group. And coming on in his place, you'll hear the wise words of the Yorkshire president and fan favourite here on the Yorkshire live stream. It is, of course, Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, how are we?
Well, I feel very honoured to replace the young superstar and the ever-present David Bumble. So it's Lloyd. So it's nice to be back here. I'm very well, thank you. It's looking slightly better than when I left it.
Yes, it certainly is. Yeah, that early wobble as Leach continues his spell here from the city end. Nice shot there from George Hill. This is what Yorkshire need, though, isn't it? A passage of rebuild. Revis has looked very good for his 43 runs, going at a decent click.
Yeah, and you know, I've been sitting near people going, "Oh, you know, it's too many dot balls," you know, and I'm like, at this stage, it's okay because you don't want to lose any more wickets. I totally appreciate that. You need to limit the dot balls, and that's a lovely example of how to play it, but with safety. Just work it into the onside there for 2 runs, you know, but you don't have to keep going for flamboyant shots, and you don't have to try and hit every ball for 4. But what you've got to do is look for the gaps and just push it into the gaps, rotate the strike even.
On slightly glanced down off the edge, it's racing down towards that marquee. And it will end up being 4 runs.
I'm not sure that's where I expected it to be placed. I think that was more of a missed shot, really, from Matthew Revis. But very safe, no slip in place, so it's a very easy runs down there, but not one that you would aim to play as a regular.
No, certainly not. Leach bowls here to Revis, rocks onto the back foot, works it out towards deep points, and that will be a richly deserved 50 for Matt Revis. He continues his outstanding start to the 2025 Metro Bank One Day Cup. Scored a career best 69 from 33 against Northamptonshire, 41 outs in the Roses match here on Tuesday. He's currently unbeaten on 50 from 49 deliveries. Well batted, Matt Revis.
Yeah, another great innings from Matthew Revis, and he's shown over the last probably 8 games of mixture of county championships and one-day cups, just how invaluable he is to that Yorkshire batting lineup. He's just showing that he's becoming Mr. Reliable, which is something that players like to be known as reliable, that they can cash in some runs with somebody who can just go out there and just work the ball around. I think it really does help that he's 6'6", 6'7", and has a very good step towards the ball. Puts his weight towards the ball, and he hits it firmly, middle of the bat, straight down the ground, and playing well at this moment in time.
He most certainly is. Yorkshire 115 for 4 then, as the players take a well-earned drink here on what is a rather hot day at Clifton Park. So good to see another healthy crowd. I know that Michael touched upon it on commentary a little bit earlier on. We're around about the 3,000 mark, aren't we? Today it was 5,000 for the Roses match on Tuesday, but such a wonderful sight to see such a picturesque outground full of people enjoying the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's been a wonderful competition so far. We've seen some outstanding performances with bat and ball, especially from these two sides as well. Yorkshire, the current table toppers in Group B, and Somerset, a side with plenty of potential in all departments. This is what the One Day Cup is all about, isn't it, Jane? About people getting together, having a nice time and enjoying what is very nice weather.
Yeah, it is. It very much is. And, I travel a lot around the country, as you know, with various cricket. And, a lot of people will say to me, well, do you get many people to watch your county games? And I'm like, yeah, come and have a look. Because, there's a real atmosphere and there's a real buzz around county cricket, be that county championship or be that One Day Cup. And it's just wonderful to know that you can bring the game out to outgrounds and it be just as well supported by the public. The biggest problem Yorkshire have is it's such a massive county that if you don't take it out to the counties, to the county, then you don't meet the needs of your members, because not all the members live in and around West Yorkshire, around Leeds, which is obviously where Headingley is. And I know they look forward to the Scarborough festivals and going to Scarborough, and I know they look forward to coming to York as well, as we're seeing a replay of the wickets that have fallen this morning, and I know that from South Yorkshire, people often say to me, when are we bringing county cricket back to South Yorkshire? So, it's just massive as a county, with over 850 and 800 plus clubs, men's clubs, and 300 plus women's clubs. It's just like we've got to try and meet the needs of our members.
Certainly do. And yeah, we had that conversation the other day about the sheer number of clubs in Yorkshire. It really is staggering. I came on the train from Sheffield today up to York. Lovely route, by the way, takes you through some very picturesque scenery, but you just see cricket clubs dotted all over the place. And of course, we saw on Tuesday, while a Roses match was taking place here, Clifton Alliance were playing on the second pitch at Clifton Park. It was really, really good to see. It was Casey Aldridge, bowls here to Matt Revis. Starts off well, bangs it a little bit shorter into the surface, but it is the lifeblood of the game. The players that we're seeing here, not just from a Yorkshire perspective, the club circuit down in the West Country, Somerset, Gloucestershire, Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, for example, all of those places, without club cricket, we don't have the county game. It's as simple as that. As Aldridge bowls into Revis.
Yeah, and I've said that many times that we need to value our clubs, because without the clubs then we don't have the players. You know, every little Harry Brook grew up at some stage in a club environment, and without those clubs encouraging and inspiring those young players, they don't go on to be England's white ball captain. You know, it's quite simple and quite straightforward.
Little drop and run there on the offside as there's a shot at the stumps from Lewis Goldsworthy.
And that's one of the things I was talking about earlier, is that you can defend but just drop it into areas where there's no fielder, and then the intent is there's a run there, an easy run which was taken, and you don't always have to be looking for big shots to actually keep the score rotating, and that's all they need to do at this stage.
Clever shot there from Revis just to whip it down towards deep backward square leg. Another single taken.
Yeah, and the two fielders out there have had a bit of a rough time of late, haven't they? You know, one misfield and suddenly the crowd gets on your back, I'm afraid. That's the nature of friendly cricket crowds and the banter that goes on. If you misfield, you'll expect some banter coming in.
Aldridge here to Hill. Latest shot just goes out towards deep square for a single. And that is the beauty of outground cricket, of course. It's the fact that everybody is pretty close to the action, aren't they? We've seen it today. I mean, there's a nice bit of content on the Yorkshire Instagram page, courtesy of Matt's, one of our social media execs. But it took 10 minutes for the ring of chairs around the field to be full. Ooh, well, half a peel there from James Rue. I don't think there was any connection of the bat of Revis, but that will be the end of over number 26. Yorkshire 119 for 4. Casey Aldridge has those figures of none for 30 from his 6.
Yeah, and you talk about the 10 minutes for the chairs to be full. I arrived at 25 to 10 this morning, which I thought, well, that's quite early for just after 9:30 for an 11 o'clock start game. And I was amazed to see how many people were in the ground already. And, you just think county cricket is alive and well, and we just need to be aware that it is alive and well, because I think people think it's not there, but it is.
Jack Leach bowling here to Hill. Shuffles down the track and just flat bats it to short cover for no run.
Yeah, nice move with his feet there, George Hill, and that's what you need as a young batter.
And just steps into that defence. Just speaking of the heartbeat as well of the competition, we do have to give tremendous plaudits to Somerset as a club. They've really championed the One Day Cup in recent years. Leach bowls that a tad bit fuller. And of course we've seen that in Taunton. The crowds have been absolutely marvellous, as is often the case across competitions. Somerset, one of the best supported teams in the county circuits. Hill rocks onto the back foot, lovely shot. Will be at least 2 runs, if not 4. Tumbling stop out there at deep point, and indeed it will be 2 runs in the end. But when it comes to the One Day Cup, it's one thing you can guarantee at the county ground, and that is plenty of faces in those stands and plenty of people enjoying 50 over cricket.
Yes, and in fact, just looking at this team that are representing Somerset today and representing Yorkshire, I saw a lot of them playing the second 11 final at Wormsley last year. So it's quite nice to see both teams still got a number of those young players in, now progressing up to the first 11s.
It certainly is, as Jack Leach finishes off his 4th over of the encounter. Yorkshire 121 for 4 after 27. The partnership almost touching 50 runs. It's 49 between these two at the moment. The White Rose a little bit earlier on was 72 for 4. So a good job being done between Revis and George Hill.
Yeah, and they just need to keep building it now. Yorkshire will need 250 minimum to be able to give themselves something to bowl at on this pitch, and they'll be looking to try and keep doing that. If they can maintain the scoring rate as well as the wickets, then they've got a chance to just boost that with Revis with his big hitting, and we've still got young Duke and Best come in, both of whom know how to wield a cricket bat.
Well, here is Tom Lammonby for the first time at Clifton Park today.
He was warming up earlier, you know. I think he wanted to bowl much earlier, but hasn't had that opportunity, so he'll be pleased that he's eventually got the captain's eye and please can I have a go. So it's funny the things players do to try and catch the eye of the skipper, really, to have a bowl.
Lovely looking shot that from Revis. Bit of a misfield down at mid-off from the debutant, James Theedham. He's come back very nicely as well. I know that Michael mentioned it on commentary a little bit earlier on, but that first wicket will give him plenty of confidence as we see the 50 partnership come up between these two. Really has been a valuable stand after what was an early wobble for the home side. That one just muscled out through the covers, out towards Josh Thomas will be another single. And I also spoke with Noah Kelly a little bit earlier on about intent Jane, and I know that's been a word which has been thrown around a lot, both here in the commentary box and of course in the group. That is so important though, isn't it? In 50 over cricket, when you've got so many deliveries, you've got 300 legal ones from which to build your innings around.
Yeah, it is. It's really important because you're trying to wrestle the ascendancy from the opposition, and if you just sit back and just dot ball everything, then you let the intent go on to the bowling, to the fielding team, and ideally you want to wrestle that back. So just by rotating the strike, just by taking runs when they come, that starts to bring back the intent into your group.
That one short and hammered away out towards deep square leg by Revis, another single for the Yorkshire all-rounder. And we saw that arguably the other day, didn't we, in the Roses match. Lancashire got off to a lightning fast start. Michael Jones scoring that absolutely sensational century. But then it was from about overs 24 to 38. Everything slowed down. That one just worked out towards forward square leg. Should be 2 runs there. Hill and Revis, good bit of communication. Turns the one into 2, but they got bogged down, and it comes down to those 2 words, strike rotation.
Yes, it does. You've hit the nail on the head there, and also it's interesting to know, or the teams to know, whether the intent's on their side or on the opposition's, and because I was watching on stream the Lancashire game, and I could see some people getting frustrated with the strike rate of Yorkshire when they were chasing. But you sort of know that Imam knew he had it under control and that he would accelerate at the right time, and he did. You can't fault somebody who scores 100 once more. Mr. Bumble back down with the crowds. Man of the people.
Certainly is. Was a pleasure to have him on commentary alongside Michael McCann a little bit earlier on. Jack Leach continues his spell from the City ends. Been a pretty tidy start for the England man. None for 18 from his first 4. Concedes a single off the first one of his 5th over. Make that back-to-back singles, or at least it should be. Josh Thomas will do the fielding on that occasion, and just nice to see Jack Leach playing for Somerset, isn't it? Of course, a mainstay of the club, especially in red ball cricket. Really has been useful in the One Day Cup in recent seasons as well.
Yeah, I think so often, we think of the One Day Cup as a very much a development, see the youngsters, see them coming through. But actually, it's lovely to have that depth of experience there, which can help those youngsters learn how to play the game.
Oh, another misfield there from young James Theedham. might actually turn into 2 runs. Indeed it will be. Good game awareness there from Matt Revis. He was the one who made the call and converts it into 2.
Yeah, and the running between wickets, apart from Luxton this morning, has been very good from Yorkshire in this one-day cup. He's fumbling a little bit, isn't he? He's a little bit nervous out there, I think. He's just snatching at the ball in the field.
Certainly deserves his chance, though, does James Theedham. Very talented young cricketer as Jack Leach rounds out his 5th over. Yorkshire 132 for 4 after 29 here at the resplendent York Cricket Club. It was great to have the secretary Nick Kay on the other day. He had a nice chat with Michael and basically just told us what goes into the planning, the preparation. So many people need to be thanked for all of their hard work. It's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it, that it's the final one-day cup game here.
Yeah, it's been a great venue for us this season, and I've enjoyed coming to York Cricket Club. They're always so helpful. Nothing is too much trouble.
Tom Lammonby continues from the rugby ground ends, tickled down towards deep fine leg for a single. You could see the approach there from Revis. Took a couple of steps down, looks to get a second run but can't do so.
Yeah, big inside edge there really that ran down to a fine leg, and interesting that he appears to be trying to charge him here. George Hill facing this time though.
Nice height that, wasn't it, for George Hill, just to shovel it out towards deep square leg.
Yeah, I think he keeps sideways quite long, which is a really good trait as a batter. And then as it climbs on him, he could see that it was coming to cramp him a little bit. So he's able then to open his shoulders round and just work it round onto the onside. But the key is keep sideways as long as possible.
Lammonby bowls here to Revis. Can't quite beat the fielding effort there of Lewis Goldsworthy. Of course, he will have a big role to play today. Spoke about those spin options. We could see him in that capacity and also batting in the top order. Potentially carded in at 3 as per the team sheet today. And of course, James Rew and Thomas Rew in at 4 and 5. Revis, nice drop and run into the offside, keeps that scoreboard motoring along. Partnership continues to build as well. It was a very, very tricky start for Yorkshire today, and Jane, in terms of the character shown by these two, especially given those first 3 matches, when at times it was just plain sailing, wasn't it? Imam racking up run after run after run. Touch upon that after this ball from Lammonby.
Yeah, it's been good for Yorkshire from the first 3 games, just to see those runs racking up. But I think this game will be one where they probably learn as much, if not more, about the team as a whole.
Yeah, it's a test of character, isn't it? Against a strong Somerset side. Of course, Jack Leach prodding and probing with his lengths and variations of pace and drift. Really nice challenge here for the Yorkshire middle order. And of course, Jake Ball, Casey Aldridge, Ben Green's had a great season on loan for Leicestershire. Also a fine white ball cricketer, as he's shown in the T20 blast of seasons gone by. And it will be Jack Leach to continue here for his 6th over, bowling to George Hill. And Hill, again, cannot beat Goldsworthy. Really good effort, that.
Yeah, no, great fielding there, because I thought that one was probably destined for the boundary, but good fielding by Goldsworthy.
Hill this time smacks that one. There's empty space out towards that onside. And that is 4 runs, a full-blooded shot from the Yorkshire all-rounder.
Yeah, picks that one up really well. This time went a bit more aerially and just found that space.
That right there is sensible cricket. You get your boundary, you don't allow yourself to just stay at the crease for a couple of dot balls, immediately gets the single, puts Revis back on strike.
Yeah, we'd normally say that's really good cricket, you know, the idea that you do hit the boundary, but then you hit a single the next ball.
There you go, some more rotation being offered here by Matt Revis, who really is having the summer of his life. I know that we've spoken predominantly about white ball cricket, but in the county championship, I mean, every single thing he touches is turning to gold at the moment. So Hill just clips that away down towards Josh Thomas for a single, and it's good to see, isn't it, Jane, because his potential has been there for a long time.
Yes, it is, and you know, it's lovely to see it starting to come to fruition, and a massive number of runs scored in the last few games. And he's starting to command the sort of authority that he's got the capacity to bat with. You know, he is an imposing figure, and now he's starting to get those runs as well. It's very imposing at the crease, and I'm sure there are a number of opposition that are fearful of Matt Revis coming out to bat. As an uncapped player, he's broken a record of 300, wasn't it?
Yep.
You know, and it's just fantastic to see.
Yeah, first player since the 1940s for this storied club. Just get some shots there of Ben Code peering through the binoculars. Will be Tom Lammonby to continue from the rugby ground end. On to bowl for his third over. And Revis straight away looking for the positive option, gets a single off the very first ball of the over, and that's what has stood out to me the most about this season from Matt Revis, because as Maroof Khan, our colleague, has mentioned a lot of times, he has got that nickname of Tonka because he's renowned for smashing boundaries, big fours, colossal sixes. That would be bowls here to George Hill. He deft touched that from Hill, but that's the facet of his game which I've looked at this season, and I've gone, you know what, he's really worked on that. It's the shots where he steps into it, just guides it down the V, so straight down towards long gone. Of course, on the pull shot, he's still going to take that more aggressive option, but it's the game around that. It's all well and good having those power shots, but it's also mixing in the intelligence, the cricket IQ alongside it.
Yeah, and the great thing is that, you know, he will now have seen Imam come in and do exactly that. The fact that he doesn't rush, but he does rotate the strike quite well. And I'm hoping that the young players are learning a lot from seeing that experience, and how you can still build and still accelerate and still score one a ball at least throughout the one-day game.
That one is short, just helped around the corner there by Matt Revis. First run is taken easily, won't be two.
No, but there wasn't two, but I like the fact that they ran the first one very quickly and both turned to see if there was two available there.
Something else just to mention, doesn't feel like too long ago we were talking about Yorkshire bringing up the 100. Home side now 148 for 4. As Revis makes the call and will be richly applauded by the spectators at Clifton Park.
And there's just a really good judge of the fact that there was a single there, you know, and often when you're not playing with intent, they're the ones that disappear without, it'll be a dot ball because neither of the batters are looking for a single there.
Nice firm push down the grounds. Will be an attempt at the stumps there from the debutant Thiedem, and that will be the end of Tom Lammonby's third over as Yorkshire reach 150 for 4 in the sun-drenched setting of York Cricket Club. Splendid day, and as we were touching on earlier, a very friendly and amiable club.
Yeah, and with 18 overs left to go, you'd be hoping to get well over 250 now. You'd be looking to push that on, and I'm not sure we would have said that earlier on in the piece. When there was 3-4 wickets down for not very many, you're starting to think, crikey, will we get 100? That's how a spectator would feel. Will we get 100 here? And these two have built it nicely. They've taken us almost to a 75. They've almost doubled the score for this wicket, which is, fantastic. If each of the wicket partnerships from now on can start to get their 30, 40 partnerships, then that would be a great asset. As a wide starts that, the 33rd over.
Yeah, Aldridge is to bowl from the City end. Really has been a splendid partnership, this. Of course, still batting to come in the form of Harry Duke and Dom Bess. Revis turns down the single, wisely so.
Yeah, and that was good batting there because he saw that it had gone firmly to mid-on and there wasn't a run there. So he sent George Hill back.
That one's short and whacked away. Has it been stopped? Yes, it has. Brilliant work out there on the boundary. Should be 2 runs though, indeed it is. Matt Revis scampers back for the second.
Yeah, very well fielded there on the boundary, just in front of that marquee where there's, I believe, about 800 people going to be enjoying hospitality in the interval.
Aldridge dives forwards towards that one. Tries to get the palms on it, can't do so. Deflects it down towards Tom Lammonby instead. Yorkshire remain 153 for 4, and recently announced that Casey Aldridge is making what was that previous loan spell at Durham permanent. He's joining the northeastern side ahead of the 2026 season. Would love to make a real positive impact in this year's One-Day Cup, and of course in the Championship as well, as that one is flayed away down towards deep backward point. Will be 2 more runs, and again some very sharp running between Revis and Hill.
I mean, it does help that you only need about 4 or 5 strides to get down there, but at the same time, the intent with which he set off on that first run, turned and set off back before he'd even picked up the ball, has got to pay dividends for Yorkshire at this stage.
Well, that one just squared up Revis slightly. In the end, the dive from George Hill soaring comfortably home.
Yeah, and yet again, the intent, the ball is not far from the stumps, and yet there's an easy-ish single with a bit of effort from George Hill, making sure that he's not going to get run out there. I think he actually stopped the ball in the end.
Our final delivery then of the 33rd over. Just a fine little dab down towards deep third. Will be fielded by James Thiedem, and that will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire 157 for 4. It's been exactly the rebuild that the home side needed. Revis on 70, George Hill on 36 from 44 deliveries. And in terms of what would be a competitive score from this point onwards, Jane. What do you think the White Rose would be hoping for with 17 overs still to go?
17 overs still to go, then I think you've got to be looking for 250 plus. I think if you get 250 plus, then you know your bowlers have got something to bowl at. You know, anything from now on is a bonus, because I don't think we thought we'd get this far. But at the same time, now you're in this position, you want to take it on. And with 17 overs, even if you get one a ball, that's over 100.
Here is Ben Green then. He returns from the rugby ground end, starts off with a dot ball against George Hill. I think a lot of that rests on this partnership though, doesn't it? Just almost sticking around for the next 5 to 7 overs, giving a little bit of licence for the final 10.
Yeah, definitely. But one a ball is 102 from 17 overs. So that's why I'm saying, well, that would be 259. You'd be happy with that.
Green here to Hill, bangs it into the pitch, and that one rifled away down towards deep square for 1 run.
But if this pair can stay here for the next 10 overs, anything's possible.
Certainly is, especially Matt Revis, as we saw in Northampton. That was absolutely brutal. 69, a career best from 33 deliveries. He turns down the single on that occasion, and it just felt like every single ball that Northamptonshire bowled, it was going to be at least 4. Not just 1 or 2, it was going to the fence.
Yeah, and I think if they do stay here for any length of time, then the crowd have definitely got to keep their wits about them, because it will be dispatched into the crowd many times.
And another simple push. Also, of course, for us in the commentary position, we haven't seen it, I don't think, in the men's game, but earlier on. You remember, Jane, it was us two on
Amy
commentary.
Campbell.
Yep.
We nearly got pinned.
Yeah, so everybody, especially for those tuning into the Vertu live stream, if you are in the ground, pay attention. The ball does travel at some velocity. There's that one, top edge over the top. Will take a few bounces down towards the Metro Bank advertising hoarding. And that will be 4 more runs. Yorkshire move on to 162 for 4, and Matt Revis goes on to 74 from 79. Not only is the substance and the significance of that 74 important, but it's the strike rate, 93.7. He's looked very assured and incredibly comfortable at the crease so far.
Yeah, and he's not finished yet. So although his strike rate is 93.7, there's a high possibility he'll finish with a strike rate over 100 if he keeps going as he is doing.
Again, another short ball there from Ben Green. Better place that from the Yorkshire rounder, and not for the first time today. That is a misfield from one of the Somerset cricketers. Moves Yorkshire on to 166 for 4 as we just see the replay on that. Far, far better connection, wasn't it, from Matt Revis?
Yes, and whilst it's not the Western Terrace, they're starting to behave like the Western Terrace out there, and really giving the fielder a little bit of friendly banter, as you say. A little bit of encouragement out there. A little bit of a partisan crowd will cheer it if there's a misfield.
I'll tell you what, though, I've seen quite a few people in Somerset shirts today, which is some going, I must say. Shout out to
good on them.
All of those who have made the journey up from the West Country. And also a massive thank you as well to everybody currently watching the Vertu live stream. Almost 13,000 people tuning into today's Metro Bank One Day Cup action. Of course, this is the only game taking place in the competition today, but it's wonderful to have your company. Great to see such healthy viewing figures as well for what is a great tournament, as Casey Aldridge is into his 8th over, bowling here from the city end.
George Hill just picks out the fielder at that short mid-wicket, and that's something that he'll get slightly frustrated with. He'll want to keep moving it away from that fielder, just dropping it, taking the single. I jokingly said to my twin sister who's here today, there's one to the keeper, Jill, if you and I are batting, because the keeper is quite a long way back because of the pace on the ball.
Oh, shouts of catch it. It was arrow straight from George Hill. They will turn it into another run. This partnership now, which at one stage we were saying was nearing the 50, is now approaching the 100. 95 now between Matt Revis and George Hill.
Yeah, and they've done a fantastic job from a Team Yorkshire perspective. They've really pulled them back into the game.
Oh, Revis just flashes that down towards backward point. Lewis Goldsworthy, it feels like we're mentioning him every over or two at this rate. He's been very active, hasn't he, the former Cornwall man?
Yeah, there's a couple of the Lammonby and Goldsworthy where the ball seems to be attracted to them wherever they are in the field, so they're doing a good job.
Just rises with the bounce, does Revis on that occasion. Flat bat set out towards the boundary as there's a few jeers there for Archie Vaughan.
I'm sure his dad will have warned him about the Yorkshire crowd, so I'm sure he'll be fine. And Revis really had to get on top of that ball. It showed a little bit of bounce, which will be encouraging the Yorkshire bowlers if they can see there's still some bounce in this wicket.
Oh, good tumbling stop that from young Tom Root. Excited to see him in action a little bit later. Really has been one of many breakthrough stars in this year's competition. I've got a little bit of an anecdote, but I might save that for when he's batting, courtesy of a good friend of mine, Harry Everett, down on the Somerset comms team. But that is the end of the 35th over. Somerset, well, they're just searching for a wicket here, aren't they? Yorkshire looking comfortable on 170 for 4. Partnership now stands at 98 between Matt Revis and George Hill. Revis on 81 from 83 and Hill on 38 from 49 as we see the York Cricket Club flag flutter.
Yeah, and certainly, you know, as a fielding team, when you've got a team at 72 for 4, you think we've just about got the door wide open here. And now to be at 174, that's quite deflating, or it can be deflating. So they'll just need to hang on now.
Green bowls here to Revis. That one hammered away through deep point. Thomas was in pursuit.
That brings up the 100 partnership. You know, it's 72 for 4 and now it's 174 for 4. So well played to Revis and Hill here for rebuilding this team score from what was very mediocre and very under par to something that is probably at the right stage now of the game, and just need to take that on now.
That one short and pulled straight to Tom Lammonby. And just as the partnership ticks over into 3 figures, Matt Revis takes on one shot too many. It's an unfortunate end to what has been an absolutely marvellous innings. He will be richly applauded off the grounds here at Clifton Park. It's a career best 85 for the Yorkshire all-rounder. And the White Rose now 174 for 5, but that really was a top-tier effort from Matt Revis. Comes from exactly 85 deliveries, includes 9 fours. Couldn't quite get any 6s today, but he's put his side in a far better position than the 72 for 4 that they found themselves a little bit earlier on. Well batted, Matt Revis.
Yeah, fantastic knock by Matt Revis, and you can see there he's a little bit frustrated as he throws his gloves down. But he has done a remarkable job there to help rebuild the Yorkshire score. And whilst he's disappointed with that shot, he should be pleased with his contribution with George Hill to rebuild the team score.
Yeah, a second wicket as well for Ben Green. Just has that knack, doesn't he? We've seen that across formats for Somerset County Cricket Club. You just bring him on, and he just has the ability to work his magic, break the partnership and bring his side back into the game. So That is the end of what was a very entertaining stand between Matt Revis and George Hill. Coming into the middle now will be Harry Duke.
Yeah, wicket-keeper bat, so certainly expect the unexpected, I think, sometimes is what I always think when Harry Duke goes out. You know, he will manoeuvre the ball and he will do things that you're probably not quite expecting.
Well, starts off defensively. I still think back to the first time he batted in T20 cricket, which, funnily enough, was this season. It wasn't his first appearance. It was the first time he had a chance to bat, that time against the Northamptonshire Steelbacks, and his pull shot straight away just springs to mind. Absolutely flew off the bat in towards the family stand. Here he is facing off against Ben Green.
And he's, we all know how chirpy he can be and how sort of bouncy. I don't know how to describe it really, but he's very much when he's in the fielding environment, he's the centre of everything that's going on, and he tries to bring that to his batting as well. He just needs to keep his head still for a little bit longer at times, but certainly a good team man.
There you go, gets off the mark.
And the mark of Yorkshire's season is that first run quick and turn to look for the second, which is exactly what Harry Duke did. There wasn't two there. There was never two there, but that's not the point. You run that first one quick and you turn, because you never know if there is going to be a misfield out there.
On slightly shorter from Green, pulled down towards mid-on for no run, and that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire 175 for 5 after 36. Ben Green, what a day he's having. 2 for 34 from his 8. And just to pick up on where we've left that point, Jane, as you said, it's not always a case of actually running the second, but you just sow the seeds of doubt into the mind of the fielding side, and it means that for a split second you might just see the eyes wander from the ball as they try to pick it up one-handed. Can just bring mistakes into the game, as we'll see a change of ends here for Tom Lammonby. Imagine he'll also be buzzing with a little bit more confidence, a bit more pep in the step after taking the catch to dismiss the dangerous Revis. But as you said, intense approach. It's something which Yorkshire, I'd say, has been characterised by in this year's One Day Cup so far.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As Harry Duke faces this next ball, turns it round to fine leg, and there's a single fielded quickly there, so no chance of that second run.
Just looking at the field there for Duke, was a little bit heavier on the onside. Of course, a little bit of a different one here for George Hill. Jake Ball is down at deep fine leg, so a little bit of protection there. Josh Thomas to our left down at deep backward square. A couple of fielders on the off boundary as well. That one banged in short by Lammonby.
And delicately placed down through the third man area there for a single.
Yeah, James Thiedem it is down there at deep third, fielding in front of the marquee. There's plenty of energy in that delivery. Does Tom Lammonby? There could be some buzzers here. Takes a bit of a bobble. Tom Roux tries to stop it, but his efforts eventually end up in conceding the boundary. Needless runs to be conceded there for the visitors, and at this stage, Jane, Yorkshire will take absolutely every single one of them.
Yeah, Harry Duke will be happy there with a 5 from one that shouldn't have possibly been a single. So they're just meeting in the middle of the pitch at the moment, debating who should be going to face the next ball, and it should be George Hill, because they completed one before the throw came in, and then it's the boundary after that.
Oh, genuine play and a miss there from George Hill. A few heads on there, just scouting around, seeing if there was any deviation off the edge. I don't think it caught anything there. Yeah, Hill on 39 from 52 deliveries. Duke on 7 from 5. We'll certainly take those extra runs.
Absolutely. You take those every day of the week. It's a bit like 5 wides. If a team wants to give you those extra runs, you'll receive them as that's played round to backward square for a single.
Yeah, nice release shot, isn't it, that for George Hill? Moves now into the 40s. Yorkshire 183 for 5.
Oh, and he's played on. Frustration beckons there for Harry Duke, who was jumped back to play the ball, but in the end just helped play it onto his own stumps.
And this is what we see so often, isn't it, in 50-over cricket, the ebbs and flows of this format. Yorkshire looking in an increasingly comfortable position. We spoke about 252, 270 being potentially on the cards when Revis and Hill were making things look very easy indeed. But now just a little bit of a wobble here for the home side. We're now falter down to 183 for 6. Harry Duke chopping onto his stumps. Tom Lammonby gets his first wicket of the game, 1 for 25 from his 4. And Dom Bess will enter the middle very shortly as we have a slight change here in the comms box. Dr. Jane Powell will depart, and on in her place will be a member of the Yorkshire squad, a very talented one as well, might I just say. It is, of course, the wonderful Noah Kelly.
Well, very kind of you to say. Good afternoon, everyone. The sun is now shining. Slightly unfortunate there for Dukey. Just chopped on trying to run it down. And yeah, 6 down, going 14 left. We said wickets in hand are key. So again, it's just about Bessie coming in more than capable with the bat. Just trying to build another partnership, I think.
100%. And of course, this is one of the almost side stories of the game. Dom Bess versus his former side.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have a warm reception out there. He's got some very good friends in this Somerset team. And I'm sure they'll be letting him know how much of a crucial knock he has to play here. I think he will want to get one over on a couple of his former teammates, I'm sure about that. Change of ball in this end?
Yep, there certainly is. Change of bowling from the rugby ground ends. It will be Jake Ball to come back into the mix.
Bowled wonderfully up top. Very disciplined, got the ball to talk.
Well, another slight misfield. Not for the first time we've said that today. This time from Casey Aldridge allows for Dom Bess to scarper through for the quick single.
Great intent from Hilly. First ball of his spell. Whacks it to mid-on and runs. Easy as that. It just shifts the energy when you start running like this. They've been excellent today, these lads. Pushing twos. As you say, Forney's had a bit of trouble down there at deep square with the crowd behind him. Letting a few go for 4. But again, it's just that intent as Bessie takes guard and ready to face his first ball.
Facing off here against Jake Ball. Let's see what the Yorkshire captain can pull off. Starts off with a dot ball there, just clips it to short mid-wicket for no run. And as a fielder, Noah, of course, I mean, I don't think I'm in any position to give fielding tips, but as a fielder, is that frustrating when you've got a side who constantly attack when it comes to just running between the wickets and looking to convert those 1s into 2s?
Oh, it's so frustrating. You just feel constantly on edge. You feel like, am I going to be the one to misfield the next one? Or, you know, especially on the boundary, you know, you want to be 10 yards in, stopping the 2s. But if you hit the ball well, it's going to go past you for 4 and you're going to get yourself in a bit of a pickle. The outfield does look beautiful today at York, I will say, so I don't think there's many to complain about bobbles or anything like that in the outfield.
No, it's immaculate.
Just wraps him on the thigh pad and he kicks it back to James Revis.
Well, I was just about to say that's all that Yorkshire needed at this point. Dom Bess getting out in unfortunate circumstances. So 184 for 6. Dom Bess will get off the mark on the 4th time of asking. Dom Bess is one of those cricketers, isn't he, Noah, that at this stage of a game he can be very, very useful.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a great knack of, as we've just seen there, getting off strike. First ball, hit it straight to mid-wicket, and he's adjusted to 2 balls later and got it for 1 at the vacant square leg. And we've seen he can be destructive towards the end of the innings if he times it right.
George Hill on that occasion almost flirts with a shot there, but will go behind, safely taken by James Rew, the Somerset captain, and that'll be the end of over number 38. Yorkshire 185 for 6, Hill on 41 from 55. The Yorkshire skipper Dom Bess against his former side, currently on 1 not out from 4 deliveries.
And Lammonby continuing from the rugby stand end. I think the key for these two here is the bowling wise, is just trying to hit the stumps. Keeping it in play, not giving any width, especially to Bessie. They'll probably want to bowl as many balls as they can at Bessie while he's in the infancy of his innings. Try and maybe frustrate Hilly, maybe play a shot in anger. I think as a fielding unit, if you're in the ring here, you've got to be so tight. Don't let Bessie get off strike. And obviously as Bessie's job, the flip of that is trying to get off strike, give Hilly the strike and get into his own innings. That's a lovely looking shot.
It is. That's a very aesthetically pleasing drive from Dom Bess for no run. And that's something we saw on Tuesday, wasn't it? In the Roses match, Lancashire got off to that barnstorming start and they just struggled to get Michael Jones consistently on strike, and the innings faltered as a result of that.
Yeah, and it's key as a fielding unit that you're switched on in that regard. So as I said, the ring have to be tight and don't let him get off strike.
Well, that one short, just helped along its way, and that will be a couple of bounces over the rope for 4. Dismissive from Dom Bess, and well, that is just bread and butter, isn't it, for a man of his calibre.
Massive strength of Bessie's off the back foot, and that angle with Lammonby coming round the wicket as a left armer sort of only had to help it on its way to split deep square and fine leg. Not really put too much into the shot, just sort of flicked it around the corner. Beautiful batting.
Lammonby will just have to get into his run-up. A little bit of a false start, and as you said, the control on that one from Dom Bess, because had he have tried to have gone full-blooded, the 2 fielders are in play for the top edge, and of course if he just flattened it down towards Josh Thomas. Beautiful delivery that from Lammonby, great response.
That is a lovely reply. It's probably going to be promising for the Yorkshire bowlers sat below us. The ball is obviously still moving. One-day cricket, there's a ball from each end, so in theory this ball's only 19 overs old. So it's still going to have a prominent seam. That one just looked to seam away from Bessie there, who just held the line and did well not to chase it and nick it. One of them who has a batter, you just nod your head and move on to the next one, yeah.
That one slightly down the leg side, and Dom Bess straight away tucks into it. 4 more runs, easy as you like.
Can't tell if that was a replay or not. Again, just slightly back of her length. It's just a flick of the wrist there. So he keeps his head still. Just got to be careful from this angle, Lammonby. If that was over the wicket, it'd probably be a bit hard of a shot against the angle, but round the wicket, again, Bessie just has to flick it. Watch the replay again. Deep in his crease, barely moves his feet, and it's easy pickings.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot from Dom Bess. Just carves it through extra cover. And as you can hear there, Archie Vaughan doing the fielding, getting quite a few pelters from the crowd here at Clifton Park today.
Poor Archie. He's only trying his best down there. He's not got any support from behind him. But again, yeah, a correction from Lammonby. Just gone fuller and slightly wider, and Bessie's taken 2. As he's having a little chat with James Rew behind the stumps. Not sure what's going on there, but they both got a smile on their face.
Final delivery of the over then. Lammonby to Bess, finishes it with a dot ball. So Yorkshire 195 for 6 after 39. Dom Bess, he's doing exactly what we mentioned, isn't he, Noah? 11 from 10, not getting bogged down, scoring those boundaries and acting as a very handy foil for George Hill.
Absolutely. Captain's knock. Hopefully another 11 overs to go. It's one of them grounds, it's so fast scoring. If you have these 4 wickets going into the last 5 or 6, you can take 50 off the last 5 if you get on a roll, and you can maybe take 1 over for 20 plus. That's probably what these two are thinking here. Just play as you would for the next 3 or 4 overs, and then maybe just accelerate in the last 5 or 6, see if you can get up to a defendable total.
Jake Ball bowls here to George Hill for no run, and that's something which I imagine the Somerset batting unit will be thinking about, because they will have seen those previous matches, of course the Roses game, and there was that ability to expand in the final, 5 to 10 overs, as you've just mentioned, for the likes of the Rue brothers, for Lammonby, for Goldsworthy. It's all a case of valuing your wicket early doors. So that one's short, and a great catch in the end from Casey Aldridge. Jake Ball gets another wicket. It's his second of the game here in the 8th over of his spell, and another wicket falls for Yorkshire. The home side 195 for 7. We just take a look at the replay here of this shot from George Hill. Sharp bounce, was there to be hit, just didn't quite get the connection that he would have hoped for.
No, sort of 6 stump line, just could not quite get his wrist round it to evade mid-on. He was probably trying to go over mid-wicket there, Hilly. And as you say, steep bounce. It's quite a nice bumper actually. Bit of a change-up. Using all his experience, Jake Ball, he's hit top of off a few times, test him out with a bumper, and unfortunately Hilly's got to depart after a nice 41.
It was a nice 41. Came when his side needed him the most. Comes from 57 deliveries, includes 3 fours, and just knocks it around very nicely indeed. Let's not forget that at one stage, Yorkshire were teetering in a very perilous position. 72 for 4. It's one of those starts which can go one of 2 ways, and thankfully for the home side, they have rebuilt nicely. But Somerset will feel on top here. Myself and Jane, we said around about 250 would be a good comeback for the hosts, but the way in which Green, Lammonby and Jake Ball now have bowled, it's just wrestled back some control, hasn't it, for the West Country outfit?
It absolutely has, and we spoke about it at the start of the game. It's that constant length, top of the stumps, and then obviously you see there the occasional bouncer, keeping the batsman honest. And Millsy's got a job to do here. Very more than capable with the bat, as we saw in Scoop and Josh Hull for 6. Was it 6? Just creep over the boundary, did it? Maybe 1 bounce 4.
It was close, wasn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely looking shot to start yourself off, Millsy. Climbs into a cover drive, and just what you want, that first ball, climb into a cover drive. Easy as that, isn't it?
Yeah, looks a simple game from our position, doesn't it? And then you go out there in the middle and, let's just say for some of us, Noah, doesn't quite pan out the same way. But these two have got a job to do. Of course, I think the onus will be on Dom Bess at this stage as not only the captain, but the more established batting option. He just flicks that around the corner towards deep fine leg for a single.
Yeah, we spoke about maybe going in the last 5 or 6. I think now 7 down, you're going to push that back to sort of 2 or 3 overs left, then you'd maybe start having a crack. But the key here is just batting out your 50 overs. You can't leave any overs in the tank. You know, the extras you might get from that. We've seen how quickly you can score if you get on a roll here. So if we can bat out these 11 overs.
Milnes just leans into that one again, tries to crunch it through the covers. No, I think that is very important. It really is, and a few sides have been a little bit guilty of that so far in the group stages, not batting out the 50 overs, because we have seen some relatively tight games at points where you think another 5-10 runs could have been the difference.
Nicely bowled again. Another good over for Jake Ball there. Just been a slow ball, that last one, just changing it up again, using his bouncer, using his slow ball. As we watch the replay of Hilly's wicket. And it just gets a bit big on him there, unfortunately, and couldn't quite evade mid-on or mid-wicket. As I think we're having a change of pace again, Jack Leach back into the attack. I think this is very smart actually from James Rew. You know what you're going to get with Jack Leach. He's going to bowl straight. He's going to extract some spin, and he's going to say, "Right, come on then. You're going to take me on, or what you going to do?" Could be a bit of cat and mouse here.
This is why, I mean, this is from a very personal perspective, but I love spin bowling because there is that cat and mouse element. The fact is, right now, there's about 50 different scenarios that can pan out. And of course, as the batting unit, you've almost got to refrain from going too hard too early. And of course, from Jack Leach's perspective, well, he's trying to think the opposite. He's trying to bait them out here into a bit of a false sense of security, maybe give it a little bit more flight, take the pace off, and just bring those dismissals into play as James Rew just marshals his field here.
Yeah, we're now into the final phase of the game, so you are allowed 5 men out of the ring, but he's chosen to keep mid-wicket in, and he's bringing mid-on up here as well. And as you say, this is going to be... It's not going to be bowling flat, I don't think. I think he's going to toss this up and ask Bessie to try and hit him over mid-wicket and mid-on as deep square drops back and long on comes up.
Here we go, Jack Leach against Dom Bess. The former teammates facing off against one another. And Bess straight away just paddles it around the corner. Chase on here for Jake Ball as Bess is very quick between the wickets, turns it into 2. Yorkshire approaching 200. It's a nice little shot, that, isn't it, from Dom Bess?
Yeah, it's one of Bessie's go-to actually, and you can see James Rew noticing that straight away, bringing short third round to 45. One of Bessie's biggest strengths is he uses pace against spin well. You know, he's very good at sweeping, reverse sweeping, so it'll be interesting to see if he does go to the reverse straight away here. But he's already forced a field change, so it's a great start from Bessie.
Certainly is. Well, there is the reverse, gets it over the top, and that will spiral away. It's very fast here at Clifton Park, and that is a superb way for Yorkshire to tick over to 203. Comes up in the 41st over, and Dom Bess there. Well, first 2 shots doing exactly what any good player of spin does, and that's disrupt the rhythm of your opposite number.
Very smart batting. You see the way he gets his head towards the ball there, doesn't lift his head, and just uses them wrists last minute to flick it over point. As we'll see from this angle, yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Bessie. He's forced the field change again. They've brought mid-wicket over, and they've sent long on, so now there's a massive gap in that leg side. Can we turn it in there and get 2?
Instead, he just muscles that down towards deep cover point. So we'll bring Matt Milnes on strike, and this will be the interesting thing. You can already see the chess pieces being moved about. Not the worst outcome, that, from a Somerset perspective.
No, obviously Bessie's put him under a bit of pressure and just dragged his length back. Leach in, he's managed to capitalise and get a single Bessie and bring Milnesy on strike. It's a nice delivery, nicely negotiated from Milnesy up to extra cover. I think it's going to be key for Milnesy here. Obviously, Bessie's going to look to be the aggressor, I think, against spin. So Milnesy's job sort of just knocking it around. Say that as he runs down. As he runs down, tries to get him off his length. I think and that shows us, you know, people have different plans against different spinners. You know, Bessie's more sweep, reverse sweep. Milnesy obviously wants to use his feet. Concludes the over. 204 for 7.
Certainly does, yeah. Jack Leach, none for 37 from his 7. He's still searching for that elusive wicket here at York Cricket Club, but well negotiated at the end by Matt Milnes. And yeah, it's different strokes for different folks, isn't it? And for Matt Milnes, he was looking to just shuffle down the track, just meet the pitch of the ball, and there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, absolutely not. It would just be a disruption thing. He's probably not going to try and whack him over the sight screen in that delivery. It's just about trying to make Jack get off his length. He's obviously, you know, got so much control. He's done it at the highest level at Test cricket. Got a great record for England. Obviously, Milnesy's not going to be scared of that. He's going to try and put his onus back onto the bowler, as we see as a bowling change from the rugby stand end. Tom Lamb will be back into the attack, having bowled from the City end previously. Again, using this round the wicket, probably going to try and cramp him up. Bessie here. Hopefully doesn't stray too much onto his thigh pad, as Bessie, as we've seen, will capitalise.
And that is the danger, isn't it? If he just overcorrects, will allow for some easy runs to be scored off the bat of Dom Best, currently on 19 from just 14 deliveries. And he's chipped that straight to Tom Root. Tom Lammonby has his seconds right at the start of his 6th over, and Dom Best, the Yorkshire captain, has to go. It was an enterprising 19, but his race is run, and Yorkshire now just beginning to falter a bit in these final few overs. The White Rose 204 for 8.
Yeah, let's see a replay on that one, whether he's tried to go over the top or maybe slightly leant back on it. I mean, credit to James Rue. You bring a new bowling change, and first wicket gets a wicket. You can't really ask for much more, can you?
No, you can't. It's inspired captaincy.
From a Somerset point of view, of course. As we watch the replay again. Yeah, just slightly early on it, Bessie. He's probably tried to go over the top, but smart catch as well. Not easy. Probably not expecting that first ball.
No, he is a tremendous fielder. Is young Thomas Root, the 17-year-old, younger brother of James, who is, of course, leading the side in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup, and stood behind the stumps with the gloves on as Dan Moriarty enters the middle here for Yorkshire. Some work to be done in these final few overs. It's what we were talking about, wasn't it, Noah, with regards to just getting through to the final, at least over or two, just take it as deep as possible, and just seeing a little sign of a wobble here for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's probably something we haven't had to deal with yet in the competition. We've had a really great run of having wickets in hand, so again, as cricket does, it throws you different challenges. So these two again are more than capable batters, and we know if we do bat these 9 overs out, we'll get to a respectable total as Mozza faces up. Again, the bowlers will be encouraged watching on. Milne's at non-strikers end. Cliffy's still waiting to bat. The ball's going to talk, and if we start well, take a few early wickets, we feel like we can defend anything. Lamby's in again.
That was a nice looking shot, wasn't it, from Moriarty? And yeah, it feels like it's that kind of total where that saying comes into it, doesn't it? Early wickets, but they are so crucial, and we saw even in this first innings as well, Somerset really putting Yorkshire under the pump a bit. It just puts in a little bit of doubt, doesn't it? Especially in a run chase, when you lose 2 or 3 early on, and you do have to get into that rebuild phase earlier than you would have hoped. Really can open the door for the defending side, as that one is short and just about dealt with by Dan Moriarty.
Yeah, just flicking that off himself there. Mozza getting off strike. And again, it's the same principles we've been talking about all day, is when you're coming into the crease, getting off strike, putting away anything loose if you can, but it's about keeping that scoreboard ticking. You don't want to let it stop. These two more than handy, even though they're batting at 9 and 10. Very capable down the lower orders. Milnes comes in.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Whistles down towards Josh Thomas, who will do the mopping up. In terms of the approach of these two, who do you think will be the aggressor between Matt Milnes and Dan Moriarty?
I think Milnesy will probably look to be a little bit more aggressive as the innings goes on. We obviously saw what he's capable of at that T20 game that I mentioned earlier. Looks very composed under pressure, Milnesy. Mozza slightly more conventional. As he plays and misses at that one, and it's another nice over for a Somerset. If you're a Somerset fan,
it is. It's very good from Tom Lammonby. Just concedes the 2 runs and gets the wicket of the Yorkshire captain. So the White Rose 206 for 8 has been a touch bit more expensive compared to some of the other options today. 6.2 runs per over. Of course, James Thiedham going at 6.4, but you look at the rest of the bowling attack. Jake Ball going at a touch over 3 runs and over in a 50-over contest. I mean, that is gold dust, isn't it?
He's been quality. We said it at the start, his length, his ability to extract all the movement out of the pitch, bringing the batsman forward. We always speak about that 6 to 8 metre length. 4 to 6 metre length, beg your pardon, and which is bringing the batsman forward, hitting the bails, and forcing them to play forward defensive shots.
Here is Leach to Milnes. That is a nice delivery. That's quintessential Jack Leach.
Yeah, slightly slower from Leachy there. Tends to spin more at York with that slight little bit of grip. He's got them men out. He's got the protection just to take the pace off here and really try and get this ball to spin.
It's a smart shot off the back foot there from Matt Milnes. Does keep the scoreboard moving along here. Really is a pleasure to watch Jack Leach, a master of his craft. You can see now again some more shuffling of the field. Nice bit of communication there between Leach and his captain Rue.
Left arm orthodox to left arm orthodox. This is the matchup we want, isn't it?
Absolutely.
See who can get one up on each other. I'm sure Moz will know exactly what Leachy's thinking. And I think Leachy, with his 1 nut out, he knows a bit about batting. Famous innings, of course, in the Ashes.
The greatest 1 nut out in history.
Greatest innings ever.
Yep.
Yeah, not afraid to say that.
Here he is bowling to Moriarty. And you can see there, this is something you'll see in cricket up and down the country. Spinner versus spinner. As you said, there is that element of, well, can you take down your opposite number?
You want that matchup, don't you? You want to go home and say, you got the better of your opposite number, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that just pushes and beats extra cover. Nice little rotational strike there from Mozza. Moves into it comfortably. Pushes it down to the long off and again brings Milnes back onto strike.
That's a really crunching shot from Matt Milnes. Should be cut off, indeed it will be. Bit of protection out there for Jack Leach, so the field placement coming into effect. And that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire 209 for 8. Jack Leach still looking for that first wicket. I think he's bowled nicely though, hasn't he, Noah?
He's done his job perfectly. I said earlier on air that, again, with the seamers being predominantly getting the most out of the pitch, that he'd be a bit more of a holding role. As I say, keeping the stumps in play, just trying to extract as many dot balls out of the batters as we can. As Jake Ball returns again, we spoke about him not long ago about that impressive 6-over spell at the start, and then he's obviously going to bowl another 2 overs here to finish his allotted 10.
We just see some shots there of the food available at York Cricket Club. 4 balls here to Matt Milnes. Yeah, just to touch upon that earlier salvo from Jake Ball, that delivery to get Adam Lyth was absolutely top notch, as followed it up with the wicket of George Hill, who was looking comfortable on his 41, but just shifted the momentum slightly, you'd say. It felt like Yorkshire were beginning to get a real firm foothold in this first 50. Ball here to Milnes once more, slightly strayed down the leg side there from the former Nottinghamshire man, but only 1 run conceded.
Smart bit of fielding there from Jack Leach, who actually does throw the ball right-handed. That caught me off guard then. Not going to lie to you, did not realise that. But it's a smart throw nonetheless.
He's a man of many talents.
Absolutely.
He's Jack Leach.
Absolutely.
Of course, from a Yorkshire perspective, you'll be hoping to see his batting talents later on with some early wickets. Let's wait and see. That's the beauty of 50-over cricket. This ball bowls here to Moriarty. Very stylish shot around the corner, that. Flamingo style, lifts the leg up and, yeah, keeps the scoreboard moving.
Looking shot that Moz, just turned it around the corner, get down the other end. Back-to-back singles from the Yorkshire boys. Again, it's that left hand, right hand. Just strayed slightly on the leg side there, and allows Mozza to get down the other end, keep the scoreboard moving.
Again, slightly too straight that from Jake Ball, allows for the easy clip off the hips for Matt Milnes. Yeah, these two doing a pretty decent job. And of course for Somerset, they'll just be hoping to wrap up the innings at this stage.
Always the hardest to get, the last two. It's that old saying, try and look for the wickets, whereas if you just keep bowling top of the stumps, hopefully you'll find them. You can't go searching.
Ball here to Moriarty. Well, it ballooned slightly, but there was no one in there. Then Green just picks up the ball, so only 1 run conceded there for Jake Ball. And when you speak of deliveries like that, one which immediately springs to mind, and this is very recent, was Jack White's one up at Scarborough against Ed Barnard. That was absolutely perfect.
Unplayable.
Yeah, bail
almost unplayable. Didn't it? One of them where you don't even realise it's bowled you.
No.
So it's silent wicket, just flicks the top of the bails off. Just what you speak about before you go out to bowl. That concludes the 44th over.
Certainly does. Yorkshire 214 for 8, so Matt Milnes on 7 and Dan Moriarty on 4 from 9. Also, massive thank you to everybody tuning in to our coverage here on the Vertu live stream. Nearly 14,000. It must be the Noah Kelly effect. You must know that you're joining us here on the...
They'll be tuning off soon.
Well, it's funny, actually.
Hearing me wittering on.
It's funny, I've been watching. It's been steadily ticking throughout the day. Clearly, I think a lot of Somerset fans will be tuning in as well.
They're waiting for the Milnes and Moriarty show to come up and hit some big dingers, I reckon.
Well, let's wait and see. And then, of course, at the end of this over, I'll make way for the wonderful Michael McCann. Jack Leach bowls here to Matt Milnes, slightly uppish. Spin of the ball takes it down towards deep backward points, and that will be 2 runs.
Yeah, slightly uppish, but pass point nonetheless. Great intent with the run in and then get back for 2. Nice start to the over for Milnesy there.
Well, that one up in the air. Casey Aldridge for a split second was interested, put in the tumble. Just didn't quite have the carry.
Yeah, just adjusted his line there, Leachy. Trying to bring the stumps into play. It's a big hit towards that mid-wicket boundary. Nicely bowled. Slightly slower, slightly straighter. Not giving any pace for Milnesy to work with there and trying to get off strike. Very experienced, obviously, Jack Leach.
Well, gets Milnes pushing forward on that one. I think the word is just metronomic from Jack Leach. Just tends to hang it in the same spot. Just with those little variations of flight and pace. Milnes rocks onto the back foot, punches that assertively through towards deep extra cover for a single where, as you can probably tell, Archie Vaughan is doing the fielding. Of course, we'll be seeing him in action with the bat in hands, well, a little bit later on.
Yeah, he's terrific. Played with Archie. When he used to play at Cheshire, we played for the Bunbury North team together. He's a hell of a player.
Most certainly is, as Jack Leach rounds out the over with a dot ball. So Yorkshire 217 for 8, and I know we've actually touched upon this a few times, the Bunbury Festival, Noah, just for those who are tuning in and maybe aren't quite familiar with what that festival is. What does the Bunbury actually entail?
Yeah, so it's an under-15 competition, and it's split off into North, Midlands, South West and London in the East, and it's basically just the best 13 cricketers from Durham, Yorkshire, Northumberland, Cheshire and Lancashire for the North team. And yeah, Archie at the time was playing for Cheshire before he moved down to Millfield School, and obviously kicked on with Somerset and is now an integral part of the team, really. Can open the batting middle order as well, and bowl some very good offers as well, which I'm surprised we haven't seen today.
That one played very smartly by Matt Milnes through the covers for 1. You've actually just mentioned that point, and it was something I was going to mention a couple of overs before. I thought we would have seen a bit of Archie Vaughan. He's a very handy option, isn't he, with the finger spin?
Oh yeah, very very handy option to have, especially with his batting as well. He came to the Bunbury actually as an opening batsman who bowled, and now it's probably fair to say he's a bit of a genuine all-rounder.
Oh, there is that Stylish flick attempted by Dan Moriarty again. Real flair and elegance in his batting, I'll tell you what. I know we haven't quite seen the connection. Still on 4 runs, but if he starts getting proper bat on ball here and he has those aesthetics.
Very cool guy, Mozza.
Yeah.
Very cool guy, very chill. Goes about his work.
Here he is against Casey Aldridge. Looks to expand the arms on that occasion, and he's just fitted in nicely, hasn't he, to this Yorkshire group. Of course, in white ball cricket offers so much with the ball, and having a character like that as well in and around the lads, it's always very useful, isn't it?
Yeah, he's very well liked, his Mozza. Very funny, very witty, I'd say. And yeah, he's added a really great, been a great addition to the team, white ball, and also red ball as well.
Yeah, more than capable in the longer formats too. So that one just pushed down to Thomas Rue for no run. So some slight conversations being had out there in the middle. Moriarty just flashes that back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, just a touch early on these ones, Mozza. It's a very nice length that Casey's found here. Again, round the wicket, cramping the batsman up. As a left-hander myself, it is much harder from round the wicket. You don't get that angle of being able to carve it through point if they miss the line from over. And he's just sending long on out here, trying to get out the over. Had a couple of dots, might just sense Mozza's trying to take him down in these last couple of balls. As he climbs into a drive, straight to extra cover and there's no run. That concludes the over. Again, another tidy over from the Somerset Seamers.
Very tidy indeed. Goes for just a solitary run. So Yorkshire 218 for 8s as we imagine Jack Leach will come on to bowl his 10th and final over of the game. As well, for those tuning in on the Vertu live stream, almost 15,000 of you now. Remember to like the stream and also subscribe to the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube channel. We've got a great crew here, both on the broadcast, behind the scenes. Everybody works so hard to bring these pictures, the audio to you, so we can all enjoy the coverage on the YouTube. So please do help us out if you can. As Matt Milnes will face off here against the nuts. It's Jack Leach from the City end. Can he get that first wicket of the game? Bowling here to Milnes, who plays that one very confidently out towards deep cover for a single.
Yeah, there's definitely a sense of we want to bat out our 50 overs here. You can sense that by the way these two are going about it, not taking too many risks, knowing how important those extra runs can be. So just interested if Mozza sees this as a bit of a matchup, really.
Well, advances down the wicket, absolutely hammers it into the grandstands.
Right on cue. There he goes. There's the matchup. You know, left-arm spinner bowling to a left-hander with the spin. It's not that bad of a ball. He just swings the bat nice and clean, keeps his head still, and it sails into the temporary stand. Lovely shot from Mozza. And again, puts pressure straight on, and Leach's change is coming around the wicket, trying to cramp him up for room.
Again, Moriarty going for the aggressive option. Just swivels it down towards deep square leg for another single. I'll tell you what, I would love to see a replay of that shot. We'll probably see it in a few moments' time. I mean, Leach is very quick between deliveries, but there you go. Big confident swing of the bat.
He knew straight away, didn't he? Look at him. Strolling down to touch gloves with Milnesy. And again, another nice rotational strike from Milnesy. So hopefully grab a bit of momentum. Obviously last over a spin. We'll have 3 overs a seam. I presume Ball will follow Leach for his final over. Possibly Aldridge as well. See what Mozza's got here.
Well, he goes aerial and sends it sailing over the rope for 6 more runs. Absolutely marvellous stuff this from Dan Moriarty, who is putting together a fine late order flourish. And no, this just feels like the desperately needed bit of momentum that Yorkshire wanted, especially at this stage of the 50.
It's a bit flatter from Leachy, and Mozza just helps it around the corner. That's a gorgeous strike again. Gets down on one knee this time, slightly squarer.
And rocks onto the back foot.
Oh, that would have gone for 6 feet, that. He is hanging washing out to dry, that shot. But another nice over. Lovely intent from Mozo as again, he sensed that matchup was coming, and it's a big over, taking momentum into the last 3. Hopefully we can push on, get another 25, 30 runs, get up to 260 and have a good crack second innings.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Yorkshire 232 for 8. As we will have a change in the comms box, we'll welcome back Dr. Jane Powell for the final few deliveries of this first 50. We'll say goodbye for the time being to Noah Kelly. Done a great job. You wouldn't believe it's his commentary debut. Absolute natural on the mic and giving us some great insight from inside the dressing room and, of course, from a current player's perspective. And we now welcome back El Presidente, Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, we said about 250. If Dan Moriarty keeps striking it like he has done in that last over.
Yeah, what great shots for 6 they were. I was like, wow, is that Dan Moriarty out there? That was a super strike. But the good thing is that, they've got something to bowl at now, and it's a used wicket, I think. So it'll be, it won't be as straightforward as Somerset would like, I don't think. Lots of discussions going on.
Aldridge bowls here to Milnes. It's now Milnes' go-to. Shot out towards square leg. Takes 1 bounce down to the fielder for 1 run. 234 for 8 now, the score. And Dan Moriarty, I will just confirm this. I think this must be his high score in List A cricket. Certainly touching it.
Yeah, you almost want them to hit it really well or hit it really badly, because what you don't want them is to just hit it well, because there's fielders on the boundaries, so you want it to clear them easily or bounce before it gets there. But that's hit along the ground, and that's a super shot straight down the ground for 4 runs. Slapped down. It was a bit of a tennis shot, really, just almost like a forehand drive, as we see this here. Straight back down the ground for 4 runs. And you'd be, as a Yorkshire player, you'd be like, great shot, Dan. Don't care how you do it, it's how many, Nobody asks how, it's how many at the end of the day. Like my golf, really.
Moriarty again. Leathers that one down the ground towards the pavilion. 4 more runs. And Dan Moriarty now, after a sedate start, is striking at 119. He moves on to 25 from 21 deliveries, and confirmation this is his high score in List A cricket. Previous best was 16 not out, so exactly the kind of late order salvo that the White Rose needed.
And this is the impetus that you need near the end of the innings, and frustrating as a bowling side. You're like, oh, grief, these are 9 and 10. As a slower ball evades the swinging Moriarty there. The bowler probably just needs to mix it up a little bit rather than just putting it in the same spot, because if he does, I think Moriarty will be onto it and will be hitting it to all ends of the ground.
Oh, huge swing of the bat. Moral victory there goes to Casey Aldridge. Doesn't concede any runs from it, but it is worth mentioning this partnership now between Matt Milnes and Dan Moriarty stands at 38.
Fantastic for Yorkshire. Frustrating for Somerset. There'll be people screaming at the screen at this moment in time saying, for goodness sake, I'm sure there are many people down in Somerset doing that as that slap straight down the ground for a single.
That will be the end of the over as well. So Yorkshire 243 for 8 with 12 deliveries of this first 50 still to go.
And Moriarty there is feeling confident now. He's pinching the strike. I'll take a single off the last ball and just make sure that I'm still on strike for the next over. So he's done that and he's ready to face the new bowler. I think it looks like Jake Ball is coming back on.
Yep, it certainly is. Jake Ball has been the pick of the Somerset bowlers today. 2 for 30 from his 9 overs, includes a maiden as well. But I tell you what, this really has been a fine showing from Dan Moriarty. And it's funny, myself and Noah were having a chat about who would be the aggressor, and we all thought it would be Matt Milnes.
Yeah.
And he's on 14 from 23, and Dan Moriarty, well, he's showing off every single shot in the book.
Yeah, I think if you'd asked me before I've seen what I've seen, I would have said the same. This might be a little bit quicker than Dan's been facing, so he'll have to think of a slightly different approach. He could try the ramp, he could ramp it over, because with the pace of Jake Ball, then it's going to certainly fly. You know, the uppercut ramp would be good, wouldn't it, you know?
Well, let's wait and see. Here is Ball to Moriarty. Stands deep in the crease, flashes off the outside edge, and it will be 4 runs. Down towards that vacant gap, as you mentioned, Jane. Yorkshire now 247 for 8, and Dan Moriarty moves to 30 from 26.
Amazing. Amazing and brilliant at the same time. You know, it's just exactly, and you can see Will Luxton on the balcony there, just smiling away because they're enjoying it as well. There's a little bit of discussion going on now between the Somerset players. Jake Ball asking, you know, where do you want me to bowl it? Where shall I put the fielders? He's sending the short third man back to the boundary and bringing up the long on to a on the circle mid on.
Well, that one's short, and this should be a wicket. Indeed it is. The fun is over as far as Dan Moriarty is concerned. He's just ballooned the ball straight to Ben Green, I think it is. Indeed it is, catching that certain delivery from Jake Ball, who now has his 3rd wicket of the game. But I'll tell you what, that is some effort from Dan Moriarty.
Yeah, what a great innings. He should be very proud of himself there. He's really contributed well to the team effort there.
Well, 30 from 27 includes 3 4s and 2 6s. And that is a career best list A total for the former Surrey man. Well batted, Dan Moriarty. Yorkshire now 247 for 9 as Ben Cliff enters the middle.
Yeah, and what you ideally like to do is Ben Cliff just to knock a single and let Matt Milne face as much of the ball as possible, because he's been in there for a bit longer. It's quite a big ask to ask number 11 to come out and face Jake Ball and hit runs as well, but just look for the potential of giving Matt Milne the strike.
Well, Jake Ball, he is a canny operator, isn't he? When you look at his history in the county circuits, 2-time Blast winner in 2017 and 2020 with Nottinghamshire. Of course, didn't play in the final in 2017 in the One Day Cup, but was a big contributor for Notts in that one, as that has been chipped straight up, and Jake Ball has got his 4th wicket. Yorkshire have been bowled out for 247 runs here at Clifton Park, as Jake Ball finishes with marvellous figures of 4 for 34 from his 9.4 overs. The requirement for Somerset will be 248 runs for the victory. And Jane, we said about 250 after that shaky start from the home side. They've got nearabouts to that tally, but do you think on this surface that will be enough runs to make it 4 wins out of 4?
That's a good question, and I wish I knew the answer to that. But the key thing is that Yorkshire have to start well with the ball. If Yorkshire start well with the ball, then there's every possibility that this will be a challenging total. If they don't start well with the ball, then you'd have to say that's under par, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see how Yorkshire start and how Somerset start, but definitely game on.
Certainly is, and we'll just take a look back at the innings with regards to the scorecard. So it was a little bit of a shaky start for Yorkshire. The home side 28 for 3 in the opening 10 overs. That was as a large result of some wonderful bowling courtesy of Jake Ball, who we've just seen finish with figures of 4 for 34. Also Ben Green chipping in with a very handy 2 for 34 from his 8 overs. Then we saw a period of rebuild courtesy of Matt Revis and George Hill, those two putting on a century-plus stand which lifted the White Rose to 174 for 5, got them back into contention. Then it was a little bit of a similar story to the first 10. A slight wobble as wickets began to tumble, but then at the end some late order fireworks courtesy of Dan Moriarty, who scored a career best list A. 30 from 27 deliveries has ultimately seen Yorkshire up to 247 all out. We'll take a short break here on the Vertu live stream and we'll leave you with some highlights of the first innings here in the game between Yorkshire and Somerset at Clifton Park.
Now. Wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July,
Welcome back to your cricket club, where we are almost ready to get underway for the Somerset run chase. The requirements for the West Country outfit, 248 runs in order to bring Yorkshire's unbeaten streak to an end. So it will be Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby opening up for Somerset. As we just settle into our comms position here, it'll be myself, Aaron Viles and Noah Kelly. And then Michael McCann will come on after 1 over. Fielders just getting into place. Just wait and see who's going to have the first ball in hand. Should be Matt Milnes to get us underway as we welcome back to the commentary box Noah Kelly. Noah, wonderful debut earlier, might I just say. In terms of that score, 248 after what was a difficult and challenging start for Yorkshire. It's a score on the board, isn't it? Something which can be defended.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd feel early wickets might kill the run chase off. So they took a bit of momentum going into that middle phase after they kept taking wickets. And there's no better man than Matt Milnes to start us off. Metronomic. If there's anyone's going to get anything out the surface, it'll be Milnesy. So looking for a good start to Archie Vaughan, who looks to face up for his first ball.
Classy batting option is Archie Vaughan. Here he is then. First ball of the run chase will be a dot.
On the money straight away, Milnesy. Spoke about it earlier, the lengths that Jake Ball bowled. Top of the stumps, bringing the batsman forward, and Milnesy's displayed that first ball, as you'd expect, from a man of his calibre.
Yeah, Matt Milnes, great player to have first up, isn't he? For Don Bess, has that tendency of getting early wickets and getting Yorkshire off to a good start. Certainly has the capabilities to shape the narrative of this reply. That one, a big swing and a miss from Archie Vaughan, who of course is from this county. He was born in Sheffield, was Archie, son of former England and Yorkshire batsman Michael Vaughan. Started off at Baslow. He's played the majority of his club cricket for Alderley Edge, which is something we spoke about earlier. The fact that he played in the age groups at Cheshire before moving down to Millfield School in Somerset and now represents the county in first class cricket.
Beautifully bowled there by Milnesy, drawing the outside edge, and Archie Vaughan gets his account open. Slight bit of seam movement, I think, if we can maybe see on a replay. As Lammonby strikes up guard here, this will be a big key wicket for Yorkshire. Man of his class at the top of the order. That's a nice start. Nice and straight, bringing the stumps into play, and Bessie tidies up with the fielding.
Certainly does. Nice bit of trivia about Tom Lammonby as well. Someone who we've already seen here, funnily enough, at York Cricket Club this year, is his cousin, Ryan Campbell, the head coach, the men's head coach at Durham. Of course, Durham in action tomorrow against Northamptonshire at the Riverside. Nice little family connection there.
Well, there you go.
Within the wider game. I was going to say no, we do our research here on the Vertu live stream. No stone is left unturned.
I hate to know what dirt you've got on me. How much this research gets done.
Well, it's important, isn't it, that we're as informed as possible. Of course, with Tom Lammonby, certainly one of the more established names in this Somerset batting order. Here he is then as Milnes wraps up the first over. Wraps up with an absolute beauty. Quintessential channel bowling. I'll leave you with a few wise words from Noah Kelly. And on in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
That's just what you're looking for there from your opening bowler. Bringing the batsman forward, leaving him as a left-hander around the wicket. Angling in, nipping away. It's a beautiful start. As Ben Cliff looks to bowl the second over. a man who's been in great form with the ball from his return from his injury. Starred in the opening win versus Warwickshire with a fifer. 4 in his opening spell, which was quite magnificent, wasn't it, Michael?
Yeah, I know he's had some friends and family who've been over from Australia for the last few weeks who were absolutely delighted to get the chance to see him charging in first team senior competitive action. Now, having been well rested on Tuesday, he's bursting in with this new ball, Ben Cliff, from the rugby ground end. Starting right on the button. He can count himself pretty unlucky to have been left out on Tuesday. 5 for 46 from 8.5 overs against Warwickshire in that performance that Noah Kelly references, and then 2 for 30 of 6.5 against Northants. And I know from a couple of people who were there from that one, it was also clear watching on the stream, he could have easily had another Michelle Pfeiffer in that game.
Yeah, he bowled really nicely down there as well.
Whipped away into the onside. Big chase required here by Bean for 1. So used to seeing the ball fly away from infield. It's almost a surprise when one beats a fielder in the ring here and doesn't go for 4, to be perfectly honest.
The outfield looks magnificent, doesn't it? They put on a real good show here, York. Obviously, it pains me to say that as a rival playing at Driffield, but you know, they deserve the 8 days of cricket they've had here. You know, the hospitality, they sell the tickets. It's been amazing.
That's worked away through the backward square, and it will go for 4. Nice little touch shot. Didn't try and hit the ball too hard for him, and he's rewarded with his first boundary.
Very natural time with the ball, Archie. They're just on leg stump, clips it nicely. Cliffy just looking to shape it away from the right-hander, but doesn't swing on this occasion, and yeah, very good off his legs, Archie. It's bread and butter for someone like him. Cliffy looked to adjust here. Maybe bowl a few wobble seams if it's not swinging as much.
Should do a bit for the first 10 overs. We've seen that. As that is one of the best shots you'll see all day. Back foot punch through the covers. Absolutely gorgeous from Vaughan. 2 boundaries in 2 balls.
Wow, it's a beautiful shot. Top of the bounce. Doesn't really move his feet, but he just lets it come. And I think that's the main part. He plays this so late and just guides it through that.
I mean, if you were being ultra harsh, you might say Cliff has overcompensated, but really it's just beautiful batting.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily have left that ball and not many people have said anything. It's not necessarily short and wide, it's slightly back of a length, but that was a gorgeous shot.
Where does Cliff go this time? Cliff in the channel, left alone by Vaughan, who scored all of the 11 added so far. As you can hear alongside me, someone who, safe to say, knows plenty about Ben Cliff. You were very complimentary, Noah Kelly, in your blog about him, saying you were chuffed to bits for that 5 we were referencing. Never nice to play one game like he did against Hampshire in that county championship opener and get injured after just 4 overs.
Yeah, it's been an absolute credit, Ben. As you say, bowled 4 overs in our opener against Hampshire, and unfortunately suffered a bit of a side strain, and then was rehabbing that, and they found a slight, I guess it was a bruise or slight weakness in the lower part of his back, so he had to restart his rehab, and has recently actually skippered the 2s, took a 5 for at Sheffield Collegiate, and basically said to Mags, I'm ready to go. And didn't he just deliver in that first game? And as you say, he's only played 2 out of the 3, but I'm sure that was through resting and making sure that our seamers are ready to go. Very lucky that we've still got Code in the wings. Rotating between Code, Milnes and Cliff is a very good thing.
As the 3rd over starts with, it's just whipped down to fine leg for a single, brings Tom Lammonby off the mark. Lammonby, who, much like quite a few players who've played a lot in the 100, hasn't played a lot of 50 over cricket. 3 seasons at the Manchester Originals, a season at the Oval Invincibles. This is his first 50 over season playing for Somerset. Only played 1 game before that in this format, England against Sri Lanka back in 2022. England Lions, to be clear. That's guided away. This is going to be more runs for Vaughan, who looks in very fluent touch early doors. We've seen how fast this outfield is at York, so it whisks away for 4 more off the bat of Vaughan.
Another gorgeous shot from Arch. Just letting it come. Again, playing it off his back pocket, if you like. And just finding that gap there. Just got to be a touch fuller to Vaughan, I think. Watch it again. Again, minimum footwork. A bit like how Rev played it in the first innings. And just eases it through cover point and times it beautifully. As you say, what a gorgeous outfield we have here.
Well, it's down to third, but it's a shot that he's very much in control of. So that's just punched away for a single, and Vaughan is on to 16 off 11. 11? 11.
You'll think of that lemon ice cream we've just had.
Honestly, my goodness me, we've been treated here.
What a spread that was!
Yeah, we got some spaghetti. We got all sorts of veg. We got cakes.
Oh, I thought
sticky toffee.
I'm glad you mentioned the cake. Yeah.
Oh, the cake was the signature. That's pushed straight to cover. It's safe to say that not just us up here in the media box, but everyone at the ground is being royally looked after when it comes to food. We've got eating and drinking options of all sorts for the 800 strong in the marquee, and then plenty on the outside of that as well.
Yeah, still tucking into that buffet in the marquee. Not sure, I think Bumble alluded to earlier, that I'm not sure how many the nose cricket's going on. Seems to be facing the other way.
This time that's left alone. Milne's trying to bend his back, make something happen here. He bowled a nice spell in the game against Northants, none for 17 off 5 to keep things tight in the power play. Of course, he's off back to Kent at the end of the season after a couple of seasons at Yorkshire that have been a little more injury hit than he would have liked. But when he gets it right, he's a really capable operator. You think of that, say that Bears game in the T20, got Alex Davies, Dan Mousley and Moeen Ali all out on the same night. When it's his day, he can be lethal. But that is a beautiful straight drive past Bess at mid-on for 4. Lovely cricket shot from Lammonby, his first boundary, and it's a real nerve setter. There's no feeling quite like this when you've just come to the wicket.
Yeah, hardest shot in the book, the on drive. Very famously, head's got to be so still. Milnes is slightly over pitching. He just leans on it. You know, he doesn't try and overhit it. I mean, if you're a kid watching at home and you want to learn how to do a cover drive, I'd be watching that on repeat.
Cover drive?
Cover drive? That's a cover drive there. Honestly, I've got that. You mentioned sticky toffee pudding and I'm up and about now. The on drive, beg your pardon. There's no better looking shot in the world, especially as a left-hander, around the wicket.
And it's the toughest shot because, as you mentioned, there's so many things that can go wrong with it. There's Cliff. There's more just explain that for those at home, because it's something that people talk about a lot from a technical batting point of view. Your bat path has got to be perfect. You've got to be still at the point of contact, and unlike a lot of other shots, there's less margin for error if you get it wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk. I mean, if you miss it, you're in front of all 3. If your bat path, as you say, doesn't come down quite right, you're going to nick off. And your head's got to be level. It's got to be going back towards the target. If your head falls across to the offside, you're more likely going to flick it or lead and edge it. So yeah, it's a good metric if you're playing that sort of shot and you know you're going to be in good touch. So yeah, great confidence boost for Lammonby, and Cliff just found a better length this over. We saw Jake Ball's first ball short and wide for Lythy, and then after that he settled in, so it might just be what we need just to try and find back into this 6 metre length that we spoke about earlier. Just trying to create a bit of pressure here.
Yorkshire chasing a first list day win against Somerset since 2007 July, which I'd speculate was in and around. We'll come back to that. Cliff looking for a breakthrough, but it's been whipped away. Just straying onto the pads again, Ben Cliff. And really nice work from Vaughan, who with a minimum of fuss just escorts it away for 4 more.
Yeah, just a bit straight again. Ben, I do believe he's trying to shape these balls away, and it just doesn't swing for him on that occasion again. Obviously, if he's expecting it to swing away, we'll start the line slightly straight, and if it doesn't swing, then actually he's going to try to tuck into it.
Vaughan's on to 20 off 14. Cliff needs a reply.
Well bowled. Nice channel there, Ben. Asking a question of Archie, bringing him forward.
Yeah, someone, of course, that you would have played with plenty coming right the way through those age groups. That last list day win for Yorkshire against Somerset coming a couple of months before my co-commentator Noah Kelly was even born. Gives you a sense of how long ago it's been. Somerset have won all 5 meetings since. That slightly mistimed, just jabbed into the ground through the covers. Of course, they've only played 5 times or so in that 18 years since, because often for geographical reasons are kept apart when it comes to groupings.
I try not to mention it to Lively that he made his debut, I think, I can't remember the specifics, but I'd have been in my youth, to say the least, 20 years ago.
I think most people are sensing where you're going with that
Coming
one.
up to my 20th birthday in September. Spends into ball.
Just dropping his bat on that one. Vaughan looking in very nice touch. Early doors here. That is the end of the 4th over, 25 without loss. Some lovely shots of York, which you could do a lot worse than get yourself down here, even if there's not necessarily a first team game on. There's, of course, plenty of action when York Cricket Club are playing here. There's the 4 rugby teams, and the city itself is
That's
a
beautiful.
delight.
Yeah.
Absolute delight.
Absolutely beautiful. Spent many a shopping trip in York. New shoes for school, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and you also think of Betty's. Had myself a nice fat rascal scone earlier yesterday. My stomach's just about recovered. Oh, that's really nice from Milnes. Now that is threatening, and that's got maybe a little bit of extra bounce as well on Lammonby, just by the way he reacted.
Yeah, that's a seed. That's a seed. That's exactly what Milnes is trying to do here. At angles, come slightly wide of the crease, angling it into Tom Lammonby, forcing him to play, and it's just nipped away off the seam.
Lammonby doing what all batters do at that moment, which is turning into a bit of garden as well, going down there having a poke and a prod at it. I think more than anything, it's just a good ball that got a little bit of kick on the way through. It's a little fuller, nicely driven, good desperation in the field to get down and stop that from Cliff, and that's what means that it will be 2, I believe they came back.
Yeah, just 2.
Rather than 4.
Very athletic from Rev. Not small.
Rev, beg your pardon.
Not a small man, Matthew. I mean, he's got down beautifully there, pushed it around the posts and clicked the ball, and then he get 2 for it. Slightly fuller from Milnesy, and that's what he's probably trying to do. Trying to get him invite the drive.
Yeah,
Hopefully one can just hold its shape, and with Lively and Hilly in there and the slips waiting for it.
Nudged away that time from Lammonby, who has 7 off 10. It's Vaughan that's set the tone here. It's coming back to York. There's so much to enjoy here. In no particular order: the Railway Museum, the Minster, the city walls. You can do about 1 million different variations of walking tours, including ones you can just go and do yourself. Chocolate Story, Clifford's Tower, and so many gardens. It seems like everywhere you look there's another garden with some of the most beautiful flowers you could wish to see. And we've certainly been treated to some good weather for it as well.
Absolutely.
It might look cloudy, but nobody's cold here today. We're still in the early 20s. Milnes hunting this breakthrough for Yorkshire. It's in a nice area, but the other problem for Yorkshire with having ended up shy of 250 is that there's not that scoreboard pressure that comes with being up, if not past 300. Somerset know they can just absorb this new ball pressure.
Yeah, I think that's probably why Bessie's just taken out second slip and put him into cover. You don't want to go searching too early and let them get off to a flyer. We were only two down after the first 10, so it's just about building pressure now and trying to force a mistake that way. As he pushes it out to Hilly at cover, who's just come out of second slip, and there's no run. And I think this is just if we can try and build some dots, try and apply some pressure. It's about being relentless with your lengths, as Jake Ball was, we speak so much about.
Yeah, Ball magnificently up top. His opening spell, 6 overs, 1 made and 21 for 1 from that end Milnes is bowling from now. So really set the tempo for what followed. And of course it was a joint effort, it must be said as well. Somerset collectively bowled really nicely. So that's just flicked away through the vacant square leg region. It's going to be a pretty comfortable 2 all told. Moriarty does the fielding. He will be key protagonist later on. He was an unlikely hero down the order for Yorkshire with the bat. Into the 5th over, 27 without loss, a steady start from these two. Yorkshire looking to make it 4 wins from 4, having managed 3 List A wins in a row for the first time since 2018. Remarkably long time since Yorkshire had done that. That season they got to a semi-final and lost against Hampshire. Somerset, meanwhile, of course, it's fair to say have got a bit more pedigree when it comes to List A cricket. Their head coach Paul Tweddle was actually talking about how that's something they speak about a lot internally as Cliff continues. As Vaughan just pushing back, he said the players are made aware of the club's history in the competition, and from a young age it's very clear, even from just walking around the ground and seeing the pictures, that List A cricket's formed a big part of our history. They even get references to it from players within the current squad who were given their first chance in the 50 over comp and are now mainstays across the first team in all formats. It shows we have some really good examples of how not only the history of the club is strong in 50 over cricket, but it's connected to people currently in the dressing room. That's slightly off the outside edge. Cliff won't necessarily mind that, down to 3rd for 1. It's not the worst sign for Yorkshire's opening quick.
Yeah, just squirted away past point. I think you make a really good point there of the Metro Bank being, or the One Day Cup being a gateway for players like that. You know, a few years ago you have to look at Luxton, Warts, Rev Hill, got some really good chances in that, and now, you know, they're all format players for Yorkshire. So coming into it now with a really strong squad and hopefully looking to take it as far as we can in this competition. As you say, 3 from 3. It's been a lovely start.
Cliff, he's just guided away. This is a shot that's much more in control down to 3rd than Lammonby than Vaughan's was on the previous delivery. And of course with Somerset as well, that success is kind of embedded through the club when it comes to particularly short form cricket. Goes a long way back. T20 winners of the Blast twice in 2005 and 2023, but also so often there or thereabouts when it comes to the shorter formats. Cliff with a real intentional short ball that he banged into the surface, dot ball.
Yeah, they've been doing well in white ball cricket. Somerset, they've got some big hitters in the T20, you know, former Yorkshireman Tom Culler-Cadmore forms a big part of their T20 team. Does it all around the world now and brings back all the experience that he gets from these franchise leagues. It's clearly rubbing off.
Yeah, last season so close, of course, losers in the T20 final and the Metrobank One Day Cup final to Gloucestershire and Glamorgan respectively. Flicked away, and that will be pretty simple too for this opening pair, who are doing a really nice job here. Of course, strange way things went in that Metrobank One Day Cup final, because it effectively became a T20 final. The umpires actually went outside the playing regs and used common sense. The Sunday was rained out. Some of you might remember at Trent Bridge. The reserve day, the Monday, it was set to bucket down at around 3-4 p.m. So they said to the two captains, well, you could share the trophy, or we could start now but make it a T20 from the first ball to get a final in. And to both captains' great credit, they said, let's get a game of cricket on. It was Somerset who came a close second.
Sounds very smart. No one wants to share a trophy, do they?
Yeah.
Come to win it.
And it was good to see the umpires as well. 6 overs gone, 33 without loss. Just seeing the situation and for what it was, because that final could have easily seen one team bat for around 50 overs. It pours down with rain as predicted, and then effectively everyone spent 2 days at Trent Bridge for not a lot. And as it was, Glamorgan posted 183 for 7, Sam Northeast 63 not out, George Thomas picked up 2 for 23, and Somerset in a really good game fell 12 runs short. Andy Amid with 45, Sean Dixon with 44 off just 20, and Archie Vaughan 32 not out off 18, but it wasn't quite enough. Of course, they lost to Gloucestershire by 8 wickets in the T20 final as well. Milnes continues and is close to finding a breakthrough there. The reaction from the seamer tells you he thinks he wasn't far away from getting Lammonby.
Probing. It's a probing line and length that. Lammonby seems to be taking an off-stump guard here. Quite a common thing now for left-handers to try and get outside the line of the stump. So if he does nip back and hit them on the pad, they're outside the line. Obviously, the danger to that is if you go full and straight and you do miss it, you are in front of all three. But Milnesy not straying onto his pads, just probing that fourth stump and making him play, which is really nice to see. And again, brings him forward.
Yeah, that's a good spot from Noah Kelly. One of Yorkshire's emerging stars alongside me. Just trying to essentially make sure he knows where his off stump is, because that front foot ends up near enough on it.
Yeah.
And means he's comfortable leaving out there.
Yeah, it's something that Lythy and Beanie do. So obviously as a left-hander myself at the top of the order, it's something I try and emulate them to as much as I can. And yeah, again, it shows you where your off stump is, so hopefully you can leave the balls that are outside your left eye.
Well, bowled again by Milnes, just starting to build a little sense of pressure here, Yorkshire.
Yeah, you can see the fielders latching onto that, staying nice and loud, keeping the energy. 3 dots. Lamby starting to feel a little bit of pressure perhaps. Might try and force a shot. As we say, Milnesy was bringing him forward.
Yeah, first 3 overs went for 21. Last 3.5 overs have gone for 12. Couldn't quite call it a slowdown, but Yorkshire have tightened things up, that's for sure. As Milnes again is in a nice spot. Milnes has strung together 4 dots here on Lammonby. That's 10 off 18.
I can hear Dukey very loud behind the stumps. I can hear him from here.
Yeah,
not
but
shy.
That's the keeper's job, isn't it? That's part of the job description.
What does he say? He says to me, "You're the drummer of the group, drummer of the band." That's the one.
Oh, he's just guided that with soft hands, Lammonby, and that's what means that it wasn't really a catching chance. Just taken a flick off live at slip on the way down to deep third for one.
Nasty to get them as a slip fielder, right in front of you. Just catches just above his thumb, I reckon. Lammonby be glad to get off strike. Milnes has found a really nice length here.
Into his work, Matt Milnes. That's 1 ball left of this over to Vaughan. She's just gently guided down to deep third for 1. 35 without loss after 7. Run rate is exactly 5. Required run rate is pretty much exactly 5. So Somerset will be pretty content with how they sit thus far.
See a change of bowling. Perhaps George Hill taking his cap off. Yeah, I think so. George Hill going to come on from the rugby end. Got that
Rugby
right?
ground end,
Rugby ground end.
We're having this with Bumble earlier on.
I can see purse everywhere.
Yeah, well, exactly right. There is 4 rugby pitches, which all in different ways have essentially been given over for now to the cricket extravaganza going on here at York. The one's rugby pitches got the marquee on it. The second team pitch has become the car park. The third team pitch has been taken over by the temporary stand. There is a Rugby World Cup Women's Showcase happening here on Monday. It's also worth keeping an eye out for. George Hill on. Starting by finding the outside edge. That's an encouraging beginning for him. And Vaughan gets it away, though, for 1 more. He's on to 25.
Quite a common sight if you're a Yorkshire fan nowadays, watching George Hill find the outside edge. Really asserted himself this year in the County Championship. He's up there with the averages.
John Yelton says it seems that the commentator believes that every surname ends in Y if they weren't born with one, he puts on one. Well, that's because the commentator that you're alluding to, Noah Kelly, is teammates with many of these Yorkshire players, so quite understandably knows them in a little more of an informal way than you or I might. So that's why you might be hearing the odd bit of references to Cliffy or Hilly or Bessie.
We're not the smartest of lads.
I was going to say, well, it's not that. I think it's also an English thing with nicknames. We don't tend to be that creative.
It's well pointed out, actually. We're not very creative with nicknames. We're only from Yorkshire. So
the Aussies tend to be very good at coming up with something that's a little more away from the initial surname. This has gone very, very high. Live running around. Gets there. Excellent catch from Adam Live. Big breakthrough for Yorkshire. 36 for 1. George Hill gets a wicket with just his third ball, and Lammonby has to go for 11.
Amazing from Adam Lyth. You know, he's absolutely safe as houses. That's the hardest catch in the book. Over your head, not quite sure where it's going to land. And as you say, wicket with his third ball, exactly what Yorkshire needed.
It's a slower ball, and that's what catches Lammonby out. He's on it early, but Lyth still has a lot to do. This is not quite James Wharton's catch of the day at Scarborough to get rid of Tom Haynes, but it's a very good take, charging back from Lyth. Very, very neat stuff, and you could see he's pumped up what it means to Adam Lyth. He knows Yorkshire got a total on the ball that might be a touch under par. They needed an early wicket, and finally they've got it.
You could say a bit of credit to Matt Milnes. He built 4 dots at him the previous over, and he's obviously had a couple of dots and played a shot in anger and clung on to very well by Adam. Just what we needed.
So out comes Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had an interesting season for Somerset. He hasn't played a championship game. Last season had an excellent loan to Leicestershire. He's at a bit of a crossroads. A lot of people in and around Somerset cricket expected him to leave at the end of last season, but he signed for a couple more seasons. He played in the Blast as a main spinner this season, replacing the role of Roloff van der Merwe. But he's also a very talented batter, and he's starting by blocking one back off Hill.
On the money, Hilly again, top of the stumps. Becoming a quite common theme here. We just take 2. Can they go into the after 10 overs, 2 or 3 down, take some momentum, hopefully bring some spin on.
That's just pushed back down the ground by Lammonby. Someone else putting a Y on the end of cricketers named as cricket culture in England, unless it's the case of someone like Blowers, referencing Henry Blofeld, commentator with a fair bit at Lashings, one of the more colourful broadcasters on the circuit.
Terrific voice.
Test match,
very iconic.
Legend. Think of him, you always think of the buses and My Dear Old Thing. So that's just driven down the ground again. Nice from Hill. Goldsworthy has to settle into his work. He's still yet to get off the mark. End of the 8th over. 36 for 1 off 8. So the change in bowling's definitely worked for Yorkshire. That over just went for 1 and picked up a wicket as well.
Super over from Mr. Reliable. Never misses. Mr. Reliable. Treble 20.
Treble 20.
Treble 20 every ball, George.
I like that. Is that one you've got with just off the top of your head? Or
no, I can't say so. One of our old academy coaches, that was him. Hit treble 20. Hit treble 20.
Tell you what, you hit that a few times, you'll be a professional in a sport for a period of time, but it might well not be cricket. It might be one that's even more sedentary a sport than cricket. Does Vaughan look to keep being aggressive here? He's lost a partner. He's looking very fluid. He has 26 off 24.
I think, to be fair, he hasn't looked to be ultra aggressive. He's just sort of capitalised on ever so slightly missing when we missed our lines and lengths. So probably same as the orders. Deep square goes back and finally comes into the ring.
Milnes has bowled 4 good overs so far and is luckless as that goes for 4. Well, Vaughan did not know a lot about that at all.
Cut him in half. Here he goes. Oh, that's jagged back. That's a lovely ball. And eludes the stumps.
You know, there's a nice moment here. Hopefully we might be able to see it on the replay as well. If we go back to that replay, Vaughan actually almost apologises to Milnes. He genuinely, and I think he is, he's pretty much putting a hand up as if to say, sorry, mate.
When it is sod's law, that fine leg comes up and it goes there for 4 next ball.
Just watch Vaughan just there. While you were watching that, was just punched away through the covers. Big chase needed by Bess.
Shot.
But against this fast outfield, he's got no chance. And hopefully he's okay there, Don Bess, having taken a tumble against his former county. Seems back to his feet, and, well, that is as glorious a shot as the previous one was fortunate.
Again, top of the bounce, we keep saying it. The first one he's really put through extra cover. Again, the line wasn't too wide, but he's timed the absolute pants off it, if you'd like. And it has absolutely raced away across this York outfield.
Yeah, no need to be apologising to Milnes for that one, going for 4. Vaughan just comprehensively won that individual battle. It's a nice response from Milnes. And if you are just, I was going to say adjusting your TV set, but I think we're viewed far more these days on laptops and phones, thinking, so Vaughan scoring runs against Yorkshire. Well, of course, it certainly is. Archie Vaughan, who, despite his dad's Yorkshire associations, and Vaughan, unlike his dad, actually being born in Yorkshire, the Somerset link came from him going to Millfield School. Was on the Cheshire pathway once upon a time, but then moved on to the Somerset Academy when he came to Millfield. Lovely from Milnes. Duke is throwing it in the air. There's some appeals from Milnes and live behind the stumps. Milnes himself wasn't very interested, though.
Seams away. And Duke obviously throws it up, as every keeper does when it beats the bat.
Yeah,
Milnes sort of looks as if, how have you not nicked that?
Yeah, Milnes is unbothered, which I always think, on the whole, when you've got an LBW appeal where the keeper and the bowler are not up in unison, that's normally a sign that it's probably not out.
You're not going to trust Dukey and Lythy, I'll tell you that, when it comes to LBWs or nick-offs.
Down the ground. And that is stopped by mid-on. Milnes has tightened up here quite nicely. And he's, apart from that punch through the offside for 4, he's not really had runs in terms of genuine runs hit off him for a little while. And of course, that inside edge away before his previous over went for just 2. Yorks are still chasing wickets, particularly while this new ball will swing a bit. Milnes finishing off his 5th over nicely. Will be intriguing to see if Best keeps him going from here. None for 25 off 5 for Milnes, 44 for 1 off 9.
Yeah, another tidy set. Just starting to string a few together now. Set, yeah, over.
Set, over.
Over, set.
It's definitely an over in this game.
Right.
Might be a
over.
set in the 100, but
We can interchange them, can't we? We'll go over.
I sense some of our more traditional audience might be shaking a laptop or a mobile a mobile screen. We knew what you meant.
Yeah. As Hill comes in now.
Wicket from his first over, and second over starts very nicely. George Hill, 2 for 26 off 8 against Warwickshire, 1 for 26 off 7 against Northampton, and then 1 for 40 off 7 against Lancashire. So it's having a very tidy Metrobank One Day Cup, having got back into action after a little niggle that kept him out towards the end of the Blast campaign. That was a little uncertain from Goldsworthy, who's still yet to get off the mark.
A little bit more behind that shot, a few more dot balls. Again, we saw it with Lammonby, what happened when we built some dots on him, so George knowing that, just going to target the stumps here, I think. Make him try play a shot in anger, bring all the dismissals into play. Just start getting the feeling there's going to be something happening at the end of this over. A couple of dot balls again.
Lovely guide through the covers for 4 from Goldsworthy. Great way to get off the mark. Didn't try and hit it hard, just timed it.
Get full value here at York. Top of the bounce again, and splits the gap perfectly.
So Hill's now got to find a response to that. Still just about in the power play, of course. He's got a deep fine leg and deep third. That's a better ball from Hill.
Slips just come out. Lythy's come out of slip into catching mid-wicket. Potentially sensing that we want to try and target the stumps a little bit more. There's been quite a few caught in the ring, caught early on shots. So possibly again another slower ball coming. Try and get a leading edge or a chip up to Watts or Lythy either side of the stumps.
Or beautifully bowled by Hill. That's a good channel. The chat on the YouTube Vertu live stream is continuing about nicknames. A few people making the point that the Aussies do have a tendency to put O on the end of everybody's name. Dino, Rico, etc., which is true. My experience do tend to also have a way of finding some names that are not surname based. Hill is in a good area once more. And that is the end of the 10th. Thank you to Noah Kelly for his company once more. And we'll hear from Dr. Jane Powell very shortly. Well, right now, with Yorkshire needing wickets, that first 10 probably belongs to Somerset, 48 for 1. It's always going to be a tricky period with the new ball on this pitch that will offer something. And they've managed to get through it for just the loss of Lammonby, caught live magnificently off the bowling of that man there, George Hill. Very good afternoon to the President, El Presidente, Dr. Jane Powell.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. One wicket. It could do with picking up another couple very quickly. You look at the scoreboard and you think it's the sort of scoreboard that you'd quite like to see more than one wicket there, with 200 to get off 40 overs, which is a nice round 5 and over required. They've gone well from a runs point of view. They've not accelerated beyond Yorkshire in the first 10, but they do still have 9 wickets remaining, so they've batted very nicely.
The platform's been set. That's a good half stop at point. Realistically, without it from Luxton, that was scooting away for 4 more.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan has played very well. He's just punched it down the ground a number of times and just seems to be middling it quite well. He's only played a couple of edges, one that in the last over that went down to fine leg, but ultimately he's middled most of the balls and pushed them nicely through the covers, etc. As I've been delivered an ice cream. Look at that.
There you go. That's why you bring company to the cricket.
Yeah, Twin Sis just provided me with an ice cream. Oh,
sliced away off the outside edge, 4 runs. Fortunate for Goldsworthy, who didn't know much about where that had gone. A little bit of extra bounce.
And that's the sort of thing that Yorkshire need to go to hand, because it was a good ball, a little bit of extra bounce, as you say, off the outside edge, but instead of going to hand, it sails over the top of Adam Lythe down to the boundary for 4 runs.
10.5 overs gone, 50's up. In slightly fortuitous circumstances, Dr. Jane Powell taste tests salted caramel ice cream.
Yep, very nice.
It's got the seal of approval as Milnes again is in a nice area. I can see why they've kept him on here, Yorkshire, because he's got better and better as this spell has gone on. It does look like he's going to make something happen here, Matt Milnes.
Well, at the moment, Goldsworthy's not got his eye in, as they say, and he's still looking a bit tentative. He's misplayed a couple of shots. He's still there, which Somerset will be delighted about, but Yorkshire will feel that they have the capacity to take a wicket if they can just get the ball in the right area.
Left alone outside off. Well bowled by Milnes.
Yeah, and that's what they call the corridor of uncertainty. Do I go to play a shot or do I let it go through? And Goldsworthy decided on the latter there and just let the ball go through.
Somerset after this in action at home against Warwickshire on Sunday the 17th, away against Sussex on the 21st, away against Kent on the 24th. Then Northampton at home on the 26th to round off the league stage. As Milnes probing, that's the end of his 6th over. It's gone for 5, 53 for 1 off 11. He's a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, good over from Milne. He had Goldsworthy playing and missing twice. He left one and he got one that took the outside edge and sailed down to the boundary for 4, and that's the the unlucky life of a bowler sometimes. That means you can get the ball in the right area 4 times out of 6. 1 was a single from Vaughan, and they can get away with it.
So required run rate is 5. Somerset looking to grab themselves a bit of silverware, having come so close in both white ball competitions last season. Of course, Hill this time is driven straight to mid-on, fielded by Dom Best, for whom I imagine it must feel quite a surreal experience captaining against Somerset. Of course, has played against his former county plenty of times as well.
Yeah, I think when you play against teams that you know very well, or associations that you've had an attachment to, it always gives that extra little bite, really. You really want to show your worth.
Hill continuing to be in a good rhythm here. He's bowled 14 balls, conceded just 5 runs, and picked up a wicket as well, George Hill.
Yeah, he's bowling nice and tightly, and he will have been pleased with his batting contribution, particularly that partnership with Matt Revis. But he'll be wanting to make sure that his all-rounder tag is intact, so he'll be pushing for that wicket.
Straight to cover that time. Morton fields enthusiastically. Somerset, of course, who so often, such that it's something their own fans joke about, have found themselves nearly there, but not quite. You think in T20s in recent seasons, runners-up in 2021 and last season, semi-finalists in 2018, 2022, although, of course, did go and win it in 2023, so consistently very good in that format. So that's just dropped into the offside by Vaughan, and then in this competition, losers in the final last season, but going a little further back, did win the Gillette Cup in 1983, the NatWest Trophy in Gillette Cup in 79, NatWest Trophy in 83, Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy in 2001, and Royal London One Day Cup winners in 2019. Hill putting together the dots here. And John Player League winners in 1979, so Somerset did a List A double back in 79, but even back then, and this is why it's kind of in the lore of Somerset as a cricket club, so often being close, because they were runners-up in the One Day League in 1974, 76, 78, 1980, 81, 83, and also 2009 when it was the NatWest Pro 40. That's just worked down to deep third. And I say that all, it should be caveated with great love and affection for what is a fantastic club, who have consistently been up there fighting for limited overs trophies in a way that, to be perfectly blunt, Yorkshire all too often have not been as much as they would want to be.
This particular group of Somerset players, particularly the younger ones, were part of the squad that won the Second 11 One Day Cup last year at Wormsley, which Yorkshire played in as well. So I think this group of players they would see that they're going to be successful because they've already managed to win a trophy, albeit Second 11, and that's very important as young players to come into the Second 11 team and win trophies. So they'll just think that the next stage is the First 11, so they will have that confidence as Mills comes in once more, and that's driven firmly but straight to Adam Lythe, who's finding himself at short cover now. He's trying to challenge Wharton, I think, for key fielder at the moment.
Worth saying, as a date for your diaries, that there is, as well as that Headingley game in the Championship against Durham that finishes off Yorkshire's season, there's another big game coming up at Headingley in September for Yorkshire. Come back to that after this ball. Bumper, very comfortably played by Vaughan, who looks in great touch, has what will become 37 off 40 after that 2. There is the Disability Roses S9 D40 matches at Headingley on Thursday the 4th of September. Free entry. There's table cricket demonstrations in the long room and the East Stand, so if you can make it for that. I know Dr. Jane Powell alongside has described disability cricket previously as something of a hidden treasure. And it's a Roses clash as well, or a pair of Roses clashes, I should say, to be precise, in the S9 and D40 formats. So that's just slight, not quite sliced, but I'm not exactly sure that was where Goldsworthy wanted it. Milnes had head on hand as if he nearly caused something to happen.
The disability game we always talk about, you know, cricket should be a game for everyone, and this just once again reiterates that it really is a game for everyone. And if you do have capacity and space to come down to Headingley, then do feel free to come down. You'll be astounded.
Nicely worked out to deep cover. And while we're talking about dates for the diary as well, Yorkshire's women are aiming to get themselves into a Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 semi-final, which will be on the 6th of September. They've won 3 and lost 3 in their group so far. They've got 3 games left. 2 wins from 3 would get them into those semi-finals, and potentially, most likely, it looks like at the moment, an away trip to Middlesex or Glamorgan. If Yorkshire men win this group that you're watching action from here, Group B, they will have a home semi-final on the 31st of August. If they come second, they'll have a home quarter-final on the 31st of August. If you're watching wondering quite why it works like that, well, it's because the quarter-finals in the Metrobank One Day Cup are second plays third, and second gets home advantage. First gets you a passport straight to the home semi-final, where you'll play the winner of those quarter-finals, and naturally, as you'd expect, you play the teams from the other group. So if Yorkshire finished second, they'd have a quarter-final against the side who finished third in Group A, and vice versa. Just pushed out to cover that time. Milnes continuing to probe in what's been a spell where he's really bent his back. 7 overs now for Matt Milnes from that City end. So wonder if this is the point where Captain Best might just say, take a rest. None for 35 off 7 for him. 13 overs gone. 59 for 1. What would you add to those, thinking maybe coming down to those 2 Disability Roses clashes at Headingley on the 4th of September?
A couple of things, really. I know the players would love it if there was some people watching them, because every player likes to see a crowd.
Starts his new over.
And secondly, if you do come down, you'll be astounded at the level of performance that you will see from. There'll be people with a physical disability, a hearing disability, or a learning disability playing in those games. And to be quite honest, you wouldn't know what some of their disabilities are, because ultimately they're good cricketers. And you'll see real passion, absolute passion.
I think in any format, that's guaranteed when it comes to Roses cricket in particular. You saw that here at Clifton Park on Tuesday, absolute sellout. A very good crowding today as well, but it just has that extra spice about it when it is a Roses game. And on the note of cricket doing things for good as well on a wider level, there's been an expansion of the Cricket Kit initiative alongside Vertu, a new hub here at York, where players can donate and recycle kit for use across the county, breaking down barriers and making cricket accessible, thanks also to the help of Vertu, who are powering our live streams from every Yorkshire home game across this season. Here to remind you again, Thursday the 4th of September for those 2 Disability Roses clashes, free entry at Headingley. Hill is putting together a nice over here. He's got 4 dots in on Vaughan, who, having started with a burst of quick scoring, has been slowed down here a little bit by Yorkshire. Somerset still will be broadly happy with where they are. So there's a look at that Kit activation point. Easy one to say that after you've had a few lemon sherbets. Really good thing to be having happen in the Yorkshire cricket community. As Best has a shot at stumps, even if he'd hit They'd have got through for 1. Vaughan moves on to 40.
Yeah, a wonderful initiative, that cricket. I've managed to say it there, so I won't try it again. And it's something, you know, that we should all be looking at to assist and help those around us who aren't quite so able to help themselves.
Back of a length and just guided away by Goldsworthy. End of the 14th over. 60 for 1 after a few more thoughts from Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell on disability cricket as well as cricket. She'll be joined by the brilliant Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many wonderful initiatives being shown at Yorkshire, and it would be great if you are local, certainly to Headingley, to get down to support the disability game. It'll be a very tight Roses game, so I think we all like supporting the Roses matches because it just adds that little extra incentive to the operations. But you'll find some very passionate young people all trying to get the win over the old enemy of Lancashire on September the 4th in the disability competitions.
Absolutely, yeah. Say, rivalry just seeped in history, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. I always remember from school days, you know, August the 22nd, 1485, Richard III was killed, and he was the last male Yorkist contender. And that's where it steeps back from. You didn't know that I'd know any of that information, did you?
You say that, Jane. I'm actually quite keen on my history.
Ah, there you go
Yeah,
then.
very keen.
Did I get it right?
There you go. We always learn something new, don't we? Every single Vertu live stream is like a school day. So it will be Dan Moriarty to come on to bowl here from the city end as the sun begins to peek through the overhead conditions here at Clifton Park. Of course, he was absolutely sublime with the bat in hands. Saw on the social media channels that the pair of sixes that he clubbed against Jack Leach had done quite a few numbers.
Yeah, you say the sun came out. I did see the ground staff run over to the covers at one stage, and they've moved one of the boards, so I don't know if they know something I don't, as that's just played out to backward point. There's only a single there. Warner slowed down it really because he went off like an absolute train, didn't he? Absolute rocket in those first few overs.
He did, and we saw this, well, actually in a couple of matches, Moriarty providing some very useful overs. He bowls here to Lewis Goldsworthy. I know in the ends on Tuesday in the Roses match finished with slightly more expensive figures than he would have hoped for, but it was a 3-2-4 over spell where he just went at 2 to 3 runs and over and just gave his side plenty to work with. As Goldsworthy advances down the track, the shouts of catch it. This would be an absolute stunner for Revis. He's not going to get across. 4 more runs here for the visitors as Somerset move on to 65 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good hit. I'm not sure it was entirely controlled and not sure it was entirely where he meant it to go. I think he was aiming more mid-wicket than it went, but just took the outside edge, just one bounce, just literally before the rope. As that's just played out to Don Bess in the covers.
I did think for a split second that we could have seen a repeat of James Wharton's catch up in Scarbados, but on that occasion, Goldsworthy got enough. Would have been an absolutely unbelievable effort from Matt Revis if he could have come around, but alas, that is not the case. So Moriarty finishes off his first over here in the run chase. And Somerset move on to 65 for 1. Archie Vaughan, as you mentioned, Jane, has just slowed down a tad. He's looking good for his 41 from 49 deliveries, but you look at the equation, 183 from 35 overs. He doesn't have to go hammer and tongs at this stage.
No, and he can just keep taking his time really and just dispatching the bad ball and just respecting the good ball, which is all that you need to do in cricket really. But Yorkshire will be hoping to get a breakthrough in the next 5 overs and hopefully 2 wickets in that time.
Well, here is George Hill on to bowl from the rugby ground ends. He has had some start, hasn't he, with the ball in hand. 1 for 7 from his opening 4 overs. Really providing plenty of discipline.
Yeah, he's going at 1.75 and over, which is quite phenomenal, really, in a 50-over game. So he's going well, but he himself will be wanting to pick up another wicket.
Vaughan steps into that one, drives it down to mid-on for no run.
You almost think that if he could bowl just that slightly slower ball, that if he might get Archie Vaughan to mistime it, which would end up being a catch to mid-on rather than just along the floor all the time. And those are the sort of things that will be going through his mind. How can I get him to execute a missed shot?
Vaughan there taking a couple of steps down the wicket.
I think George Hill saw him coming, so just dug it in a bit sooner, a bit shorter.
It's something we see a lot with spinners, isn't it? You just make that last second adjustment with the length of the delivery, just pitch it slightly shorter than originally intended.
And the seamers can do that with their wrist as well. So they can just vary it just at the last minute. The ideal seam ball is to keep the wrist cocked to keep it fixed. But if you see somebody accelerating against you or coming down the wicket, then you just almost flick your wrist down just to get it into the crease, into the pitch a little bit earlier.
Still a very good over this from George Hill, who...
Yeah, and what you saw there, I don't know if you noticed, James Wharton came running across. I don't think he had any chances of picking that up, but as a batter, you've always got to hesitate just in case. And then the ball just ran through, and it was easily fielded out at mid-off by Ben Cliff.
Well, that should be...
It's a rare run off George Hill there.
There certainly is, yeah. Just the solitary run off over number 16 as George Hill is applauded here at the spectacular Clifton Park, the home of York Cricket Club, as we see the drone footage there. It really is absolutely stunning, and I know we've mentioned this plenty of times over the duration of today's broadcast and previous ones as well, but they really have been lovely with regards to hosting us here. They've been absolutely brilliant, haven't they, Jane?
Yeah, it's been an excellent venue for Yorkshire this year, and all credit to the club. You know, it takes a lot of hard work from a lot of people, but they do it with a smile on their face, and it's very much appreciated.
Most certainly is. As Dan Moriarty continues here from the city end, bowling up first to Archie Vaughan, who's just dug in slightly. 42 now from 56 deliveries. Goes on the reverse and executes it very nicely indeed. There'll be a pursuit on for the fielder. James Wharton, fast as a greyhound out there on the rope, and that will be 2 more runs to add to the tally.
Yeah, James Wharton, one of the best fielders in the county game at the moment, just cut that one off easily and released the ball back to the keeper easily and early.
Well, will it be cut off? There was a diving effort there. Will be another 2 runs to add to the tally here for Archie Vaughan, who is 1 shot away now from what would be a well-deserved half-century. Really has been a mature effort so far from the Somerset youngster who, as Noah Kelly was saying, really has evolved and developed his game. This is down the track, and of course he scored that 59 against Lancashire, also had 2 for 41 to boot. He's someone who's adapting into a genuine all-round option for the club.
Yeah, he's a good young player, isn't he? Comes from good stock, as they say, but at the same time he has to put in the hard work.
Well, that one half stopped by a sprawling Dom Bess. And that will be a single. Brings Lewis Goldsworthy back onto strike.
And Lewis Goldsworthy has had a few chances so far today. Not quite middled it, but the longer he stays out there, the more likely he is to start middling the ball, and that will be foremost in Yorkshire minds.
Definitely will, as we see the culmination of the 17th over. Somerset 71 for 1, Archie Vaughan on 47 and Lewis Goldsworthy on 13 as Dom Bess hands his hat to the umpire, and we will see the Yorkshire captain in action here from the rugby ground end. So this is my ideal scenario really, Jane. Spin from both ends. You get that game of chess out there. Moriarty with the left arm finger spin from the opposite side and Dom Bess with the right arm finger spin. How he would absolutely love to play a key role in extending this unbeaten streak for Yorkshire and getting a few wickets on the board. Starts off by zipping in that one with a little bit of venom. Just carved away towards deep point for 1 run.
Yeah, Dom Bess, captaining the one-day side for Yorkshire, will be key in this game, and he'll certainly be wanting to make sure he takes a wicket. As that one is a play and a miss, but not worthy of an appeal.
No, I don't think there was too much going for that. Of course, Dom Bess, we've spoken about it at length, but formerly of Somerset, made the move to Yorkshire. Bowling here against his former teammate Lewis Goldsworthy, who swivels that around the corner for 1 run. And in recent seasons, I suppose the move to Yorkshire has catalysed Dom Bess as a real bona fide white ball option, especially in T20 cricket. Didn't get too many opportunities in a strong Somerset side. He bowls here to Vaughan for no run, but how impressed have you been with his evolution and his development from a white ball bowling perspective?
I think just seeing his whole approach and attitude to the game, he's been fantastic over the last few years, and more latterly in the last 3 years he's come through as a real leader. So much so that he's now captaining this side, and he was struggling to get in two years ago, and then he cemented his place in there, not just with the ball but with the bat as well. He scored some valuable runs, but he's got that knack of being able to come on and take wickets, so that's exactly what you want. And then the fact that he's good with the younger players, he guides them along, he gets the best out of them. I think that's why he's in this role and in this position at this moment in time, and he's got to be of benefit to the Yorkshire team.
100%. He is a great player and a great character to have in the dressing room as well. So here is Dan Moriarty, up first to Archie Vaughan, who slaps that back down the ground, and that will be 50 runs for the Somerset opener. He raises the bat aloft. It comes from 65 deliveries, and he has got his side off to an ideal start here at York Cricket Club. Includes 6 fours to his name. Well batted, Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, good innings from Archie Vaughan. Well deserved.
Goldsworthy slightly aerial, but I don't think anybody really could have got to that in time.
Yeah, and what we'll start to see now with Moriarty and Bess bowling is that they'll go through the overs quite quickly, and that will be a definite intention as well.
Certainly will be. Just about beats the effort of not 1 but 2 Yorkshire fielders. Should be at least 2 runs here for Somerset.
There's half a hand on it, so it slowed it down, which enabled, I think that's Milne out there, to be able to sweep behind the two inner fielders. Bess is one of them. And Cliff, I think, is the other.
Well, that is an absolutely massive six. Goes into the spectators. And Lewis Goldsworthy now getting into a little bit of a flow. Picked up the length of that delivery nice and early, premeditated the sweep, and absolutely launches it over the ropes. Somerset now 83 for 1.
Yeah, it was put down in the crowd, I think, that one. Gentleman in a blue shirt went for it, missed it.
Really fascinating battle here between Goldsworthy and Moriarty. As he strides into that one. Partnership almost up at 50 runs between these two. Vaughan, of course, having reached his half century, but Goldsworthy playing the foil role very nicely as we see the ends of the 19th over. Somerset 84 for 1. The requirement 164 runs off the remaining 31 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Somerset are in complete control at the moment. They're not racing ahead of the run rate, but they only have lost 1 wicket, and that is always a telling factor, a little bit like Yorkshire chasing the score against Lancashire here on Tuesday.
Well, there's plenty of encouragement. You may be able to hear it on the FX mic, but the Somerset boys just below us here in the pavilion offering plenty of support. Also seeing plenty of support for Somerset in the chat. I know that the county, as we mentioned, very well supported across the entirety of the West Country, it has to be said. Stretches down to that association with Devon. Whilst Vaughan goes for a deft shot. Just paddles it round the corner. Milne should cut it off, so will be 2 runs. But as a club, I think there's a lot to like with Somerset. I must say, I've always enjoyed my trips down to Taunton. In T20 cricket, very partisan. But at the same time, it's a cricket-loving region. And it's one where the club scene is very strong. It's one where there's a great attachment between the fans and the club itself. We've also seen the 50 partnership come up between these two, as that one is tickled around the corner by Archie Vaughan. And also we're seeing a lot of players come up through the pathway. You look at the squad this year with the likes of James Theedham, who we've seen today. JT Langridge is another one. Kian Roberts, who's someone to watch out for. Not being done right down in Taunton and the wider region, as that one is swept around the corner by Lewis Goldsworthy. Will beat, oh, it won't beat the effort of the field. That's a really good stop. Well, I think Dan Moriarty it is. Great stuff, really backing up his captain. Saves what would have been a certain boundary. There was not any protection behind him.
Just straying a little bit, almost too straight, Don Bess at the moment, which means that both batters can just help it round the leg side, which they've done quite well in the last few shots. He's just playing around with the field now. Just swapped a couple of fielders. And again, it's just too straight, which means that as it turns, it's already on its way down leg side, so the batter can just help it on down that leg side. It'd be better if he could just pitch it another stump width away on the offside, so that if it's turning back, so it's on middle, you know, sort of on middle and off when it's spun, rather than leg stump and outside.
Well, that was the end of the over from Don Bess. He's kept it pretty tight. None for 6 from his first 12 deliveries bowled, as Dan Moriarty will continue. Must be brilliant viewing for those who love your spin bowling. Back-to-back overs of finger spinners. Is Moriarty here to Goldsworthy? And Dan Moriarty is another one. He's been a very shrewd addition. Yorkshire needed someone who can consistently take wickets in white ball cricket. He's done that, especially in the T20 Blast, and offers something a little bit different with his height. He pretends to bowl there, I don't think.
He's done that a couple of times now. I'm not sure why he does that. Lots of encouragement from down below from the Somerset players, as you've already said, Aaron.
Well, that is the one thing. It's similar to this Yorkshire side. It's a very tight dressing room. A lot of the lads have grown up playing together, just as the White Rose have done through the pathway and the academy system. Vaughan looks to beat the efforts of the fielder. That is a great stop from a diving Will Luxton.
Yeah, that's the advantage of youth, isn't it? These guys can throw themselves around and just bounce up.
Yeah, he's up straight away. Sprightly is how I describe that from Will Luxton. So that one is swept and swept firmly as the shouts of shots ring out from beneath us in the pavilion. Excellent sweep for 4 runs, and Somerset now going along nicely at 94 for 1. Archie Vaughan it was on that occasion, timing that to perfection.
Yeah, and this is again where Moriarty and Bess are just getting the wrong line, and Archie Vaughan and Goldsworthy are very quick to swoop on anything that's on or around leg stump, and that was a good shot.
Can't quite beat the effort there of Moriarty as he tips it to Luxton. I was almost going to say the commentator's cliche of, well, that's just good cricket, boundary followed by the single, but on that occasion was a dot ball. But feels like Yorkshire could do with breaking this partnership at this stage, just motoring along very nicely. All seems quite comfortable, doesn't it, between Vaughan and Goldsworthy as we see the end of the 4th over. Somerset 94 for 1, the equation 154 from the final 29 overs, and the required run rate 5.3 at this stage, Jane.
Yeah, I think the runs are roughly similar to when Yorkshire were batting. The big difference is that the wickets are considerably different. So that's where Yorkshire really do have to make a breakthrough, because if not, this will be just a very easy stroll for the Somerset players.
And it comes back to what you've just spoken about there in terms of just tightening up the line. The lengths haven't been too bad from Moriarty and Bess. It's just allowing the ball to spin back into the stumps. So that one just darted in by Dom Bess, and it'll go to deep square leg for a single. Somerset closing in on 3 figures.
Yeah, I mean, in the first few overs, we saw Vaughan hit through the covers a few times, but latterly, majority of runs that have been scored have been on the onside, and that's because of the line that is being bowled to them now. And most shots are being pushed round the corner or helped round the corner onto the leg side. It's a better ball from Dom Bess, and you could see that Vaughan had to jab down quite quickly onto that one because he ran the risk of it just getting under his bat.
Well, we've seen Vaughan do that quite a few times, and even though that hasn't gone for a run, it's good batting. It just gives something for Dom Bess to think about. The fact that he's willing to take the front foot approach and advance a couple of steps down, and this time tries to just deflect it off the bat face, stopped by Harry Duke.
The fielders reacted there like he did get something on that, but there was no way that Duke was getting his hands anywhere near that.
Just looking now, Dom Bess is adjusting his field. So we did see a backward square leg. He's now been pushed to fine leg in the circle. The backward square leg now on the fence. And that doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest, because that is the release shot that Vaughan has been going for. So that is the end of the over. Pretty tight over again from Dom Bess, goes for just the 1 run, and Somerset now 95 for 1 in their pursuit of 248.
Yeah, much better over that from Dom Bess. The line was better. He pushed through a couple, so he was varying his pace, and that means that the batter has to keep concentrating, and he can't just get into the groove of waiting and then slap hitting one, sweeping one round the corner. So that was a very good change from Dom Bess. Matt Revis is now coming on from the city end.
He most certainly is. Now, Matt Revis, in the first 2 matches, struck in his first over. Has got a little bit of a reputation with the words golden arm, so no surprise that Dom Bess has brought him on here to get a breakthrough. Here he is bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy, who starts off by driving that nice and straight down towards mid-off for the single. But Revis is just having such a wonderful season, and we've spoken about his batting at length, but with the ball in hand as well, something that you can always rely on Matt Revis to do is give his 100%. He bowls every single delivery with his whole and entire heart.
Yeah, he's contributed in every game, and you can't ask for any more. And I think because his batting has been so good over the last 5 games, I think he's now started to believe in himself as an all-round cricketer. I think he had a few doubts because of he hadn't really come to the party in previous games, but now he knows that he can bat, he knows that he can contribute. I've often said to people that cricket's all about the head. If the head's in the right place, you'll play a good technical shot, or you'll bowl the ball in the right area because you're taking your head towards the target in a bowling term. But also what goes on inside it is important. You have to be able to believe in yourself and know exactly what you're about to do. And I think he's just got all that right at the moment.
And one pulled firmly out towards George Hill. 1 run will be taken.
Yeah, good fielding by George Hill out on the onside boundary.
Goldsworthy, that one guided down towards deep third. Another one to add to the tally. So again, the partnership really building very nicely between these two. Saw the wicket of Tom Lammonby with the score on what was 36 for none, then became 36 for 1, and since then it's just felt very calm, hasn't it, from a Somerset perspective. These two just going about their business, not taking too many risks. We've seen some powerful shots from Goldsworthy on the sweep and some delicate paddles from Vaughan. Vaughan now really flashes the bat hard at that one, and it races down to the fence for 4 runs. 100 up for Somerset, and that is also the end of the over after 23. Somerset are 102 for 1, and we'll have a change in the commentary box as Dr. Jane Powell will make way for Noah Kelly. So it will be Dom Bess to continue bowling here to Lewis Goldsworthy. It's a nice shot first up, but stopped by Adam Lythe as Noah. Welcome back, mate.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Just sense we need a wicket here, if I'm going to be honest with you. These two are batting pretty nicely as that swept away down to deep square.
Well, I was going to ask, are you a superstitious person?
Not particularly.
No?
I can be. I don't like to move if a partnership's going well. I don't like to move, so I've been running around on the balcony trying to disrupt this. I might say Vaughan is looking very good today, so hopefully a bit of commentator's curse.
Oh, that's a nice delivery from Dom Bess. Yeah, there are some funny superstitions, aren't there, in cricket? Of course, the famous one is when it's Nelson, you lift your leg up.
Look at that hospitality stand.
It's been full. It's been absolutely rammed today. It was the same on Tuesday for the Roses match as Vaughan goes for the sweep shot again.
Slightly slower from Bessie. A little bit more spin. Just trying to prize this wicket here. That's very good on the sweep shot, Vaughan. So he's trying to change his pace. Hopefully the quicker one skids on, hits him in the pad. A slower one. Bit of spin, top edge perhaps.
And that's just easy, isn't it, for Archie Vaughan?
Just leaning on that. Knows how to get off strike with long on back. Looks he just couldn't quite cut that off.
So the score now 104 for 1. This ball's here to Goldsworthy. He's a very good player of the cut shot, is Lewis. Seen that plenty of times. We've already seen the firm slog sweep as we signal the end of the 24th over. Somerset remain 104 for 1, but it does just feel as though these two are getting into the motion, and with every single run that ticks down, the equation becomes easier for that middle order. As you said, Noah, desperately needing a wicket at this stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're that far behind, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. It's just under 6 and over. They're currently going up just over 4 and over, so it's not like they're racing away with the game. A wicket or two, if you put 120 for 3 on the board, then completely changes complexion and getting him batter out.
Here is Revis to Archie Vaughan. That's a really, really good shot, utilising the finesse and deftness of the wrists. It goes for 2.
Lovely bit of fielding down there. Ben Cliff, big strong opening bowler getting down. That's what you want to see as a Yorkshire fan, and Wart's cleaning it up with a beautiful throw.
He is a jet in the field, isn't he, James Wharton?
Yeah, he's class. Very modest as well. I don't know if you saw the interview he did after his incredible catch. Very modest.
I did indeed see that. That is one of the great catches, isn't it? Not even just of this season, but arguably of the decade. How on earth he pulled that off at North Marine Road? It still defies belief.
And I'm not sure if the viewers at home would have seen the video, but when asked and said, the County Championship have said that's one of the greatest catches of all time, Watts just went, yep, completely agree with that statement. Seems it's got to his head a little bit.
That one's short, pulled handsomely. That'll be 4 runs. George Hill did give a little bit of a forlorn chase, but that was only ever going to the fence. Plenty of open space out there on the onside. As soon as it beats the infield, Hill was never going to get across, and that is an authoritative shot from Archie Vaughan, who moves on to 67 from 88.
Just swivels on it. That's lovely batting. That really is lovely batting. Ball before, he's pulled it over mid-wicket. Line's just been ever so slightly adjusting. He's running down to third man for a single. It's very impressive stuff from Archie today. He's looked in great touch. He's scored at a quick rate without really trying. Very natural time with the ball, especially off the back foot. Looks to get on top of the bounce, and yeah, very authoritative.
Well, that has been top-edged. Shouts of catch it. Dan Moriarty underneath it, takes the catch, and that is the end of Lewis Goldsworthy. We said that Matt Revis has got the Midas touch, and the man with the golden arm does the magic for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Somerset lose their second. The visitors 111 for 2.
Who else other than Matthew Revis? I mean, he's had an absolutely outstanding season with the bat, and he's been just as helpful with the ball. It's a very, very sharp bouncer, that. He's a big lad. And Dan Moriarty does the rest at fine leg, which in the end was a pretty simple catch. Similar to George Hill's dismissal, actually. Similar line. Just could not quite control it.
Words out of my mouth there, Noah. It was exactly the same style, wasn't it?
You see what it means to Mozza there, throwing the ball in the air. Yorkshire know that's what we need. As I believe they're possibly taking a drinks break early here, possibly. But it's exactly what we need going into the second half of this innings. Now hopefully we can apply some pressure to Varney at the other end. Obviously it'd be ideal to prize out that wicket as well. And it might just slow Varney down, feel like he has to be there at the end to knock this off. So he might slow down the run rate and get this clawed back.
Well, it brings James Rue to the crease. Somerset captain, ever the impressive character, both on and off the field, certainly has the makings of a very special talent. And it's funny, we mentioned Nelson. It strikes again.
That is uncanny. That is unbelievable. We just mentioned Nelson, and Nelson strikes again. Yeah, as you say, James Rue, he's such a quality player. Played with Will Luxton, of course, in the Under-19 World Cup. There's a side with Luxie, Cliffy, Jacob Bethel, Ryan Ahmed. So it'll be a very familiar sight for Luxie, this. Now this would be a good wicket. These two, one of these two to go.
Yeah, felt like that was needed, didn't it, from a Yorkshire perspective? I must say, as soon as one talent departs, another one comes into the middle. James Rue. I think a lot of people will have seen him in red ball cricket, had that 1,000-plus run season, really established himself as a go-to name on the county circuit. Also an excellent wicket-keeper. Just someone who has got bags of potential in this game. So too does his brother Tom, who is carded in at number 5. So he'll be hoping that his brother can chip away at this tally. As Revis comes around the wicket to the left-handed route. Starts off with a testing bumper. Really enjoying this from Matt Revis. And that will be the end of the over. So we'll have a change in the commentary box. I'll make way for Michael McCann, and I'll leave you with some words of wisdom courtesy of Yorkshire batter Noah Kelly.
Yeah, that was hell of an over from Rev. Finished it off well with a bumper, unsettling James perhaps. Obviously a clear planner going into the wicket. It's quite a big square here at York. So forcing the batter to either try and keep it down, play it up, or get out of the way of it. Luxie's now coming onto the field, and subfielder Ben Curd comes off, and Bessie is going to continue here from the rugby stand end. Rugby ground end, I keep getting that wrong.
Rugby ground, rugby stand, I think people get the message, but yeah, it is. There isn't a stand there. There's a big old marquee there though. Bess continuing. Just being worked round the corner. Very tidy start for the twirler. Went for 9 from his first 4 overs. I do sense Vaughan is key here. He'll be thinking that if he bats through or near enough, then Somerset basically guaranteed to win the game.
Absolutely. And I think Bessie's sort of sensing this is a bit of a matchup here. Right arm off spinner, turning the ball away from James Rue as a lefty. Captain to captain as Bess comes in for his first ball to Rue.
Short. And pushes that back. I mean, it wasn't that short. He picked up the length really nicely. This was a good illustration to the young uns of what you want to be doing. You want your contact point to be deep in your crease or right out in front of it against spin.
I think the key there is he made sure to hit it in that pocket towards deep extra cover. You can't put a fielder there, so he knew as soon as he hit it, it was going to be 2.
This time just pushing back lots of good balls. We see another look at that Crick Kit initiative from Vertu. Easy one to say that, a little bit of a tongue twister, but really nice to see there's a new drop-off point here in York, as well as previous one that already existed at Headingley. Trying to recycle and get old cricket kit out across the county to those in particular who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it. You love to see it.
It's an amazing initiative. The one at Headingley does get used quite a lot.
Goes to sweep, Bess is up, and umpire Hartley says no.
It's a touch slower from Bessie there. A bit more turn.
Yeah, he's held that
Gets it
one.
above the eye line. It's just going over.
Yeah.
Just a bit of bounce in there. I mean, as I said earlier, Dukey and Lythy never going to turn down the chance to appeal. They probably thought that was out.
Pushes that one through quicker and flatter. And Duke starting his trademark run to the other end. Here's that LB again. 114 for 2 off 26.
See, it just drifts and leaves him and bounces.
I think it's just about pitching in line of leg. I think you're right, it is the bounce in particular that would put the umpire off from feeling certain enough to raise the finger, but over from Best concedes just 3. He's gone for 12 off 5 against his old club. Revis continuing, 1 for 14 from his 2. Has been a real asset to Yorkshire with the ball in more recent times as he's been able to reload up from a back complaint that for a time his spells had to be somewhat restricted. Nice looking flick off his legs by Vaughan, who gets a couple.
Nice effort from Beanie there, mid-wicket. Full length dive. Love to see it.
Here we go.
Flat white.
For me, I'm just a straight black coffee.
I like it.
Efficiency.
Hardcore.
But they've got all of your needs catered for here at York. It's that shot pulled away. Pull shot of real conviction from Vaughan. He picks up the length very quickly. Any pull shot that goes through mid-wicket, well, that's always a good sign.
Yeah, I think the difference here from the one that he got the wicket with, it just wasn't quite high enough. You know, that's midriff and that's pickings for someone who's on 71 not out and seeing it well, obviously. If he's going to bowl a bouncer, Rev, you've probably just got to get it a little bit higher and make him hitting down as he's in again to Varney.
Guides that one away. Pick up one more, so moves on to 76. He got his first 30 in just under a run a ball. He slowed up a little since then. That often can also be the way. The game changes in dynamic. You lose a partner or two. The power play means that those boundary scoring opportunities are potentially a little bit more accessible. Lovely looking square drive for 1 out to Hill at point from through as these two settle into their work. He's got 3. Vaughan has 76. The sun just peeps out. It's been a hot day without seeing a lot of the sun.
It's been lovely. The wind's picked up, sun's come out.
Yeah, yesterday was positively baking. It felt like we were in an oven.
Yeah, it was too hot for me yesterday.
32 degrees and no clouds in sight, really, across York.
Never win with the weather, can you? Too hot.
You can see why Somerset came up here, got here at midday and thought, yeah, we'll just have a rest. That was a wise decision. No need to be out in this the day before a game. So that's short. Full shot out to Moriarty. In front of us, he's been the more expensive of the 2 spinners so far. End of over from Revis, which concedes 9. 1, 2, 3 for 2 off 27. Yorkshire still very much chasing wickets. Interesting to see where Captain Best goes from here. He's bowled well for his 5 and will come on to bowl his 6th. Hill with just 1 for 8 off 5. Ben Cliff's only bowled 3 at the top.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he might go to Hilly. Obviously very reliable. Gone for little to no runs already, and it's just about keeping that pressure up.
See just there, Nick Kay, Secretary of York Cricket Club, just checking in and making sure the burritos are up to standard. I'm sure he's doing a very thorough food quality control check, which is a very important job in operations, just making sure that those are nice and tasty.
Gary's number, can he bring one up?
It's quite a commute from round there. On the other side of the ground, it feels like it's a long way from us. Good from Bess. Good variation, pushing that in quicker. He's in a really nice groove here, Don Bess. Yorkshire's Metrobank One Day Cup captain, having skipped a little bit in other formats as well this season. Down the track, and slightly uncertain from Vaughan, jabbing into his pad.
Really nice from Bessie, this. Slightly slower again. As we look at someone practicing with it, there you go. That's how you play it. If you're watching at home, I don't need to reverse sweep when you can play it like that. That's a right shot.
That time, conventional sweep. Had to wait for it a little bit, Vaughan, because Bess had held it back. But those two in the nets there making Noah Kelly at 18 alongside me look positively ancient. The next generation of the next generation coming through.
Catch it. Oh, what a catch.
Sense that was
what a selly.
somewhat generous from the batter in offering Erling Haaland a caught and bowled chance. Good from Bess again, just trying to build these middle overs pressure for Yorkshire, but that required run rate for all Yorkshire's good work is only at 5.6, which isn't overly threatening for Somerset here. Wickets remain that key currency. But Bess again is just getting his dots in. That is another tight over from Dom Bess done. It is a maiden bowled to Archie Vaughan, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 without loss for Bess's 6 overs. He'll be pretty content with that.
And yeah, Hilly is coming on from the City end. Just had a sense that Bessie would go to Hilly at this time. Bessie himself only going for 2 and over. Hilly bowling 5 overs for 8 runs. I think Bessie's really trying to get a hold of this run rate and force Rue and Vaughan to play a hand and try and go after one of these two, which is not an easy task.
Archie Vaughan 77 not out off 101. You sense is pretty key in this. He's watching James Rue face up to Hill, who's changed ends. So that's short and helps around the corner for 1. Bit of a loosener in truth from Hill.
Fabulous bit of fielding from Watts there.
Yeah, you're right. Quietly excellent. You get so used to it from him. He's that good.
His arm is ridiculous. I don't know how he manages to throw it from about knee high, top of the stumps every single time.
Yeah, Anthony McGrath's recently talked about his work rate. Said one of the hardest workers when it comes to his fielding. Catches like one you see him take are by no means a fluke.
Is that one there? Vaughan pushes up to mid-on, slightly aerial for a second, but just rolls up to mid-on.
Already had someone in the YouTube live chat, Mark Richardson, saying would be ironic if Archie Vaughan got his maiden ton in any format against the Yorkies. Certainly would, given his dad being a Yorkshire legend and of course being in the Yorkshire 11. Last time Yorkshire won a limited overs trophy in 2002. This time Vaughan Jr. is going to get at least a couple out to deep cover, and thanks to the ever excellent Wharton out, there will only be a couple. With many other fielders it might well have been 4.
Covers ground very quickly as well, James. And as you say, Mags is right. He works so hard in his fielding. Catches the most balls. Works very hard in his ground fielding. Probably seen it in the blast. Not many people take 2 straight to him. It's a slow ball from Hilly.
Slight misfield. Well judged single all told. 127 for 2, so more than halfway there. Going just a tickle behind the required run rate here, but not something that would bother Somerset, particularly in this modern era where teams bat deeper than ever before. Particularly only being 2 down. That's just guided back.
Yeah, it's exactly what we said during the first innings. You need to have wickets in the tent going into the last 10 or 20. And I feel Vaughan, he's just played it. I mean, he scored 80 out of the 127 as a 19-year-old at the top of the order.
Yeah, a couple of the people discussing in the YouTube live chat, just to confirm, we're talking about his first century in professional cricket. Of course, he scored plenty of tons. You don't end up as a 19-year-old opening the baton in county cricket without having turned up at some point. He's done that plenty of times for Millfield and coming through the Somerset pathways, but at professional level, that's the end of the 29th, 127 for 2. He has a couple of 50s in first-class cricket and 1 in list day cricket. A list day best before today of 59, so he's gone past that. Meanwhile, out the back, a bit of dustbin cricket for the next generation. It's quite brutal batting in those conditions because any dustbin like that is far bigger than a conventional set of on-field stumps. It really is school of hard knock stuff.
Yeah, you're not finding your off-stump there, are you? You don't know where your off-stump is.
Even the off-stump guard we were talking about earlier on is not getting you too much when you're dealing with stumps that are that wide and that high. As Bess is back for more. He's been flicked straight to short fine leg 1. Maiden conceded just 12 off his 6 so far.
That's how you do it.
Nice high elbow.
Nice straight bat, high elbow, yeah.
Sweeps and wasn't quite in control of that. Bess has beaten him in the flight. This is good signs for Yorkshire. You do get a sense that something's potentially going to happen here. Maybe in terms of, obviously it can go either direction, maybe a little run of boundaries as a release or a wicket. Bess is creating things. He's now having a chuckle with something about to umpire Hartley. Pushes that one through, and not totally certain of what that came off.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve, Bessie. You can see his character when he's bowling. I seem to see a clip of him rugby tackling a newspaper at Scarborough.
Oh yeah, this was absolutely iconic Vertu live stream stuff. The Spectator as well, obviously decided the natural thing to do when your newspaper goes, and we're not just talking about a couple of yards over the boundary, like it's gone 30, 40 yards, as I think a bit of treatment is needed here for...
Yeah, I think it's just flicked his grill on the way. You know how strict they are with concussion nowadays.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he'll be fine. It just skimmed it, but protocol's protocol. Umpire's just doing the job.
Hopefully we can just get another look of a straight-on replay of that one, because it was a little bit unusual, and forgive us for not quite picking it up. We are at sort of an elevated deep cover position here, but yeah, so the Spectator, naturally, as you do, your newspaper's gone a good 30 yards onto the playing surface because of the wind. You just stroll on. Like, that's obviously the correct reaction. The Spectator ends up near enough alongside Tom Bess at mid-on. He's diving in all directions to get all of these different bits of newspaper. And Bess eventually helped retrieve all of said newspaper, and said Spectator headed off. This is another look at that. Bess fires it in. Yeah, when just going to play the sweep, it's come off the top of the foot.
Zvoni there just uses his feet as we look to that replay, just negotiates it to the square leg, and there's no run.
Mandatory checks all complete, all fine to continue for Archie Vaughan. Made his Somerset debut in this competition against Kent last season. So that's just tickled away for one. Part of the England under-19 squad as well from June last season, captain the under-19s against South Africa in early 2025. He's played a lot of club cricket as well, Alderley Edge, and worked his way up on that Somerset pathway. Started to work on his spin bowling in the COVID lockdown and has become a very handy all-rounder. We're surprised we didn't see a little more of him with the ball earlier. This time, again, just inducing something of a false shot. It is 4, so it's somewhat fortuitous 4, but Bess will take the moral victory as such. 132 for 2 from 30. I know that's a phrase that these days has become ensconced in Ash's dialogues, but I think you know what I mean, just in the sense that the bowler's found the outside edge. Just some consolation for Bess. 7 overs gone for Bess. He's conceded just 17. He's been really economical.
It's a lovely over from Bessie, that, 4 dots. Didn't deserve that last boundary. But he's doing a really, really great job for his team. See Lardy getting the lads going. 1 wicket away, he's saying.
Hill bending his back, trying to get that wicket, but instead is put out to deep square leg. Worth reminding you again of what this would mean in terms of the context of the group. Were Somerset to go on and win it, they would join Yorkshire on 12 points, and both sides would have 3 wins and a defeat. And unless it's a seismic defeat for Yorkshire, Somerset would be beneath Yorkshire on net run rate alone. Somerset would go above Warwickshire and Durham. Slow ball from Bess. Well judged quick single despite the efforts of Luxton. Just going off the reaction of Vaughan, he didn't seem too troubled. Didn't even think of getting the dive out. But regardless, it's nice athleticism from Luxton in the field. You know you'll get that from him.
Yeah, very good in the field is Bingers. That's one of our nicknames for him.
Bingers?
Former player at Bradford and Bingley. And he never stopped talking about it, so Bingers is all Wendell's, as he looks like Wendell's from The Simpsons.
There you go, yeah. Good from Hill. Yeah, once upon a time, you think of the way fans often remember kits by what the main sponsor was, but of course in the late noughties there was Yorkshire's Bradford and Bingley, you're aware,
Absolutely.
Those they were emblazoned on the front around my time coming through as a teenager, with plenty of trips up to Yorkshire. Opens his shoulders. He was looking to give that a bit of welly Vaughan, and he didn't really time it. Harry Duke, like any good wicketkeeper after a shot like that, just comes right up to the stumps to shout a message that is nominally for his own teammates, but is quite clearly actually for the striking batter. All part of the codology of the thing, of course.
James, we were just having a quiet word. Maybe just sensing Vaughan. He's had a few dot balls and tried to swing through the line.
Yeah, we're just taking the pace off that one a bit. And look, you wouldn't blame Hill for being... you wouldn't blame Archie Vaughan for being a bit nervous, because he is now into uncharted territory. He's gone past his professional best, which was 80 in a first-class match. He'd already gone past his list day best of 59. So he's now into the best in what is his 26th game at first-class or list day level. So that is well gathered by Duke down the onside, who briefly thinking of a run. There's nothing there. End of the 31st, 135 for 2. Wide run rate sits bang on 6.
Yeah, Somerset, I'll just be trying to set this chase up. If you're thinking of it like a 20-over game now, a T20, thinking the modern game, 113 required. They've knocked this off comfortably, so we've just got to find a way to stem the flow, take a wicket. I like this matchup for Bessie here to Archie. He's bowled 4 dots in the previous over, having bowled a maiden in the over before. As we get a look at that stand again, just below us, that camera.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lancashire might have been a sellout on Tuesday, but
not far off.
In and of itself, today has been not a million miles off. Bess into his 8th over of what's been a very tight spell, and he's finding the inside edge there. He's gone for just 2.4 and over. He and Hill have been comfortably Yorkshire's most economical bowlers.
Yeah, he's bowled 11 dots at Archie in the last 13 balls. Can he just find a way to get through that defence?
So that's just flipped down to long on for 1. That's spoken with the authority of someone who, as a batter, has spent a lot of time in the field having to use statistics to keep the brain ticking. So a great bit of work from you doing that on the fly. What you can't see is Noah Kelly's got no laptop or information in front of him for that. That's just straight out of the old noggin.
Yeah, as a wicket-keeper myself, you've got to make sure the batsmen know how many dots they've faced.
Just count them up for them, just being helpful. So that's just guided away through backward points. Managed to beat fielder in the ring, and some very speedy work from Wharton. Manages to stop it going for 4.
Yeah, it's tough them edge of the squares for Milnesy there. He's over some footholds, maybe took a little bobble in front of him, but as you say, Jim so quickly around the boundary, cleans it up nicely.
That's down leg. Bess will have to re-bowl that one.
Lovely glove work from Howard as always. Not easy when the batter's swinging his bat in front of you. Straight down the leg side, whips the bails off.
It makes it look very easy when it's most certainly not. Goes back this time and hits deep cover and hits deep cover hard. Remember, these sides will also meet in the county championship next month, albeit with very likely somewhat different looking squads. Their first championship meeting since 2022, which was a draw. Back in 2021, Yorkshire won by an innings and 33 runs, but Somerset had won the previous 4 before that. That game coming on the 8th of September at Taunton. Nicely worked off the back foot for 1 more, and then Somerset finish off with Hampshire at home on the 15th, Essex away on the 22nd. Of course, Yorkshire eventually finish off against Durham at Headingley on the 24th of September. Just guided away for 1 more. Nice, sensible accumulation here from this pair. They know that it's Yorkshire that have got to make things happen.
Yeah, as you say, Bessie has looked the most threatening over the last 10-15 overs with the ball, getting it to spin. So I think these two are just going to try and negotiate his last 2 overs. Maybe force a bowling change, as I see Mozza is coming back on. That's Dan Moriarty coming back on from the City end.
Yeah, Bess has gone for 24 off his 8. Clearly the experiment of Hill changing ends has been ended after just a 2-over spell from the City end. Moriarty with none for 25 from his 4 so far. Picked up a 4-for in the win at Northants, and Yorkshire desperately need him to get on a little run of wickets here.
Made a lovely cameo in the first innings, Mozza. Career best.
List A best. I don't think many people saw that coming. Was it a full career best? Oh wow!
I'm not sure. I think maybe I have to have a stats check on that. I'm not sure.
Certainly highly entertaining to watch. I think you'd have got slightly long odds on it, which only made it all the more joyous for everyone here to watch, unless you're a Somerset supporter, of course. Sat has played straight to Luxton.
Yeah, reverse sweep, first ball. Nice batting from Revis. Just trying to put Mozza off straight away. We saw what happened when Bessie played a lap sweep first to Leach. Just trying to get off his line and length. See if he goes again.
Instead, just guiding that into the onside.
Just a hint of spin there. Slightly slower in pace. Catches a thick inside edge.
And that's just guided again straight to Luxton. So a second use of the reverse in the over. Really does not want to let Moriarty settle here. Good battle on. This time jabs it into his own foot. Encouraging signs here for Moriarty.
Yeah, slightly quicker, a little bit back of a length. Nice few dots on him here. See what I think James is going to do something here. Just got a little feeling. 3 or 4 dots to his now. He's played 2 reverse sweeps.
This time gets this away in a more conventional sweeping fashion. Broom's been out plenty of the time in this over from Moriarty thus far. It's away for 1.
The tidy set so far from Mozza. Knows what he's doing with his pace. Following suit with Bessie, slowing it down to get a bit more spin out of the surface, allowing the ball to grip, and then when he wants it to skid on, possibly seeing a sweep shot coming, he's going a little bit quicker, more at the front of the hand. As he comes in to bowl his last ball of the over.
That's good take by Duke down the onside. It's not wided, so must have just flicked off something on the way through. End of the 33rd over. Interesting quote from Joe Root that's just popped up on my phone about the upcoming Ashes series. I can't have any control or say on how people see the game or talk in an interview. It's irrelevant. What more can I do about it? Just keep my surfboard out the way and make sure it's not a talking point in 100 days' time. I guess it's all part of the fun, right? We will see what happens. It's not really in my nature to get too verbal. That's referring to David Warner's comments about if Joe Root can take that surfboard off his front pad, which has already got the Ashes dialogue going with still more than 3 months.
Can't beat it, can you? Cannot beat it.
And who else would it be but David Warner just to get it going? If you had to take bets over who it would have been, he would have been a short favourite. Adam Live is on, something a bit different here. And I was actually meaning to mention at what point might Live be tried, because Bess with his offies has had some success, but Bess, of course, has only got a couple left.
Yeah, I really like this move actually from Bessie. He's sensing that we probably do need a wicket. As you say, he's bowled really nicely, spinning it away from James Rue, who's probably the big key wicket, obviously, as well as Varney.
And that's a lovely punch off the back foot. Decent ground covered out there to keep it to 2 from Wharton, but his partnership is continuing along very nicely.
Does just have a knack as well, Lively, just to pick up a wicket here and there. I can't imagine his spell will be more than 2 or 3 overs. His job here is just to try and get a wicket.
Smashed away towards us in the commentary box. Big 6. Thumps into the dugout in the end. A shot of real intent from James Root, settling into his work nicely. The Somerset skipper.
I don't think Lyther will be too discouraged. You know, it's against the spin. A little top edge here. Just needs to skid on ever so slightly, but slightly wide, and he drags it beautifully, actually. No danger of that hitting the stumps. It's a lovely shot.
Second 6 of the innings. First for Root. Goldsworthy hit one as well. 5 this time, fielding that off his own bowling. Just jumping back to Moriarty's not. Best in first class cricket of 29. Best in List A cricket before today of 16 not out. Of course, he made 30, so shouldn't have doubted Noah Kelly for a second. Very much a full career best for Dan Moriarty. It's always something quite joyous as well. Nearly gets hit by the throw coming back in there. I was going to say, always quite joyous seeing a tail ender bat well. That's always part of the fun, unless it's, of course, against your particular side. End of the 34th over. After some more words from Noah Kelly, he'll be joined by Aaron Bars.
I don't know if that picked up on the live stream, but when Watts threw that ball in, that was about a cat's whisker from Beanie's head, as Beanie makes a rather elaborate dive to get out of the way of that throw. As Mozza is going to continue from the city end. He's just adjusting deep square, slightly squarer. Knows Varney's inclined to a sweep, who at the moment is facing a few balls. It's on 85 not out, but we just slowed him down ever so slightly as he nears towards his maiden professional cricket.
Yep, career best score this for Archie Vaughan, regardless of the format as well, surpassing the 80, which is his first class best. What a performance this has been. Still out there, 85 from 117 deliveries. So he faces off here against Dan Moriarty. So Vaughan it is on strike, just punches that through the covers for 1 run. And it's just been a really mature knock this, hasn't it, Noah? In terms of the approach, he had that time of almost slowing down for a little bit, but he's had those periods of acceleration and also just noticed the game situation and known exactly when to play those style of shots.
He's been very composed, very assured.
The reverse attempted there by James Root, spirals away, and that will be 4 runs. Excellent shot as he continues to get into his stride. Some lovely shots as well.
He got outside the line, realised that point was there. He'd hit Luxie in the previous over twice, this time choosing just to wrap the wrists underneath and flick it over Luxie. Very smart cricket, very well adjusted, which you'd expect of a player of his class.
Absolutely. Looking in great touch. Here's the Somerset number 4. Moves him on to 28 from exactly 28 deliveries as bit of gamesmanship there from Dan Moriarty. Seen that a couple of times today.
Yeah, that's very Mozza, that.
Rue just rocks onto the back foot, guides it out towards deep square leg for the single. Just looking now, the requirement for Somerset, just 89 runs from 15.5 overs. Feels like Moriarty needs to get a breakthrough here. Of course, still plenty of batting to come with Thomas Rue, Josh Thomas. As Vaughan advances down the track, it's uppish. Just spirals down towards that deep point region for a single.
And the trap had been set there. Bessie, the previous delivery, had brought long off up, enticing that shot, knowing that Varney's faced a few dot balls. Boy will want to try and find the boundary. And again, Mozza slower, wider, induces a mistake, but when you're in, you're in. And it goes down and vacant. He's here for another ball. As he's into Rue and just eases it down to the long on for a nice single, which he'll just walk. As you do.
So brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Well batted James Rue and Archie Vaughan. They've brought it up from 60 deliveries. Just laying the foundation here for the rest of the Somerset batting unit. Vaughan thought about advancing down the track, instead just muscles it through the covers for one more run. That will be the end of Moriarty's 6th. Still wicketless, but he's kept it relatively tight. None for 35 from those 6, and Somerset now 162 for 2.
Yeah, just 86 required now from the last 15 overs. Just under a run of ball. I think each over goes by without a wicket. The chances for a slightly decreased, but again, we've got Golden Arm on now, so if anyone's going to get a wicket, it is Lythy. Loves playing in front of the Yorkshire crowd. You can see the passion burning through him every time he plays. See if he can prize this wicket. This would really throw a spanner in the works for Somerset.
Another very confident shot that from Archie Vaughan. Moves on to 89. Of course, if Somerset are to win this, he has played a massive role. Didn't quite get the go with the ball which we were expecting. In fact, didn't get a go at all. Was unused by James Rood, but he certainly made a big impact with the bat in hand as Lloyd just shuffles the fielders about a little bit. George Hill taken out of was a very straight long on, just pushed a little bit wider.
James Rood just leaning into another one there, pushing it through to deep cover. Getting down the other end, left-hand, right-hand combination, which we spoke about quite a lot today. Can we just get this length slightly fuller to Vaughan? Make him push down the ground, potentially sweep. Create half a mistake.
Well, he advances down to that one, sends it gun barrel straight. Will just be a single. It's for the first time in his professional career. Archie Vaughan moves into the 90s.
Yeah, it's a knock that you wouldn't expect from a 19-year-old. I'm going to be honest.
No, he certainly is showing maturity beyond his years, is Archie Vaughan. As we all know, very highly touted. You spoke about him playing in the Bunbury alongside yourself, Noah, and he's also been a part of the under-19 setup for England, so just fulfilling that potential.
Yeah, and the fact he was skipper in that obviously shows how highly they think of him as not just a cricketer but a person, and they obviously feel he's beyond his years in that regard as well, not just by his batting.
That's a very good point, actually, yeah. Captained them against South Africa, didn't he? Earlier in 2025. And if you're a Somerset fan, you must be absolutely relishing in this at the moment. Blythe bowls to the right-hander. Be no run, and that will signal the end of the over as well. So Somerset 166 for 2 as we say goodbye to Noah Kelly for the time being. Another great stint from the young man, and in a few moments' time you'll hear from Yorkshire Club President Dr. Jane Powell. As you can see there, the pictures of the Kevin Hutchinson scorebox. Rather prominent display here at Clifton Park, keeping us all updated as we welcome Jane back to the comms box.
Hello, it's good to be back. It'd be nice to be on comms when Mr. Vaughan gets his 100, his first 100. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Well, he's not on strike for this delivery. It's Dan Moriarty who starts off a little bit wide, too wide for the umpire's liking, and he'll have to re-bowl that one. Rood rockets that off the back foot through the offside down towards George Hill. Just looking in terms of plans and tactics at this stage, Jane, what do you think is going through Don Bess's head? Of course, he's thinking, well, let's break the partnership and see what we take from there.
Yorkshire have to take wickets. If they don't take wickets, then this is going to be a stroll for Somerset. But what they want to do is just try and build a bit of pressure by keeping the run rate down as well. You know, it did go up at one stage, but all that Somerset need to do is hit a boundary in and over, and that will bring the run rate down. So a little bit of cat and mouse, but yeah, Don Best will need to take wickets. Spinners have been reasonably tight. You know, they've bowled a good line and length on the whole. They need to keep it just on off stump and not any wider than that, because if it goes down leg side, they'll help themselves to it.
And that can be said, of course, the other side as well. James Rue, if you are to bowl almost what would be the imaginary sixth stump, so wide channel, he's very good on the cut shot and the back foot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be that tight off stump line, really. As he rocks back and just places that one out, but George Hill is out there and they'll just be the single. Yeah, very cat and mouse at the moment. You know, it's in danger of just sort of simmering, this one, rather than exploding, you know, and if there were some wickets, then we might see an explosion. But at the moment, Somerset well in control and just coasting along.
Well, Vaughan dances down the track, lofts it over the top, and that is absolutely glorious. 4 more runs off the bats of the young Somerset opener, who now moves within 5 of what would be a first century in professional cricket.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people drawing up comparisons between the young Vaughan and the more elderly Vaughan, should I say, you know, as to the way, the style of batting and the ease with which he's moving on through the 90s now.
Yeah, 95 from 125. A very stylish way for Somerset to round out over number 37. The visitors 174 for 2. They need just 74 of the final 13 overs. So it will be Don Best to come back onto bowl, opting to go around the wicket here to the left-handed Rue.
Yeah, and Rue's looking very compact as well. You know, they've got a good pair here. Good young players from Somerset. You know, they've been making names for themselves down through the county championships, and here they are batting together.
Well, Vaughan goes for the sweep. There's an appeal. Big appeal from Harry Duke behind the stumps. Umpire not giving
And he's bowled him. He's spoilt the party. Don Bess has come in and he's taken, I think it was the off stump of Vaughan, and he's been bowled for a very, very good 95. So unfortunately he'll have to wait a little bit longer for that first century. But he's put his team in a very strong position.
He most certainly has, and Vaughan there looking crestfallen as he walks off here, but he'll be richly applauded by this strong crowd at Clifton Park, and rightfully so. 95 from 127 deliveries. He has put Somerset in a commanding position to get the victory here and to galvanise their campaign in Group B of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, as we just see the replay here. Just advanced down, nice bit of turn for Don Bess, and you can see there from the reaction, that is a wicket that Yorkshire were absolutely desperate for. Just one shot too many, wasn't it? Quintessential off-spinner's dismissal. And that is, unfortunately, the end of Archie Vaughan's innings. It is a career best, though, in professional cricket. Well batted, young man.
Yeah, very well battered. And what was nice was this crowd, whilst they might be a partisan Yorkshire crowd, were very delighted for, you know, applauded him warmly as he walked off the field. They were aware that they've just seen some future star batting here at Clifton, and very much they wanted to say well done, well battered. He probably didn't take it, you know. It's interesting when you're young, you come off very disappointed. You know, as you go through your career, you know that, well, I just need to acknowledge the crowd a little bit because they're acknowledging me. But that'll come with a bit more experience and potentially when he starts accumulating those centuries, which are bound to come in the future.
They most certainly are. And as one star departs, another one enters the middle. The Roux brothers batting together here at York Cricket Club. Thomas, the new man at the crease, just 17 years old, really has made an instant impact. That 84 not out against Durham immediately springs to mind, as well as the 51 against Middlesex. And yeah, it's funny, you just talk to people down in the West Country and these two really are seen as the future of Somerset County Cricket Club.
Yeah, and for those of you that aren't sure, there's a T. Roux on the back of one shirt and a Roux on the other. The senior Roux gets Roux and the junior gets a little acknowledgement to the fact you're not the original.
Well, end of the over as Dom Bess receives the adulation of this York crowd. Somerset's 175 for 3 as Roux remains scoreless after 3 deliveries. Only 73 runs required for the victory though, so you'd argue Somerset still well on top, but yeah, the Roux brothers out there in the middle as they look to define another game for their county. But just going back to Archie Vaughan, he will be disappointed in the moment, but he'll look back on this, as you said, Jane, when he's racked up a few centuries, and he'll go, you know what, I batted my heart out there. And the other thing to also acknowledge was he had a couple of misfields, and the crowd, as crowds do, had a little bit of oohs and ahs with him. It was all in good jest, but really nice moment to see the crowd acknowledging what was a really, really wonderful knock.
Yeah, no, really good as that's played out to deep point by Roux, and it's now Thomas Roux, James Roux, hit it out to point, and now it's Thomas Roux to face. Do you know, I'll tell a funny story shortly, if you'll bear with me. It just reminds me with 2 Roux there, 2 Roux. So my twin sister and I were batting together in India at Agra in a one-day international, and the scorers couldn't tell us apart. So instead of Jill Powell getting so many and Jane Powell, they just put a bracket round us, and we got 64 not out between us to win the game. I don't know if that's ever been recorded in the annals of cricket history where we've shared a thing. I keep telling her I got 50, but you know.
As you do with your siblings, as you do. Well, that is a very unique story. As Moriarty bowls here too, the younger of the Roux brothers. That was an absolute gem. 2
in a row that have beaten him, and there was excitement amongst the Yorkshire fielders there as that one just turned away from the Thomas Roux's bat. Harry Jukes, you can sense that he's expecting something here.
Yeah, there's that level of anticipation, isn't there? Both on and off the field here at Clifton Park. It's better from Roux, just taking a stride to meet the pitch of the...
Yeah, I was going to say, usually when there's that level of expectation, you then see the batter just step down the crease and smack it for 6, don't you? So anything is possible at this moment in time. But interestingly, that 1 wicket from Dom Bess has now put a little bit more perceived pressure on the batters. You've got 2 young batters out there. They still only need over 6 and over now to win. But 6 and over should be very easy in today's cricket.
It should be, but it comes down to wickets, doesn't it? And just breaking that partnership, getting the established man out, has just given Yorkshire that glimmer of hope. You never know.
Yeah, and bizarrely, you've got 2 brothers out there. So the older Roux will be feeling for the younger Roux as well. So that puts more pressure on him. You know, even though he's been out there and he's on 36, he's now nervous for his brother as well. You know, there's all sorts of things come into play now as Bess comes in once more.
Yeah, bowling this time to James. I can't quite claim credit for this, but it did make me laugh. Someone down in Somerset, because of Thomas and James being in the lineup, called it the Metro Bank One Day Cup, which I thought was quite a nice little pun.
Metro.
The Metro Bank One Day Cup. But no, both tremendously talented, and it is absolutely staggering, to be honest, to just think of their respective ages. I mean, James is 21, has already achieved so much, was called up to the England Test squad against Zimbabwe earlier this summer, and of course, Tom Rue as well. I mean, he's just been an absolute gun in the academy. Signed his first pro deal in 2025 and really has made a quick name for himself as he goes on the reverse. Bounces awkwardly up there for Dan Moriarty, who just wrings his bowling wrist in pain. Well, screams of catch it, the crowd go up, Yorkshire go up. Nothing given.
Just see on this replay.
Well, we both made the signal, didn't we, Jane? We think that's come off the forearm, personally. I think that is a fair decision in the end, so no harm done from a Somerset perspective, but Dom Bess causing some trouble here. It's all going on in the middle, and in the end it's going to be given as a wide down the leg side. Sharp glove work that from Harry Duke. I think Tom Rue was well in his crease. Either way, regardless of what happens here today, we've got to just mention this bowling effort from Dom Bess. 1 for 27, gone at less than 3 runs per over, exactly what you want from your finger spinner.
Yeah, and the pressure's really been put on and it's literally been 1 wicket that has changed the makeup of the stroll that Somerset were having at the time, and not much has changed, but something's changed out there.
Well, the two captains just having a bit of a convo there, James Rue and Dom Bess. Bess then for the final time in this match. Bowling here to Thomas Rue and finishes off with a dot ball. Take a bow, Dom Bess. 1 for 27 from his 10 overs. Includes a maiden over in there as well. And he's just given his side a glint. The door is slightly open. The required run rate's 7 runs per over from the final 10 here at York. 70 needed for Somerset to bring Yorkshire's unbeaten streak to an end.
Yeah, what a great spell by the captain there, Dom Bess, and certainly leading from the front, you know, to take the key wicket of Vaughan and then to keep the pressure on with the line and length of the next few balls has really shown his team the way. And bizarrely, 10 overs left and 70 required. He's pushed the run rate up to 7 and over now. I'm good at maths when it's 10 divided by 70, 70 divided by 10. So 7 and over, which is very achievable, let's make no mistake. But there's that pressure that people batters in particular can put on themselves because they suddenly realise, I've got to hit a boundary, I've got to hit a boundary, when actually they don't. They just need to take 1 a ball and just make sure you push 2 on one of them.
So it will be Dan Moriarty to bowl his 9th over of the run chase. Bowling up first here to the older of the 2 Rue brothers, James on strike. You can just see the sting has been taken out of the Somerset tail here. The Yorkshire spinners doing a great job just to keep it disciplined and metronomic. Just looking as well at the field placement. Boundary riders plenty on the offside, and one of them brought into action here. George Hill, they think about coming back for two. But Hill, as we've seen all season long, Jane, always attacks the ball with great intent.
Yes, I think Hill on one side and Wharton on the other, and James Rew in particular will be aware of both of them, I think. So we'll be very wary of taking any run that is not an absolute certainty at this stage, because what Somerset don't want to do is take a silly run, have a run out, because that puts even more pressure on the next batters coming in.
Most definitely does. Now, the two Rew brothers just having a bit of a chat in the middle. Thomas yet to get off the mark here from his first 12 deliveries faced. Slashes at that one. Will it be stopped? Half stopped by Ben Cliff. Has a shot at the non-strikers. And it will be backed up in the field. So Thomas Rew does get off the mark. That's his first run off the bat.
Yeah, and well fielded by Ben Cliff there, and taking that shy at the stumps. Well backed up down at the far end. Little alteration of the field. Of course, the two Rew brothers, one's right-handed, one's left-handed. So if they can rotate the strike, then that means there's a little bit of jigging the field around.
That one just pushed out towards deep mid-wicket for the single. I believe that the raffle is taking place in the marquee. I think we can hear that through the tannoy.
Yeah, if you've got yellow ticket 145, I think you've just won something.
A stint in the commentary box with us two. That's the grand prize. Dan Moriarty bowls to Thomas Rew. There's another appeal. Harry Duke really has been sensational standing up to the stumps today. With the bails off in a flash.
And even that just keeps the pressure on Thomas Rew. He didn't move his feet at all, but he knows that should he miss it and move his feet, he's in trouble, because Harry Duke, as you say, is on it.
Well, that's better from Thomas Rew. Meets the pitch of the delivery, and that is the end of Dan Moriarty's ninth. Still wicketless, but he's kept things relatively tight. None for 48 so far. And just 4 runs conceded, so the required run rate just
climbs,
ticks up. It's nothing too substantial at this rate. It's gone up by 0.3 per over, but it is still an uptick nonetheless. So Don Bess is bowled out, so we will see a change of bowling here from the rugby ground ends. It looks as though it will be George Hill.
Yeah.
So it will be George Hill to come back onto bowl here. What a day he has had so far. 1 for 15 from his 7 overs. He really has bowled out of his skin. Also batted tremendously nicely as well.
Yeah, I'm just adding up in my head. So he could bowl the 42nd, the 44th and the 46th, which would mean there'd be potentially one over. But it looks like the Rews are going to hit out at this stage, and that's a good shot for 4 runs there.
It's just a nice height, that, isn't it, for Thomas Rew? He is very strong on the pull shot. We've already seen the reverse sweep. He has also got a lap scoop in the locker, so first real shot of anger we've seen there from the 17-year-old, but it's just in his hitting arc, really. It's the first, well, describably bad ball from George Hill today. He just missed his length on that occasion, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure what Don Bess was doing. A few football skills down in front of the marquee. I'm not sure if he was there to entertain, but he did a little bit of keepy-uppy with the cricket ball.
We saw that the other day, didn't we, from Adam Lyth? He's done it quite a few times, actually, this season. Of course, used to play a little bit of semi-professional football. It's Thomas Rew again. This time just whacks it out towards
And
backward square.
And what you're seeing here is that with a lot of young players, they look more comfortable against seam than they do spin. When Bess was bowling and Moriarty were bowling, Thomas Roux looked a little bit nervous and hesitant. As soon as the seam comes on, then they don't have time to think, so they just play their shots. And he's certainly played one very good shot, and then he got an outside edge down for the other one.
Well, call of one there will just be one. Was also interesting as well, just to mention that previous shot from Thomas Roux did bring about the change in field, and I think it is going to remain. It's Matt Revis out there. You want your best fielders in those danger positions. He's there at deep forward mid-wickets, and just looking at the other fielding positions, got a deep cover point out there as well as a deep third. Hill bowls here to Thomas Roux, who picks that one up, helps it along its way. Will it be stopped? Oh, it is in the end. That is absolutely brilliant work on the boundary. Finn Beanett is in his sun hat, stylishly corralling it back into the field of play. And well applauded by those spectators as well. Hopefully we'll get a nice replay of this one. Was a cucumber.
Yeah, and it looks like Somerset have just got over those nervous moments and are now back into the swing of just finishing off the run chase.
A bit like that. Well, a few more of those will help Somerset to victory, as Thomas Roux has absolutely dispatched that for 6. Wonderful looking shots, and after a little bit of a hesitant start, he's really taken the attack to George Hill in this over. Somerset 196 for 3 after 42. The requirement now just 52 from the final 8 overs for the West Country outfits to taste victory here in the north of England.
Yeah, and they still need to keep chugging away, and Yorkshire just need to keep the pressure on. We've still got left arm spin from Dan Moriarty, and we've seen how nervous certainly Thomas Roux has looked against this spin, and Yorkshire will be hoping that they can take one of the wickets here.
I do wonder if that is the conversation then between James Roux and Thomas Roux. Just almost see out this over from what could be the last over of spin in the game. Well, a reverse attempted straight up from James Roux there.
Yeah, and he just didn't time that. You know, they look like they time it so well with the seamers, but when the spinners come on, then there's a little bit more lacking in timing.
Swiveled away down towards deep backward square for 1 run. Good intent shown there by James Roux, who has also put together a very handy innings here, 42 from 48, and he's almost just been the glue guy, hasn't he? Just holding things together a little bit like George Hill did in the first innings.
Yeah, he's played a good innings as James Roux, and he'll be wanting to see this out as well. Takes responsibility very well for a man of young years.
A reverse attempted there by Thomas Roux. Just beats the dive of Adam Lyth. And that is the 200 up for Somerset. Thomas Roux now showing off the repertoire as he moves on to 18, and Somerset now will just feel as though the pendulum swinging a little bit more in their favour. Just 47 in order to get the victory.
These reverse shots, which some of our older viewers will think, wow, that's a bit risky, but they're second nature to the younger players coming through.
Goes for the more conventional sweep. Yorkshire go up for the appeal, and as you can see, the umpire there just signalling that to brush the thigh on that occasion. It is interesting you mention about it being second nature, Jane, because as per the Somerset comms team, I have grown to learn that Thomas Rue is a very good paddle player. So in terms of the bottom hand, it's almost like a return, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And just looking at that replay, I think that was a good call by the umpire.
Shout of catch it, won't be caught as it's rifled out into the wall of spectators on the onside. And Thomas Rue now, after a difficult start, he's striking exactly 100. It's been a great comeback, and just goes to show, doesn't it, Jane, that even if you do struggle to find your timing in the 50 over formats, if you give yourself that extra degree of patience, it can pay off in the long run.
You've definitely got to give yourself a chance, as there's a shy of the stumps, and that could be close. Throw at the non-striker's end. And we're not square on, but that definitely looks like it was close. Eek.
Yeah, very tight indeed. Occasion, Rue was caught ball watching, didn't slide the bat, and Yorkshire adamant. Well, fine margins, but Somerset 206 for 3 after 43, 42 runs away.
It's always a tough one, that, when you look at when you're out there on the field and you believe it's out, but you just have to keep going. The umpire makes the final decision, you can't change it, and whether you agree with it or not, I mean, there was the controversial one against Lancashire on Tuesday, and you just have to keep going. Throughout a season, you probably get as many as you're given. So Ben Cliff coming in now.
Yep, on for just his fourth over of the game, and he gets tonked. First delivery there by Thomas Rue, goes all the way for 6. And this now is turning into a very useful hand being played by Thomas Rue. Something else just to also be aware of course, is the two umpires out there don't have the luxury of the feed that we do, and all of these slow-mos and angles and different stuff. So a decision has to be made in real time, and as you said, Jane, umpire's decision is final, but that one was mightily tight indeed. So, a little bit of a conversation being had here between bowler captain and another bowler, Matt Revis. As Cliff there just thinks about the adjustment. We've already seen that first short delivery from George Hill earlier on get punished by Thomas Rue. It is meat and drink for the youngster. How does Cliff respond? Well, Rue advances down the track, just clubs it into the turf for no run.
Yeah, good response from Ben Cliff there. This is why we love the game, isn't it? You know, Thomas Rue was struggling for a bit, and now he just seems to be just flying. You know, they just need 36 runs from less than 7 overs, as that's hit out to deep cover, and that'll be just the single.
You can see in terms of his body language as well, there's a lot more assertiveness, isn't there? Looks a lot more relaxed, looks a lot more confident with his shots.
I mean, it's the first time I've seen him in this competition, but game plan would be, right, we'll put the spinners on when Thomas Rue comes out, because he's a nervous starter against good quality spin. but certainly against the seam bowlers, he plays a few good shots, and that one just went through James Rue and just evaded him. I'm trying to keep on top of the Rues here. But I know James Rue is left-handed and Thomas Rue is right-handed.
Well, that one's short again from Cliff, pulled in front of square, and this should be 4 more runs. Indeed it is. Smoked by the Somerset captain, and he is now 4 runs shy of what would be a very useful half-century. 46 from 50 deliveries, and again, it's just in the wheelhouse there of the Somerset number 4.
Yeah, and, you know, he's playing the captain's knock, and he's just leading his team well. And as I said earlier, for the age of the guy, he's very mature and playing a very good game, and his team should be pleased with his performance.
Cliff here to Rue. Stylishly guides that down towards deep backward points, and that will be the end of the over. Somerset 218 for 3. Thomas Rue on 30 from 26. James Rue on 47 from 51. And I'll make way, and I'll leave you with some wise words, courtesy of Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell.
Yeah, and these two Rue brothers are certainly the future for Somerset going forward. They are showing at their young ages just how valuable they are to the team, and it's interesting to see the way James Rue is guiding his brother through these sticky times. So we've got 6 overs left, and they require 30 runs, which for those of you mathematicians out there is 5 and over.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too tricky for Somerset from here. Yorkshire fans, majority of which of this crowd might be a little disappointed at their side, but they're getting the joy of watching 2 likely future England stars doing their thing in the Roos. So the over starts by just a push down to long on for single. And it's interesting as well, obviously James Rue was in that England squad for the Zimbabwe test, didn't quite get the call, but you chat to people at Somerset, a lot of people in and around it are of the opinion that in fact Tom might end up being better than James. 17-year-old Tom, who is on 30 off 26 here and facing up.
Yeah, I think they're both very good, so I'm sure that people will have opinions that one will be stronger than the other, but they're both very useful for Somerset here, as a quick single is taken. Don Best takes a shy at the stumps and just misses at the non-striker's end.
However, one interesting thing on that is the potential for what Somerset fans might remember as the Butler-Kieswetter dilemma once upon a time, albeit these two slightly different dynamic. They're of course brothers, but if both of them are playing, both of them are wanting to keep as well for Somerset, both likely to go on and play for England, you'd imagine, at some point. So that's short and pulled away. Of course, both of those two, Joss Butler and Craig Kieswetter, fine young wicketkeeper batters once upon a time coming through at Somerset. Kieswetter unfortunately having to retire due to a bit of a freak injury while still relatively young. Went on to be key before he retired in a T20 England World Cup winning team. And Joss Butler, of course, now with Lancashire. So Somerset fans, much like the dilemma in a different way with the Overton brothers, will hope to hang on to both Roos. Revis this time is hit down the ground, straight to long on. Oh, he's given that away. Tom Rue couldn't have hit it closer to Don Best had he tried. 221 for 4, a fine cameo from the 17-year-old Tom Rue. But Matthew Revis gets his second, just to give Yorkshire the tiniest glimmers of hope here.
Yeah, it wasn't so short and wide that time, and I think that's the way that Yorkshire have got to go. If Somerset are going to go for the big hitting, you've got to encourage them to go down the ground, make sure you've got your men there ready for the catch. Don Best hasn't missed many of those this year. He's taken some actual brilliant catches down there. Think of his game at Nottingham in the Vitality Blast, where he took 3 or 4 very good catches down at that long on position, and he's not going to miss that. So the Yorkshire boys still fighting, still in the game, still 27 runs required, and then now just 6 wickets. So all you need is 6 good balls, and you'll be laughing as you come off the pitch.
Out comes Josh Thomas, 20-year-old left-arm spin bowling all-rounder from Taunton, younger brother of Sussex and former Somerset all-rounder George Thomas, who took a couple of wickets in this competition's final last season for Somerset. Thomas, one of many products of King's College Taunton to come through and play for Somerset. He used to play for Taunton St Andrews, spent time on loan at Leicestershire during the blast this season. His only Somerset appearances have come in this competition. He's yet to play for Somerset in the Championship. He made a very handy 32 down the order against Lancashire, so we'll take a bit of confidence from that.
This is one of those games where, I can envisage that both sets of coaches are very happy with it, whether they're winning or losing, because it's one of those, you win or you learn, and you're in a stage of the competition where you're both doing okay, so it's not like you desperately needed it, and hopefully this will have taught the younger players something.
So that's guided back. It's going to take quite something for Yorkshire to win it from here. Of course, Yorkshire without Imam Ul-Haq, the Pakistani Metro Bank King, as I called him the other day, with 331 runs in 3 innings. There's no doubt he's been a bit of a miss, a minor hip complaint, but also just rested as far as I understand it. So that's smashed away. Absolutely disdainful from Thomas, who gets his first boundary with just the second ball he's faced. Short and pulls it away. So that takes Somerset to just 23 runs from victory, as Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire president, makes way in the commentary box for Yorkshire batter Noah Kelly. And on the note of Imam, I know he's celebrating today. It's Pakistan Independence Day. I hope all of you celebrating are having a good one. Lovely post from Imam as well. Said, and Allah is the best of planners. Sometimes the plan you have isn't the plan written for you, and that's always the best. Keep your head down, work hard, and let the results speak for themselves. Alhamdulillah for the opportunity, every run, every lesson, and truly enjoying my time here at Yorkshire. That is Imam Ul-Haq talking about how he very much wasn't expecting to be at Yorkshire. Of course, he was a late notice overseas replacement for Rituraj Gaikwad, and I'm sure Yorkshire fans will be relieved to know that, as far as I understand it, there's every chance he's back in the Yorkshire 11 on Sunday for the game away against Middlesex Radler, as Matt Milnes is on from the rugby ground end. He's guided out to point. Yorkshire trying to do something quite remarkable to take the game from here. 22 to win off 44. As that is a half century for James Root. 50 off 54 balls. A quietly accomplished innings from the Somerset captain, who with a minimum of fuss has taken his side to the brink of victory here. 50 from 54, bringing a strike rate of 93 runs per 100 balls. 3 fours and 1 6. Low boundary percentage, which reflects the fact he's largely just knocked it about with the field set deep. That's a bouncer from Milnes. It's cut away nicely for what will be a pretty simple 2.
Kalali there, throwing him down from third man. Nice cheer from the cheer, yeah, completely correct. One of them players, you look at the scoreboard, he's on 20, look again, 24. And yeah, he's quickly got his team into a winning position, you'd say.
Clive, who made his List A debut not long after Noah Kelly was born. Such is his longevity. My co-commentator, born in September 2005. Live's List A debut in this format against Hampshire at Leeds in September 2006.
He enjoys listening to that, Lively.
He'll be absolutely
He's thrilled to bits, yeah.
Delighted to be reminded of that. Milnes bending his back, trying to perform near enough a miracle for Yorkshire here. Searching for a Yorker, and can't blame him for searching for a wicket-taking ball, given the circumstances.
Yeah, it's never over, cricket. There's always a way of throwing a spanner in the works, but 20 runs needed. just over 4 overs left. You'd think it's Somerset's game.
Certainly should be Somerset's game. They go level on points with Yorkshire and behind them on net run rate alone. Both with 3 wins from 4 as it's hit hard straight at extra cover. Absolutely nailed that was.
Yeah, Cliffy's done well to get down to that. I can just tell that's hurt his finger. He's just having a look at it himself. It's just in front of them foot marks as well. Couldn't be a worse place to field, honestly, if the ball's getting hit at you. But Milnesy trying his best. He's gone Yorker, slower ball. The mid-wicket's now being dropped. And third man's coming in. Possible bouncer, possible slower ball. Just trying to change it up. Not just going to let Somerset roll us over and knock these last runs off. As he comes in here, deep mid-wicket dropped. Oh, it is a slower
This
ball.
time, well, that was nicely disguised. That was straight out of the T20 playbook. Once upon a time, a blast winner, of course, in that format. Nice comment from Jack Evans. Says, Tom Root might well prove to be better than James, but he'll have to be pretty good. James is the youngest Englishman to score 10 first-class hundreds since Dennis Compton in 1939. Oh, I'm all too aware the bar is set very high. That just came from chatting with a few people who are very in the know around things at Somerset. Certainly going to be exciting watching those two roos develop in the future as it's timed nicely down the ground. 19 to win at a required run rate of 4.8. 4 overs left, and Somerset hold all the cards, no doubt.
And looks like we're going to get a bit of Adam Lythe. Now, I did say earlier in the piece that he's known for a bit of a golden arm, especially to left-handers. 2 left-handers at the crease, and Bessie's thought, you know what, if anyone's going to win the game for Yorkshire.
Well, we were taking that trip down the memory lane of Lythe's list day debut, September 2006. As a much younger Adam Lythe made his bow in this format. Hampshire made 220 for 9, powered by half centuries from Greg Lamb and Don Thornley, the likes of Michael Carberry, Dimitri Mascarenhas and Sean Udall. England internationals were playing for Hampshire that day. Steve Patterson, Mark Lawson, Richard Pyra, now Yorkshire women's head coach, all picked up 2 wickets. Tim Bresnan picked up 3. And Yorkshire fell just 5 runs short in a nail-biting chase despite a half-century from Craig White. Young Lythe on debut making 23, batting at number 5. Now, Lythe has got the ball in his hand. He's guided away for 1. Richard Chorley adding commentators trying their best to jinx Somerset, but it won't work. It is remarkable to me, and I say this as a professional commentator who's worked predominantly in cricket and football, but in other sports. Cricket fans are definitely the most superstitious of bunches of anybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, no doubt. And you think of the players as well, the way a partnership starts and everybody sits still. That's swept away. Well, it's missed, and there's a big LBW appeal. Maybe just drifting down leg.
Certainly fired in from Lythe. James, you're not scared of a sweep shot. Maybe a bit of bat involved. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay, but I'm not sure Lythe's spinning it that much that it's going to straighten and hit the stump, so possibly just sliding down the leg side. It's fired in again.
Yeah, it just worked nicely. James Roux showing all the maturity he needs to in here as Somerset skipper. I know he said he was very honoured to be captaining in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season, described it as a great privilege, as I love representing this club in all formats. I'm delighted to lead such a talented and close-knit group, much like best for Yorkshire. Said I've already been lucky enough to captain the county championship side a bit earlier this season. Slide gets a dot in, and I love the experience, so I'm looking forward to lead a slightly younger side. And it's fair to say Somerset have put themselves right in contention for this competition. As for Yorkshire, worth reminding you after this, 3 of their last 4 games were away from home. Goes on the reverse and plays it very nicely. 4 for Thomas with a minimum of fuss, a maximum of efficiency. It's a pretty safe shot all told.
Yeah, keeps his head still nicely there. Lythe, slight bit of a jeer. Probably suggesting if he missed it, it'd be in front of all 3, but there's no chance. Kept his head still. Just broke his wrist at the right time to keep it behind square and evade Milnes at backward point. If he doesn't break his wrist there, he gets it straight to Milnesy, so clever batting from Josh.
Cliff has gone in for that exact shot where that ball went. Just nudged into the onside. It will be a pretty simple single. Somerset on their way to what would be an 8th win to go with 2 draws and a defeat in their last 11 across all competitions. So right through all three formats, the West Countryside in some form, and Yorkshire, you would say now, on the brink of a first loss in 7. Yorkshire winning their final T20 game at Leicestershire thanks to Matt Milnes hitting the last 2 balls to 6. A win and a draw in the Championship for Anthony McGrath's side and 3 straight victories here. But it would be a first loss in their last 7 and a first loss since Imam Al-Haq came in. I know a few people have described him as Yorkshire's good luck charm, so maybe that's made something of a difference. And obviously beyond any sense of luck, having a guy in your side who's scoring the quantity of runs he has always helps. Milnes with none for 39 from his 8, just 12 to win off 3 now. I wondered, does Thomas look to finish this in a hurry? He's been very proactive and aggressive since coming to the crease. Wouldn't surprise me if he's in no mood to hang about here. He's flicking this away. Out to Hill. And what will be 11 to win off 17.
Yeah, Bessie just tinkering with the field. After every ball, he brought point across to mid-wicket. Now looks he's going back towards point, just trying to put anything in the batter's mind, any doubt, trying to prize a wicket. Obviously, Yorkshire want this game to last as long as possible. Obviously, the best chance of winning, but also for that net run rate as well. As you say, we will be a top if they do win this.
It's going to be more runs, just 1. Yeah, Yorkshire will stay top even if Somerset take victory, because Yorkshire's net run rate is a long way above Somerset's. Obviously, that gap will close a bit, and Somerset will join Yorkshire on 12 points, both sides with 3 wins from 4. Warwickshire have 2 wins from 3, and Durham have 2 wins from 4. Of course, Yorkshire meet Durham in their final home game. Tickets still available at Scarborough in 8 days' time, and we'll be here providing you a Vertu live stream if you can't make it to the ground. If you want to listen in ground. Milnes this time is slightly agriculturally hoiked through the onside for a single, and it's just 9 to win.
Yeah, he's just tried everything here, Milnesy. Credit to him. He's gone Yorker, slower ball into the pitch, see if he can get a top edge. But yeah, you just feel it slipping away ever so slightly. Mid-wicket is getting brought in.
Yeah, it's that point where there's a bit of a dilemma for Bess. Do you try and bring 1 or 2 more up? Try and force an error of some kind? Now 5 in the ring. He's worked straight to that short mid-wicket in Hill. Somerset set to make it 6 straight list day wins between these two. They won by 5 wickets at Taunton in August 2021. James Hildreth with a quick-fire 61 not out. Beat Yorkshire Royal London One Day Cup in August 2015 at Scarborough. Tom Abril with 80. And then did the double over Yorkshire back in 2013, as well as also beating Yorkshire in 2009. Taunton in 2013 by 3 wickets with 5 balls to spare, thanks to a superb 140 not out from Peter Trigo. Despite half-centuries from Alex Lees, Jack Leaning and Adam Live, it won't surprise you to know is the only survivor on both these teams from when they met back in 2013. Milnes desperately straining for a wicket, forcing at least a player miss outside the off stump. And back in May 2013 at Leeds, Yorkshire were thumped by 131 runs. Hildreth was at it again with 96 not out. Young Joss Butler with 89, and Alfonso Thomas, 3 Somerset legends there with 4 for. And then in 2009, James Hildreth with another half-century against Yorkshire in what was the Pro 40 at Taunton. So it's not been a fixture that's been kind to Yorkshire in recent seasons in this format, safe to say. 5 straight defeats set to be 6 against Somerset in this day cricket, but that is at least a dot for Milnes, who has been wholehearted today in his none for 42 off 9, and I would suggest a little unlucky to have not picked up a wicket across the piece. 9 to win off the last 2 overs. Great credit to Milnes there. He's conceded just 3, and he's helped elongate and drag the game out to the penultimate over and do his best to be awkward.
Yeah, terrific over. It's exactly what we needed. If we're not going to get a wicket, we keep it tight and push them all the way through. And George Hill now getting thrown the ball by Bessie. Again, a very economical bowler. And, as a fielding team here, you just want to get them to the last over. You don't want to give them the chance to finish it with with 1 over to spare. You want to put as much pressure on the batters as you can, so I'm not surprised if the field goes back. Just try and milk this over and let them get to the final, because a bit of pressure, anything can happen in the final over.
Absolutely, the final over does strange things to even professional cricketers at times. Hill with the ball in his hand. He's bowled really nicely. 1 for 29 off his 8. Only Bess has been more economical for Yorkshire. Can he drag this game into the final over? Would be quite an effort if he did. And his first ball indeed has been chipped towards the marquee for 4. Well, that makes Somerset supporters just breathe a little more easily. 5 to win off 11 now.
Yeah, just helped around the corner there. Picks the gap perfectly between fine leg and deep square. And there was no chance of the outfield stopping that. It's been absolutely glorious today here at York. The sun is shining through.
Somerset 1 maximum away from being back to winning ways following that home defeat against Lancashire. But definitely won't get it there. They are making a good knack of chasing well in this competition as well, Somerset. On the 6th of August against Middlesex at Radlett, they hunted down 294 to win by 6 wickets with 15 balls to spare. And 2 days later at home against Durham, they chased 256 to win by 4 wickets with 22 balls in the tank as well. So that's a good habit to have. It will almost certainly be a 3rd straight successive good chase for the West Country side here. 4 to win off 9 now.
Yeah, Lively now just coming back across from mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket coming up. Bessie just playing with the field now. Asking him if you want to get it with this ball, you have to hoy it across mid-wicket. Possibly getting a false shot out of him, as Hilly's now around the wicket to the left-handed James Root.
It's nicely struck. It's half stopped in at short mid-wicket. 3 to win off 8. So any boundary will do the trick for Somerset here, who will join Yorkshire on 12 points at the top of the group. And every chance that these two could end up facing each other in the knockout stages. Of course, at some point, you're paired with teams from the other group, though. So more likely to be a meeting in the final, maybe. Thomas finish it in style for Somerset. That out, but only as far as deep square leg. 2 to win off 7.
Yeah, they've been very impressive here, Somerset. Only 4 down. We spoke about it all first innings about keeping them wickets in hand, and they've displayed it perfectly in this second innings. They've all played the roles. You know, Varney, top of the order, batted through nicely. Captain's come in, done the similar role, you know, with his brother and Josh Thomas now taking a bit more of the initiative.
2 to win. And it won't be this ball. Rue just flaying away outside off stump. Hill going for 7 from the 49th. We go to the final over, albeit Somerset really should finish it off. 2 to win.
Well, anything happens, doesn't it?
Well, the beauty of live sport, the reason why we've, through a lot of this game, we're grateful to all of you for joining us, had 5 figures number of viewers at any one time, 10,000 plus watching our stream across the world, is that the beauty of live sport is the unpredictability. We might do our best up here in the Vertu commentary box to inform you, read between the tea leaves as best we can, but just like you, part of us is watching enraptured for what will happen next. But it would be quite a remarkable story, even for, say, Jordan Thompson's quarter-final over at the Oval, defending 5 off the last to give Yorkshire victory against Surrey in that 2022 last quarter-final, defending 2 off the last over. I mean, he has bowled a maiden in T20 cricket this season, Matt Milnes, in a run chase. That was at Headingley. That was the 17th over of a game against Worcestershire, where he picked up a wicket as well. But that wasn't the final over with 2 to win.
Again, Best being very particular with the field. He's brought point across again, so only got 4 on the offside. We've got a short third, backward point, covering mid-off.
Yeah, he's almost gone to a power play field, in a way.
Yeah, with mid-on, catching mid-wicket. And then he's sending
Hill out to in front of us at
deep mid-wicket, deep, and 2 deep squares as well. So fine legs come very square, possibly suggesting a short ball.
And the question is from Milnes, is this a double bluff? 2 to win off the last. And it's swung away for 6 over square leg. That will be the game. Swept for 6 by Josh Thomas, who's played a fine finisher's knock. Somerset take victory after a nicely measured run chase. The winners by 6 wickets with 5 balls to spare. The captain at the non-striker's end, James Rue, with a fine innings with 53 not out. And Somerset join Yorkshire on 12 points at the top of Metro Bank one-day Group B. Behind Yorkshire only on net run rate. Both sides with 3 wins from 4, and a real statement of intent from the West Country outfit, who lost against Lancashire last time out at home, and now come on the road to the only undefeated side in the group and ultimately take victory. A really solid all-round performance for Somerset, and now Yorkshire have to bounce back on Sunday against Middlesex at Radlett.
Yeah, a really measured run chase. Fully credit to the way they went about it. You know, it was pinned by a very mature innings from Archie Vaughan at the top of the order, who unfortunately just fell short of his maiden 100 in the format. But again, they've got a very classy lineup. James Rue captained the side beautifully in the first innings, made some really great bowling changes, and it's only fitting he was there at the end to see them home.
Yeah, ultimately, ever since Yorkshire found themselves in a bit of a pickle of 3 for 28 with the bat, they were always slightly behind the game, and in some ways you could say it was a decent effort from Don Bess's side to take it so deep into the final over eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that the game will be dissected afterwards, and you know, if you're 20 odd for 3, very tough to rescue it, but credit to the lads in the middle order. You know, Revs had an outstanding time with the bat of recent and got into a position where we felt we could defend it, and didn't quite get the early wickets needed, and the Somerset deserved winners today.
The voice of Yorkshire batter Noah Kelly, who it's been great to have alongside on commentary today. Yorkshire posting 247 all out with 8 balls unused. Highlight for Yorkshire, a runner ball 85 from Matthew Revis. George Hill made 41, and a career best 30 off 27 from Dan Moriarty at number 10 helped drag Yorkshire to that 247. But Jake Ball was excellent with 4 for 34, a couple of wickets each for Ben Green and Tom Lammonby, and Somerset in reply underpinned by a career best 95 from Archie Vaughan, who fell coming down the track and being bowled by Bess, 5 short of that magical 3 figures. But regardless, it was pretty calmly handled there from Somerset. Nice 30 from Goldsworthy, 31 in quick fire style from 17-year-old Tom Root, and then James Rue with an unbeaten century. Thank you very much to all of you for your company wherever you've been across the world. Thank you to York Cricket Club for hosting us so magnificently. Thanks to all of the hard-working production team here behind the scenes, and thank you to Vertu for powering this live stream. Free cricket available on Yorkshire Cricket TV for all men's and women's home matches. We'll be back with you in 8 days' time for Yorkshire's final Metro Bank One Day Cup home game. Of course, Yorkshire have got 3 away fixtures to come. Somerset next in action on Sunday when hosting Warwickshire. Thanks also to Noah Kelly, Dr. Jane Powell, David Bumble-Lloyd and Graham Hardcastle, as well as Aaron Vars for joining me, yours truly, Michael McCann, up in the commentary box from a very sunny York. We wish a good day to you all.
We'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th.